This is wild. This is absolutely wild. Dude, so moments ago, as in 5 seconds ago, I just saw this headline that Pepsi's newest flavor has Peeps in it.
Ew.
I know, right? I'm not a huge Peeps guy. What about you, Kenny Ducey?
No, I don't like Peeps. I don't like Peeps, and I would not like Peeps flavored Pepsi. What were you gonna say about me, Emerson?
I was asking you, are you okay? You've been frustrated leading up to the launch of the first of 6 Sims today.
Frustrated?
And now
what could be frustrating about an incredible day of Sims we have ahead of us? We have NBA trade deadline day with our friends everywhere at DraftKings. Life just continues to get better for me. I think I'm just frustrated maybe that, I can't rewind time.
Hey, man, you got to look forward. The past is in the past, man.
That's right.
And you know what? The present. You got to live in the present. That's why it's called the present. It's the best gift we have, man.
You know what else is happening in the present? We got the Miami Open right now. Round 1 wrapping up today in Miami. And then the real players come out tomorrow, starting round 2.
We can dive into that here over the next hour or so as much as you want. If trades come across, guys, as the NBA trade deadline is today at 3 o'clock Eastern time, so less than
NBA Top Shot market is booming again.
Okay, great. I wonder what Lamar will sell next. But it is good to see you and have you here, Kenny Ducey. Daniel on the 1s and 2s, Tate from the ops team, producer Madison chilling with us. I'm Emerson Latzia. Happy Thirsty Thursday, everybody. I know you just got a lineup in just in the nick of time, my friend. What did you end up doing?
Well, here's what I did. I went with the Colts stack without Phillip Rivers. Bold move, maybe. But I don't think Phillip Rivers is going to have more than 20 DK fantasy points today. And I do think that his receivers could have a good day. Every time I have a Ravens sim, Emerson, I will tell you this. Every time I have a Ravens sim, they always lose or they always underperform. So I could not be bothered to take more Ravens than just Lamar Jackson and Willie Snead because obviously I have the need for Snead. Nyheim Hines in the captain's spot, Trey Burton, Zach Pascal, and then Marlon Mack rounding out my lineup. Marlon Mack, I roster Marlon Mack every single Colts sim. I got in a big debate with Rossi about this because he had a touchdown. I called it a vulture touchdown. Rossi said it's not a vulture touchdown because he's the RB1. Whatever you want to call Marlon Mack, he tends to get involved in these sims. Everyone wants to talk about Melvin Gordon. Last night we had a sim where, you had Chris Carson like at 2,800. This guy is the real deal when it comes to cheap running back ones that are going to get you points, Marlon Mack. So that's how I'm rounding out my lineup. What about you?
Listen, man, I thought that was a fantastic move. So great, in fact, I decided to make the same move. I don't mind a guy who's $3,400 and averages almost 8 fantasy points per game. Like, he had double-digit points in 2 of his last 3. Like, I'm all about that. I'm not going to, take a steaming dump on you for that because I love that move. And the rest of my roster, I have Paris Campbell in the captain spot.
Who?
That way I could throw Paris Campbell.
Oh, Paris Campbell.
Yes. Quaxon. All right, and then Lamar Jackson, Rivers, Hines, and Andrews. So I did a little running back stack there for the Colts, bud.
I like that. Yeah, I'm a big running back. Colt running. Oh, we got a fumble here.
Oh, my God. It's still on the ground, and you're running in the wrong direction, damn it. So it was Lamar has been sacked 2 plays in a row to start this game. Second one, he fumbles. It was scooped up by his own teammate, and his own teammate, I don't know who that was, decided to run in the wrong direction. Maybe it was Mandrews. I couldn't quite see. Lamar in our contest here, 95% owned. He's 89% owned in the 10,000 lineup free contest there. $250. That's a lot of money in cash prizes up for grabs.
Of course he's going to get first down on 3rd and 24. That's just dumb.
Dude, it's Andrews.
First catch curse.
Lamar the merrier, dude, when it comes to points. At least that's going to be the trend in this game. People wanting a smile put on their face because the majority of them decided to roster him. What's new, man? I haven't talked to you like all week. I know every once in a while
I have a new home now, right? That's what it feels like. Everyone's like, every sim I have to explain where I am every time. I'm going to be here for 2 weeks. And by the time I go back to the city, it's going to be like, oh, you moved. Where are you now? It's like, no, it's just my old apartment. Yeah, I'm in Cooperstown right now because, everyone works remotely. And when you go away, you don't have to stop working. Just brought my ring light, my camera, and my microphone. And here we are. We're still chugging along.
So you guys just decided to get out of town for a little bit? I mean, you could feel free to share as much information as you like, but do it safely so people don't go and find you.
Yeah, well, obviously the girlfriend is a nanny, so the family decided to go on vacation here. So it was their choice. I don't really know why they chose Cooperstown. They're not really big baseball fans, but they chose Cooperstown. So, oh my goodness!
You're not catching them. Peace out, dude.
That's it. That's it for my lineup.
What's wrong?
Good night.
Why is? Come on, dude.
Good
Hollywood Brown.
Packing it
Hollywood
up.
Brown, baby. It's all good.
See ya.
All right, well, hang out here. Hang out a little bit.
No, she was like, oh, she was asked to go, and she's like, oh, do you want to come with me? And I was like, well, I literally have no reason to say no. I can work from anywhere, so here I am. And they have a wonderful, because they're in the middle. Literally in the middle of nowhere. Even if I told someone where I was, I don't think anyone could find me.
I bet people could find you. Literally in the middle of
nowhere, not green because it's still coming out of winter, but just like grass everywhere, like very remote location, and giant house. Well, I mean, sort of giant, bigger than my apartment. Everything seems giant, and so. Well,
yeah, you're in a one-bedroom apartment in New York. Everything's bigger than that sardine can.
They have this nice little game room sort of deal here, where there's like a Pac-Man with a coin-operated Pac-Man. We got a big TV and couches and then this I'm at like a bar right now that they have built in this room. So, it's
so
nice
when your roommate, your significant other is working and just being a nanny, like what are you doing? Are you just hanging out and working from there, or do you ever put on the manny hat and help yourself?
I do. I've been doing that a lot. Yeah, I've been doing that a lot since I've been here. But when work calls, I've been doing work. So that's right now. That's tonight. Going to be helping out the good folks at DK Live with some trade deadline stuff.
That's right. I'm glad you mentioned that too, because it's the trade deadline special today after the 4:00 sim. So the trade deadline is at 3:00 in the NBA. And who's going to be on that? Do we know?
Julian is going to be on that. I am not. I was not asked to be on that. No. Julian will be on that.
Probably Sherrod then. Julian and Sherrod.
I believe it is. We got it passed along to us earlier. Oh, Julian and Ben.
Oh, Benny with the good hair. Benny Zwyman, y'all. I've never met an adult who eats Taco Bell more than Benny Z. But hey, here we are, and look at it. It's all paying off for him. He's going to be on the NBA trade deadline show following the 4:00 sim, sandwiched between the 4 and the 6. You and I here, buddy, together.
Just call me buddy.
Yeah.
I got in a huge stick with Glass last night. He called me buddy. I hate being called buddy.
Okay. All right, pal. Whatever. Emerson and Kenny. That's us. Ravens, Colts, Cowboys, the Vikings, Kaufman and Zach. So you and your best friend, Kaufman, he's coming up. He'll be with Zach. Kaufman and Christian. 49ers at the Bears. Chargers at the Eagles. Rossi and Christian. Glass and Jeff for the final two of the day. Texans at Washington and Raiders at the Bucs here on Thirsty Thursday. What's your deal with Buddy?
I think it's a hateful thing to say. I think it's a very condescending way to address somebody, and I think that I can't be the only one who hates it, but I definitely hate it. I don't like when people call me buddy. I think
you're
like
thinking
they're
too
talking
much,
down
man.
to me. No. Daniel was here yesterday for it, so I'm not going to go too much into it. But
Okay.
I started it up with Glash because he was like, "Oh, there you go, buddy," and it's like, okay, wow, like the way you say it is like, you're so much better than me. You're above me. Here you go. Here's something that could happen. Anyway.
I was not on the stream yesterday. I did not pay any attention to it because I've taken my dog to the vet and all sorts of stuff. So I literally had no idea. Now the chat's blown up. So I promise you
everyone
right now,
it was a big topic of conversation yesterday. It's pretty funny. Oh, look at this! Is that Campbell?
Monstering his way down to the 1. You got to give him the touchdown next time. Freaking A, Cotton.
No,
it was Perry Campbell. That's BS,
anyway.
Dude. That is B freaking S.
So, I do have some fun news that I can share with the stream that I haven't even like tweeted out really. I've only like shared with my parents and like my girlfriend. But
Wait a minute.
Obviously it's not that big. And let's watch Marlon Mack score me some points.
Okay.
Here.
Speaking of big, let's go. Give it to me.
Marlon Mack.
There he is.
I told you guys, Marlon Mack. You got to roster Marlon Mack.
I told you guys too. I told you guys as well. What did I tell you?
Marlon Mack.
What did I tell you? You guys would not have been this smart without me telling you. What's up?
So obviously, I'm a DraftKings man, and I don't like to talk about other sites and places and whatnot.
Well, that's life. It's not a big deal. We all know there are other places you can go.
I do write for a lot of different places.
You're a great man.
Thank you. One of those places coming up for baseball season will be NBC Sports. So looking forward to doing some daily stuff there. Be good.
My man.
Not gonna take away from the streams. I'll still be on here. Still be doing everything that I do right now. Just adding on a little bit. Should be fun. Doing some appearances there as well. Just talking baseball every day. Should be fun.
So maybe while you're there in Cooperstown, you kind of take some time and explore like the baseball zen and really find yourself in the baseball mindset, because
I think
opening day, dude, is 1 week from today, and I'm pretty stoked
really
for
excited about it. Yeah, I've had 2 fantasy baseball drafts already. I had an AL only draft on Monday, and then last night I had my NL only draft. So I'm very deep in the names for both leagues. I'll tell you what, man, it is a challenge to be in an AL and NL only league. Really is.
Mm-hmm. Why? What's the challenge for those of us who haven't had that incredible experience?
It's just like you have to know so many different players. Like, it sounds like a fun thing. Like, that's why I signed up for it. Like, oh, like, what are you gonna do? Like, what happened? I don't know if you've played fantasy baseball, but like, normally you can punt, right? You can be like, oh, like, I didn't get a good second baseman early, so I'm just going to get one in the last round, like, whatever. You can't do that in NL only. If you do that, you're going to end up getting a guy that's, like, in the minor leagues or platooning. And that was what I learned my lesson the first time I ever did it. I, like, ended up with Greg Garcia, who, like, played, like, a third of the games of the Padres because I waited till the last round to pick a second baseman. I didn't realize that was going to happen to me. Anyway, so you have to know every single person on the, like, I was really excited last night that I got Josh Rojas. So you just have to know obscure players, man. But yeah, I'm looking forward to another good season. I built out a squad for sure. I've been rebuilding that's the other thing. Like, it's a money league. I've been rebuilding for 2 years. I inherited a team and I went after, I traded some guys away, stacked up some prospects. I traded away Aaron Judge, got like Casey Mize, whatever. Like, I'm trying to build my team, but it's a lot of effort. It's a lot of time. It's very competitive. And I'm not even like the most competitive person in the league, which is crazy knowing me. Erwin asked if I'm still in the Baseball Writers Association of America. So I was not able to be in it because I used to work at a place that was owned by a baseball team, the Mets or the SNY. So they don't, per their rules, they don't let you in. And now, you know, you need a full-time baseball writing job to be in there. So unfortunately, I don't believe I qualify right now. So.
Well, it sounds like you've got a lot on your plate, and now you have multiple baseball fantasy leagues to focus in on with all of that extra time that you have on your hands, my friend. J.K. Dobbins, nice pickup there for the first down. We have around a minute to go here in the first quarter. Emerson Latzia, Kenny Ducey, with all of you beautiful men and women of the DK Sim fam. Thanks for being here today on the Dream Stream. Front and Turner on YouTube says, I have been gone far too long. It's good to be back, Sim fam. It is good to have you back. Not sure if we ripped through this. I know I told you guys and gals how high the ownership is for Lamar Jackson, around 90%. Hines is 53, so big drop-off between 1 and 2. 52% Trey Burton, Perry Campbell, 51%, and Van down by the Phillip Rivers, 38%. It's your top five right there.
I like that no one in the chat said congratulations. Not one person.
It's not a big deal, dude. No. The chat absolutely loves you. And honestly, like, you already do so much. I'm just thinking, like, first off, I said congratulations, didn't I? I can't remember. It was like 5 minutes. I was like, wait. I was like, yep, thank you. I said, way to go, congratulations. To me, it's mind-boggling that you seriously still have time to add like another page to that thick, juicy, handsome resume of yours. Like, yeah, another task.
To me too. It's definitely. I'm just gonna have to start waking up a little earlier, brewing a little more coffee.
Yeah, and you can do that. You can 100% do that.
Definitely.
But I think eventually, man, you are going to be way, way too big for these Sims. I think you're moving in that direction. Even Germ says the same thing. Like, I think right now, I'm counting my blessings. Every day I'm here with you, Kenny, I said, this could be the last time, because this guy just shooting up into the moon and the stars. You're among the stars. You're like a rocket ship.
See, now that is the opposite of calling me buddy. The thing is about you, Emerson, that you already are big time and you're still on these Sims. I feel the same way. I can't believe that you do a noon Sim after going on Nessun and, you know, having a 2-minute soliloquy. So yeah. I think that
thank you.
That I think I'm very lucky to be with you as well. So I think that if I could get to Emerson level, that would be quite all right with me.
Matt Lamarca in the chat, starting to push some buttons here. I don't want to repeat what he said. Do you want me to repeat it?
I see it.
Okay. I see it. All right. If it really bugs you, I don't want to do it. I am not here to get under your skin or anyone else's. I'm just here to have the time of my life.
It's totally fine. We're all having fun.
Okay. All right. Well, he says, hey, buddies. What's going on, everybody? What's up to all my buddies out there? 7-7 after the first quarter here. First of 6 Sims today. Mr. Mandrews, 3 catches, 43 yards, leading in that department. Perry Campbell had the 43-yard reception. He was tackled down at the 1. So that sucks for people like me who are wise enough to put him in the captain spot, trying to save some cash there. What's up? Talk to me.
Also, a lot of talk about my first catch curse theory, and yeah, I mean, it's, you know, sometimes didn't happen today, didn't happen in this Sim, but I'm sure it'll happen. Matt saying that I work 20 hours a week as his assistant. I'm not sure about that.
Oh man. Where are you in your lineup or in your contest? How's your lineup looking? Is Lamar's just going to add more points, more damage done? He's down at the 6, first and goal coming up for Baltimore.
I haven't even looked because I'm still on my lineup building page. Hold on. Let me check it out.
Well, I'll go ahead and just chime in and let you know your boy here is sitting pretty at 22. And then over in the free showdown, the near 10,000 entry contest.
Yeah.
Looks like we currently got a 4-way tie for first place. So
We have a 4-way tie first, and if I what? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, I was just going to say, if anyone took time to build a lineup in any contest hanging out with us here, we truly, truly appreciate it. Big day coming up on Sunday, too, at the 1-year anniversary. But where are you at? Hook me up.
113. Yeah, I guess I'm not going to be a part of the 1-year anniversary because I wasn't there, which makes sense.
You know what? That doesn't mean anything, whether you were here or not, like at this time a year ago. These plans just got made. Like we were kind of just along the way. All right, let's do this and this. I don't know if the plans were certainly firmed up until maybe in the past day or so. Like there's a lot on our plates at DraftKings, but we made time as Lamar into the end zone, his first rushing touchdown. He's got 2 total because he had the one to the pass to Hollywood Brown in the first quarter. So 13-7 right now, extra point pending. But we finally got everything together. And it's the big $30K late slate 1-year anniversary contest on Sunday. So it's a 2,352 player contest featuring $30,000 in total prizes. And it's going to pay out the top 514 finishing positions. First place is going to win 10 grand, dude. So that is going to be for the late slate. For the late slate on Sunday, $30,000 prize pool, $15 entry, $10K to first place. 6 o'clock, San Francisco, New England. KC, Tampa Bay at 8, and Houston, New Orleans at 10. I don't have the answer to that, but I can tell you I'll kick off the festivities with Jeff Ulrich at noon. Glash and Jeff will be with you at 2, Glash and Rossi at 4. And in the late slate, Rossi and Lamarca, Kaufman and Tom, and then Lamarca and Tom to kind of bring you guys home. So should be a fun day here. We can all share memories. We can open up to each other, express our emotions to one another. And I know while you aren't on the schedule, I know you will be here in spirit. Maybe you'll hang out with us a little bit in the chat while you're just chilling, in Cooperstown.
That's right. Let's get Hines here.
There he is, babe. Almost 500 people watching over on YouTube. I see a lot of the usual suspects. Team always here. People who have been with us for this entire year since Reed T. Fowler and I launched this year-long party on the 28th of last year. It really has been a
year-long party. I would call it that.
Yeah, it's great, man. And once we're all vaccinated and ready to rock, we should all do a huge party somewhere. I'm thinking at your place.
All right. Yeah, just right. We could pose for photos in front of the brick.
I love that, man.
Be fun.
Someone mentioned you purchased Matt Lamarca's mattress because he was selling everything for have some funds for Top Shot.
Did he really do that?
Yeah.
Dude, I had to sell a lot of stuff because I'm a little worried about this market, but good for him, I guess.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough to be fully invested in here. Like what I did was I took what they call take profits. I took some profits. I was like, I'm not gonna wait around and let my profits disappear. I'm just gonna take my profits. I still have plenty of moments that I'm holding, and like I have a plan. Like I'm trying to flip I have some seeing stars moments that are going to be part of a LeBron James challenge next week. So I'm waiting until that, and then I'm going to sell those moments, at peak value. Yeah. So and I'm still I'm still getting packs and whatever. I'm not playing the market as much anymore because it's definitely very volatile.
Well, you're a wise man. I'm sure you're navigating it the way any professional of your status would.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Good to see everybody here though in the chat. Tank the Chai Guy, Deucey's twin bed, Maddie Lamarca, Drex, what's going on? The Bearded, Tony P, Mockingjay. Hello, everybody. CEH, Emerson's Forehead in the house. David K.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the house.
Peace of mind.
Marcus saying, Kenny, I did not sell my bed.
Yeah,
right.
So
say.
that, I guess it's depending on like who your sources are, but he did confirm to me, because Lamarck and I do text quite a bit. We really do enjoy spending time with each other. I text you all the time. Get the hell out of here with that noise and that nonsense. Nope. But Lamarca did sell a saxophone. Let me see. Hold on a second. I'm going to go back.
The last time you texted me was over a week ago.
It was a week ago. I said, "You're my guy, hashtag BFF." And you sent a heart emoji and you said, "BFFs indeed."
Yeah. So what's your point?
That I'm texting you. I know that sometimes you get a little down and beaten up because of all the work you do and you're mentally drained. So I like to provide you an emotional boost, bro.
Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, sometimes you need a boost.
Anything for you, man. Anything for you, babe.
Oh,
let's go, Hines.
There we go. There's that Colts running back stack right there, baby.
Bring it. Bring it, Daddy. Stack the backs. And it's paying off. I'm going to be freaking rich when I win this free roll.
They, speaking of let's go, the Denver Nuggets reportedly, Harrison Wind, acquiring Aaron Gordon.
Oh, it really? Okay. All right.
And Will Barton would be heading somewhere. A 3-team deal.
It's interesting because the Celtics were like rumored to be
Yep.
really, really close. And then they landed
Celtics target, for sure.
Yeah. And then they landed Fournier like earlier today, which was interesting because I think they needed more like front court help. But, he'll probably have some opportunities open up for him. Secondary scorer there, right? Take advantage of that space created by the attention of Tatum and Brown and Walker.
Well, not who are the Celtics getting? They're not getting Aaron Gordon.
No. I was talking about Fournier.
Yes. Do you think they're going to get?
But yeah, no. Gordon, I didn't quite like understand like a whole lot because I was already a little nervous where he was a guy who was demanding a trade because like he's like, we lose too much. You seem like the Celtics are the most underwhelming, uninteresting team to watch right now, especially here in New England.
Yeah, Vucevic to the Bulls. That was like an hour or two ago. Someone dropped it in the chat. Yeah, I think it's going to be a really fun day. We still got a lot. Oladipo, plenty of names still out there to move. I wonder where Oladipo's going to end up going. Aaron Gordon to the Nuggets. Wow. Unreal.
So 3 o'clock is the trade deadline in the NBA today. As trades go down and happen as they cross our Twitter timelines or any social media platform, whatever broadcasting duo is going to be here on the Dream Stream, we'll be sharing those with you. Feel free to, if you guys see something dropping in. I can't tell you how many times news is broken and you're the ones doing it for me.
That Orlando is just getting rid of everybody. Fournier, maybe even Mo Bamba. Fournier, Gordon, Vucevic. It's incredible, man. And as many people who were just excited about that Magic team, it was only like a year ago, right? I feel like that people were like excited about the Magic rebuild. Blowing it up. They gotta have to, start the rebuild over again. Jonathan Isaac, love that kid, but injury problems. Mo Bamba, injury problems. I feel like they didn't really hit on their draft picks. They tried out the Markelle Fultz thing. That didn't work. Obviously, Cole Anthony was not a terrible pick, I don't think. But it's been tough for them. 93 Babrak. I don't know if that's real, but he said Gary Harris to Orlando. If so, I mean, again, perhaps. Here we go. A first-round pick and Harris and R.J. Hampton. Okay, so that works. R.J. Hampton, that could be a potential. That's a lottery ticket. That's what the Magic are in the business of right now, just getting lottery tickets. That's a good lottery ticket.
CJ71 says on Twitch, I think Koff has over 20 tweets in the last half hour all about the Celtics. Today is a great example of why I do not follow that dude. It's just loading up, filling up your timeline. No, I'm just kidding. He actually is a good source to follow for the Celtics if you guys want that information. But yeah, he's probably hammering away. Is he on the schedule today? Oh yeah, he's on the next two, and I already announced that. Great memory, Em. Kaufman and Zach, Kaufman and Christian for 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock. Jay Barb says Robert Williams should be starting at center for the Celtics. I think there's a lot of people who feel the same way.
Yeah.
All right, under a minute to play here, guys, in the game. We're tied up at 14, so not a bad way to start the day. And Ravens going to try to do what they can to put a few more points on the board. Willie Snead, you got the need for Snead.
That's right.
Yeah, producer Madison dropping an Aaron Gordon to the Nuggets per sham. So she was clearly listening 2 minutes ago when you broke the news.
That's right. She was totally engaged in our.
Yeah. Really, really good to know. Producer listening to us. I would mute us too, actually. I don't blame her. Yeah, Daniel, on the ones and twos saying the Celtics just not willing to blow up their core to acquire key players. I just feel like Danny Ainge just doesn't understand. I think in order to get something, you've got to give up something. And the king of almost trading for someone. So today, when it happened, and I even tweeted out the little clip from Jurassic Park. It's like, you crazy son of a bitch, you did it. You made a trade. You actually made a trade. West saying Lamar might hit the double bonus today. I don't know. 125 passing yards right now. 31 rushing yards.
I think you could hit the double bonus.
Yeah, Seeds do have that huge trade exception, Daniel. I know Danny Ainge has been on record saying he may just wait for the offseason to use it. And I don't know, how much do you want to give up right now? You're the most underwhelming, underperforming team out there. Are you really just a piece away? Yeah, you want to say you're one player away? Yeah, that's Larry Bird in his prime. Maybe Wilt Chamberlain in his prime on defense.
Dude, I'm telling you, what team is a player away? I think it's the Knicks, man. I really do.
You've been pretty emotional about them recently on Twitter too.
I mean, they've been giving people a reason to hope. And here's the thing: they really just, if you upgraded, Bullock, say you got an upgrade over Reggie Bullock, and added Victor Oladipo, right? You add Victor Oladipo to that lineup. Rose has been great. You have Rose and Quickly at point guard. I don't even know what you do with Elfrid Payton. Maybe you just trade him away in the deal. But then you have Oladipo on the wing, along with RJ Barrett, and then you have Randall and Robinson, or Randall and Noel, whatever you want to do. That is a very good lineup. And look, the Knicks are already, on the path to getting into the playoffs, right? They're obviously not going to be a top seed right now, maybe, 8th place, 7th place, whatever, but they could definitely get to 5 they could get into a manageable position if they added a scorer on the wing like Oladipo. I would hope that it doesn't stunt the development and growth of RJ Barrett. That would be the big concern for me. But if they were able to do that, I think that, you're looking at a pretty good playoff team. You could have a good scorer on the wing like that. I don't think Fournier is the guy. They've been looking at Fournier. I don't think that's who you want to add. But, Oladipo for sure, depending on the price, could be great.
17-14. Justin Tucker delivering the lead for Baltimore right before the half. So if you guys are in our Tucker, I hardly know her contest, your boy here setting second place right now. 69
I don't understand
points.
it. I'm 79th place. I don't get how I'm not higher. I have Marlon Mack. I have Hines in the captain. I have Lamar Jackson. I guess it's Trey Burton. No catches for Trey Burton right now. That's my biggest problem.
And then also I have, Perry Campbell in the captain spot. And three catches, 63 yards. Yeah. He's got just under 14 points right now. So this could be just the latest win for me here in these free rolls. I don't know what I'm doing right, but clearly it's a lot. I've just been destroying the DK Sim fam on a consistent basis lately. Hello, peasants. But happy to be here with all of you. And Kenny Ducey, I think it was Reese's Did You Know over on Twitch saying you're in your Turkish prison right now.
How does this look like a Turkish prison? It's like a cabin.
I don't know. I haven't been in one.
The window back there. And this looks way nicer than my apartment. That's the crazy thing to me. If you wanted to point out, I look like I'm in a prison cell when there's brick behind me and a shoe rack, you go right ahead. But this is, to me, this is much nicer than my apartment.
It does look superb. And then I think, I don't think people can see it on the frame on YouTube, but right over your right shoulder, are those snowshoes hanging on the wall?
I believe they are, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Hawk, I've missed you. Good to have you here. Really, really love seeing everyone today. Perfect little mood boosting session here as Kenny is trying to balance focusing on this new opportunity where he's going to be writing a lot for NBC Sports for baseball. He's got multiple baseball fantasy leagues to focus on. He's dialed into the NBA trade deadline. He can't take his eyes off the Miami Open. Was there anything you'd like to share with us about what's cooking down on South Beach?
Not really much. I'm really excited for Aslan Karatsev, my new favorite player. He's risen up to 27 in the world rankings. He won Dubai. He, if you don't remember, was a qualifier for the Australian Open, went all the way to the semifinals before losing to Novak Djokovic. And he's just continued to play really well. He's looking really good. He beat Andrei Rublev last week, which was really impressive. And I'm expecting another long run here in the tournament for him. Looking forward to watching him play a little bit more. And
D-Rod on YouTube. Kenny, I think you're absolutely right with the New York Knicks. They have a great defense, but the team is one player away. But the team that is one player away, it's the Heat and the Denver Nuggets. Was that one player for the Nuggets going to be Aaron Gordon? I don't think so,
dude,
right?
What do you mean the Nuggets are one player? The Nuggets are the second best team in the West right now. Or why are they? They're not a player away. That's not a player away team. That's just a team that's fighting to get to the top. I wouldn't call them a player away. To me, the Knicks are a good team, and if they get the right player, they are a great team. You're not really. That's like the Nets adding Blake Griffin, or, I just feel like that's just you're helping out your team. You're getting a little bit better, but you're not a player away. What was the other team? The other team was interesting. The Heat. I do feel like the Heat could use maybe one more player to kind of get back to elite status. But again, though, you could have said that I don't think that people are correctly interpreting what a player away means. Like, Jimmy Butler was the player that they were away from, right? Like, that was a good core. They had a good core. They were a player away. They got Jimmy Butler. That's the player they were away. And then he elevated them to one of the best teams in the East. Like, that's what I mean about being a player away is, like, you have a good core. You got a good team. Now just get that one guy, that leader, that top scorer that's going to lead you there. And that is Jimmy Butler for the Heat. That was, I don't think they really need one. The Nuggets, their whole thing is like they have a lot of good. The Nuggets are like the Hawks from like a few years ago, where they just have a gazillion guys that hurt you, and then like they have a really strong two-man game. But yeah, like being a player away is like, that's like to me the Knicks right now, or maybe I don't know, I'm thinking about other ones. Maybe
how about being 8 likes away from the Century Club? Who wants to take us there? I need 8 of you right now. Over the north of 500 people hanging out with us. That's freaking epic and incredible, and I love every single one of you. Give me 8 of you to hammer that like button now. Let's get to 100. While my dude Kenny Ducey right now racking his brain about all of the information coming in with the NBA trade deadline at 3 o'clock this afternoon Eastern time. We're going to have an NBA trade deadline special here on the Dream Stream following the 4 o'clock sim. So probably around like 5:15 leading up to the kickoff of the 6 o'clock sim. All right, we got there, baby. Love you, DK Sim fam. Mean it. Lamarca goes, the Knicks are definitely a player away, ... That player being LeBron James.
Well, Lamarca is, I don't consider him a fan of the New York teams. So I don't think he should be trusted with that.
Okay.
I don't consider him a fan
right.
because he clearly hates his favorite teams. He hates the Jets. He hates the Knicks. This is the type of fan that I don't like to associate myself with. Matt's a great guy, but I don't agree with the way that he supports the Knicks and the Jets specifically. I'm not a Mets fan, okay? You know, the Mets have caused a lot of people a lot of pain. You can feel whatever you want about the Mets. I totally get that. And I don't really care. But like with my favorite teams, the Jets and the Knicks, like you got to be supportive. I don't think I've ever heard Matt say one positive thing about the Knicks or the Jets since I've known him. And that to me is where I draw the line. You know, I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah. Have you done a sim with Matt before?
No, I think I have. But the thing is, like, look, it's not just Matt. He is like a lot of people in New York who just hate the Jets and the Knicks, but they're big Jets and Knicks fans, you know? Like, people are just really pessimistic. That's not the type of fan that I am. You know, I like to actually root on my teams. I like to get excited. I like to live with the ups and the downs. And I will tell you, I am very... You all right?
No, there's a large siren. Very loud and large.
I can hear it.
Outside the apartment. Everything seems fine. You're zipping past it.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. Finish your thought. I'm sorry. By the way, the Colts converted on 4th and 1, 1st and goal.
Marlon Mack,
down to the 1. We'll see what happens here on 2nd and goal from the 1.
Yeah. But anyway, I definitely am really excited about the Jets. I mean, I think it's a fun time to be a Jets fan. I think that they are on the ascendancy. The thing is, they can't get any worse than they are right now. So that's why it's exciting, because they have a gazillion draft picks. They're in the mix. Naeem Hines, speaking of in the mix, let's go.
Bring it.
They got a good general manager. He had a good first draft. They got 4 first-round picks the next 2 years. They are in the mix for any single superstar that wants to find a new home. And they also have been signing incredible. They've had some incredible signings in free agency that no one is talking about. Vinny Curry was a great signing. Robert Saleh clearly is attracting a lot of great defensive players to that team. So I think that there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of reason to be excited. And it's very easy, right? It's very easy to say, oh, Jets suck because they had like 2 wins. But, you know, the real smart, cerebral NFL fans will realize that they're set up for every team sucks before they're good. As you know, Emerson, how bad was Boston sports before they won a gazillion championships? So bad. Red Sox didn't win a World Series for 100 years, or almost 100 years. And, you know, you had the Patriots were garbage, right?
Yeah, really, it's been over the past like 2 decades plus when this place became title.
And then all of a sudden, zoom. The Yankees. You ever watch Seinfeld? The Yankees were awful, and then they were really good. It always happens. So sports are a cycle. You just got to live with the ups and downs. Unless you're a Browns fan, there's no reason for you to believe that your favorite team is not going to be good eventually. There, once upon a time, we're crapping on the Orlando Magic. Once upon a time, they were a really good team. They had a top pick by the name of Dwight Howard. They were going to, you know, they were going to the playoffs. They went to the Eastern Conference Finals. Like, that's why, you know, I mean, I talk a lot of smack about a lot of fan bases, but like at the end of the day, you have to know in your mind that the teams you're talking smack about are eventually going to come around and be good again. So it's, again, unless there's a really bad organization like Sacramento Kings, New York Mets, even the Mets are good now though, but because they changed owners, but every team comes back around.
LaMarcus says the Knicks have been basically the worst run team in the league for 2 decades.
That's exactly that's so stupid. That's just so wrong. They were the second best team in the East. They went to the playoffs. They had a Hall of Famer leading their team. That is just so, like, that is why New York fans are so ungrateful, because they don't appreciate the good years. Like, the Jets have had 3 really solid years in the last, I would say, 10 or 12 years, right? They went to back-to-back AFC championship games. They had the year where Ryan Fitzpatrick led them to the doorstep of the playoffs and then had the worst game of his life, and he should never, ever, 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 ever be forgiven for it. Like, that, so, like, because the Knicks were bad, you know, in the years around them, doesn't mean that they were the worst run team in the league. They still put together a really solid team for 3 years there. They peaked as the number 2 seed in the East. And now, look at where they are right now. They finally have good people running that team, and it just sometimes takes a while. James Dolan made the decision that he didn't want to have autonomy over player decisions because he knew he was bad at it. He finally admitted it. And that's why he hired Phil Jackson. And Phil Jackson didn't work out. And no one could have seen that coming. So he moved on. He tried to hire Scott Perry, and then he realized, like, these things take a little while. You don't always hit right away on your replacement, on the guy that's going to fix it. But the organization's philosophy has changed. And here, you know, and here we go with the Knicks. Now they're finally looking good again. Now they're a player away.
The deuce is loose, says Peace of Mind. Mockingjay 2020. Yeah, the Buccaneers were a bad organization until last year.
That's
LOL.
right. The laughing stock of the league.
I saw Dolan already has kicked a fan out. The fans were just welcome back in. He's already kicked a fan out for wearing a Ban Dolan t-shirt.
Did he really, or is that a joke?
Yeah. No. I'm dead serious. You can Google it right now. I think it was like yesterday or the day before.
That is absolutely fantastic. That is hilarious.
Okay, so many people are blowing up my Instagram, my Twitter inbox. I have like 100 emails right now. Yeah, that's me, DK-Elazia, in first place in the free roll guys in the Tucker I Hardly Know Her contest. So thank you very much for recognizing that.
Oh, you know, everyone's just letting me know that I'm so good at my own contest.
I'm sitting here. I'm focused on you, buddy. Or not, gosh,
hey,
I didn't mean to do that.
You should be focused on me. Watch your back, because I'm in 15th place, man. I'm coming for you in this 4th quarter.
Seriously, I'm listening to you because I'm enjoying our time spent together today. I'm not paying attention to the contest, so thank God the DK Sim fam is like letting me know how great everything is working out, at least through 3 quarters.
Aim Hines turns out to be the right captain, after all. To this point,
I feel like now saying the B word around you, I feel like I'm doing something awful, and I feel so guilty. Because I do consider you a friend, and I don't want to do that.
Good.
Yeah, Darth Gator. UCF sucked the longest time and won a natty. Hell yeah. 2017 rotator
The Jaguars.
chip. Love that about
the Jaguars. And then they were good.
The Jaguars too. Yeah, he
Jalen
mentioned
Ramsey,
Jags. Jags have made it to a couple AFC Championship games, you know. Good to go. Let's go 1st and 10. We're in the 4th quarter from the 27. 21-17. Colts are leading right now. Battle of the new Colts and the old Colts. David G, good to have you here, dude. Thanks to everyone showing us some love here on the stream. Coming up next, after this epic duo of Kenny Ducey and Emerson Lotzi and Daniel on the 1s and 2s and Tate and the ops team and producer Madison. Ooh, big drop-off. Kaufman and Zach, Cowboys at the Vikings at 2 o'clock. Well, Kaufman's good dude to have with you leading up to the NBA trade deadline at 3 o'clock. I'm sure it'll be a lot of Zach while Kaufman is tweeting and focusing on all the last-minute deals being made. 1st down, 3rd and inches. Now 1st and 10 coming up from the 13 for DOS Ravens. Ha! That's so Ravens.
That's so Ravens. I say that sometimes.
I know you do.
Randomly.
I know
I'll
you
be
do.
Like, that's so Raven. I never even
Really?
watched that show. Yeah.
I saw it like a few,
saying
a few times. I think by the time that show came around, I was on to bigger and better things like Are You Afraid of the Dark and those kind of programs.
Yeah. Or just being awesome.
Yeah, you should break that out next time you're in the Manny role, and the kids do something silly. Just be like, oh my God, little Timmy. That's so Ravens.
Gonna do it today.
Dude, please do. Please do. And put it on your Instagram. I need to see more from you.
Oh, someone's coming.
It's the roomie.
Sorry, I
Chillin'.
scared for you. Someone just snuck up on you.
Help me! You can catch my murder live on the Dream Stream. Oh, man. Hey, we'd go viral. Good for us.
Emerson Lotzi, Kenny Ducey, and the convicts.
Lamar into the end zone. His 2nd rushing touchdown, 3rd total in this game. Ravens back on top. There's nothing this Dream Stream needs more right now than me being destroyed and murdered. Like, whatever helps the team.
Jeez, Emerson. Whatever I can do to help the stream, even if it means dying.
Ashley Edwards really wanted Hollywood Brown in that situation. Instead, it was Lamar deciding to tuck it and run it himself.
So yeah, here's the thing: you can't fade Lamar. You just can't do it. There's a reason why he's super chalky. Just 9 times out of 10, so you're gonna catch that 1 time out of 10. Actually, I'd say 19 times out of 20. You're gonna catch that 1 time out of 20 where he has a bad game and you're lucky, but you want to play the numbers, you don't fade Lamar. I will say that I did not have Lamar in my captain spot, and I'm paying the price right now. I'm paying dearly.
I don't think you necessarily need him in your captain spot to win this thing. Yeah, I think you need him in your lineup. But for example, yours truly, absolute genius move, 4 catches, 72 yards for Paris Campbell. And the Colts here are going to be throwing the football, fingers crossed, on this upcoming series because they're down 3 with under 5 minutes to play. So the Blazers just traded for Norm Powell. Did anyone mention that? Did I miss that? Or am I breaking news here?
I don't think you missed that. I think that's right.
Okay. Edwards didn't chime in. I should have benched T.Y. Yeah, we're talking in the real world. T.Y., he's going to be back in Indianapolis. But yeah, in this game, bit of a bummer right now. Trying to find a roster with him on it. Does not have a whole lot. I can't confirm that. Here we go. 1 catch, 11 yards. He was 32% owned. He was $9,600 to roster. 3.1% in the captain spot. Talking about our free roll. Ooh.
Ooh.
Did you see that? What Daniel on the ones and twos just dropped into Slack? Do you want to go ahead and read that? Because it involves
Was it about the Knicks?
Yeah.
I think I know what he said.
Yeah.
I saw some people in the chat joking about Terrence Ferguson. Yeah.
Okay, how do we feel? Titletown?
Don't even know who that is, to be honest. Terrence Ferguson.
Well, he's got an opportunity then to prove himself to you.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really need it. They don't really need Terrence Ferguson. So this game's a good one.
Yeah. If you're just tuning in, Kenny, it is not too shabby. So it's 24-21. Let me just get you updated on everything. Lamar Jackson's got 3 total touchdowns, 2 on the ground. Had 1 to Hollywood Brown back in the first quarter. Who do we have for the Colts? It's like been a running back stack kind of day. So if you decide to do that, is it Hines has a rushing touchdown, I think, a receiving touchdown, and Mack has a rushing touchdown.
Yep. A big game for Marlon Mack.
Yeah, so Mack right now, 36% owned. You preached it in the pregame show here. It was $3,400.
That's right.
He's got you just under 11 points, which is enough, to say, okay, let me go ahead and just roster this dude. That makes sense. He averages just under 8 points a game, and he's a guy who could get you a touchdown here and there. I know last game out 4 points, but then 12 and 10, had almost 10. This is that power back. Doesn't get you a whole lot of yards, but very touchdown dependent.
But he got one today.
Yes, he did. And early on, that a first down? Jackson completes it.
Boykin.
I almost put him in my lineup as like a punt play.
He sure is a punt. Remember there was a time in Simland where Miles Boykin had something like he had like 5 straight games of 15 points or something. He was like the Sim hero. That was like when I started in The Sims.
I remember that. You were so young and innocent, and we were together for the first time. I said, I really like this guy. I like his passion. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. Your passion really, really runs deep in many things.
That was my first ever sim, was with you.
I'll never forget that day.
Great baptism.
God bless you. 2nd and 9. Under 3 minutes to play here in the fourth quarter. With the DOS Ravens leading by 3 points. Lamar's X factor is lit up. That dude is straight up dialed in. Another first down. The Guru 805, don't pull a Kenny Emerson and be chewing in the mic. I have not been chewing anything.
Also, what have I been chewing? I have no food here. People just like to create reasons to be mad at me because I think they enjoy it so much that eventually they're like, well, now we have to find new ways.
No, I think the Guru has just pointed out in the past that there have been times where you have been caught chewing, maybe not when you're on camera, but people can hear it because you have a great microphone. So even if you're just sitting there, sucking on a fruit roll up or, a granola bar or something, people can hear it. And I'm lucky enough to be able to see it when it happens in the little Zoom box. But I have not seen him eat anything today, guys.
I have not eaten anything. I actually haven't eaten anything all day. I think I'm going to have either a nice bowl of cereal after this.
Ooh. Or, what are you thinking?
Honey Nut Cheerios, I think.
Great. Awesome. Love it. And Honey Nut Cheerios is very similar for me in my eyes when I go to like Frosted Flakes. Cut bananas up,
you know what? Up here, I got 2 boxes of cereal. The first box was Honey Nut Cheerios. The second box was Frosted Flakes.
Oh my God. Two great cereals.
Unreal that you just mentioned Frosted Flakes.
Yep. They kind of fall. They're almost like, some people would describe them as like plain Jane, but they're so like simple and been around for so long, the longevity, like they're good because they consistently deliver. May not be the cereal you eat like all the time. Like I get into the crazy sugar stuffed cereals a lot, but those guys kind of bring me back down to earth, like a good palate cleanser. And both, again, this morning I said I cut up a banana in my Frosted Flakes, added some blueberries, packed a punch, antioxidants all freaking day long. Did you see the Cinnamon Toast Crunch debacle? The shrimp tails?
Amazing.
Incredible, right? Incredible. Yeah. And I said to myself, the whole lead was buried. No one cares about the tails being in your Cinnamon Toast Crunch. That it may not even be real. And if it is, it's going to take a lot more for me to stop eating Cinnamon Toast Crunch. The lead was buried. This dude, who I guess is a comedian, podcaster, I don't know, I don't care. He's married to freaking Topanga. He's married to Topanga from Boy Meets World. That's when the story got interesting. Colts are out of timeouts. Baltimore, 2nd and goal from the 8. They were in the victory formation, and I guess, what do we have here? A little false start. Delay game.
How about you listen to me? I said delay game.
Well, there's a delay. You know, the same delay that you blame cheating and rock, paper, scissors on. I didn't hear you say it at first.
Okay, sure. That kind of broadcast. All right.
No. Turn that frown upside down, chinchilla.
Well, I'm 43rd.
CJ asks, was that really Walmart that responded to your post about the Cosmic Brownies cereal the other day? It was yesterday, yeah. I said, it was
really Walmart.
It really was. It was the verified Walmart account. They said, we may have to get in line for this too, because there's that Little Debbie's Cosmic Brownie cereal. It's supposed to be hitting shelves. I think they go to Walmart first. I said, I'm going to be camping out for this. Walmart says, okay, we want some of that. I said, well, let's pitch a tent together, Walmart. Let's do that. And Walmart hasn't responded yet. So I think our conversation was very short-lived.
That's your ball game. This was not short-lived. It was a good sim. It was a better conversation. Unfortunately for me, I came in 43rd place. But I did roster the player of the game, which was
what?
Nyheim Hines.
That's your player of the game? Krusty Kaufman player of the game?
He is, because he was the second best player. I don't want to give it to the obvious Lamar Jackson. I think you could give it to Lamar Jackson almost every single sim. Yeah, Hines was the guy you had to stack up with Jackson. He had 2 touchdowns, which to me was huge, considering I think they both came in the second half. So, shout out to Nyheim Hines. The LVP of this one has to be Trey Burton. He was super popular. He was $7,400 in the flex. He had 2 catches for 15 yards. Some people had some great lineups despite Trey Burton, but still, there was a lot of great players in this one. Ingram, I don't expect a lot out of Ingram. I expect him to flop a lot. I think a lot of other people who roster him do as well. and he wasn't really popular. But Trey Burton was a big disappointment in this one. He is my least favorite player, least valuable player, whatever, in the game.
Ray says, first in the free roll, suck it, Emerson. No problem. Yeah, Ray's 34. If scores hold right now, and Tate behind the scenes double checking everything, finalizing scores manually behind the scenes. We love you, Tate.
Thanks,
yeah,
Tate.
you would hold on. For some reason, my lineup decided to crap itself in the fourth quarter, and I have slid down to 8. When we talk, though, free roll, what's some dollars up for grabs, dude? Currently, right now, a 6-way tie for first place. And if that holds, and you're one of those 6 human beings, you'd get $14.
All right. It's pretty good on a free investment.
You're pretty good.
Thank you. Appreciate that. This was a good broadcast. Good save.
Yeah, this was. I had a lot of fun with you, and I know you're a busy dude the rest of the day. You're on Manny duties.
That's right.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Kenny's on Manny
duty.
duties.
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. Oh my God.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
Well, his significant other is a nanny, and then sometimes she wants to get away from the kids, and he slides in. Yeah, I think it's a test because she wants to possibly start a family with Kenny, but she's probably double thinking that.
Emerson's a smart guy.
All right. Well, I hope everyone, thank you very much. Kaufman and Zach coming up at 2:00. Cowboys at the Vikings. NBA trade deadline at 3:00. NBA trade deadline show here on the Dream Stream after the 4:00 sim. Everybody have fun. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm excited to see everyone back here tomorrow at noon. Kenny, I love you. Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Tate from the ops team. Producer Madison. What a time to be alive. I'm going to go take my dog out now. Dogs. Plural.
All right.
Puppies. Peace.
See you guys.
What's going on, DK Sim fam? How are you? A distracted Adam Kaufman, along with Zach Thompson, Professor Z. That is because the NBA trade deadline is 1 hour away, unless, of course, nobody told us it was actually at 1 o'clock, because that's when all the flurry of moves
It's true.
Eastern time seemed to happen, and then nothing over the last hour. So we will keep you posted on what does happen over the next hour in front of us. But in the meantime, it is great to be here with you, and of course, a Madden simulation coming our way. Lineups have locked, so we can jump into, I don't, for whatever reason, foolishly, Zach, I called it the early bird special. I guess I was tired. It's the Madden matinee. We'll hit the NBA trade deadline before the end of this sim free roll. How are you, and what do you have?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Excited to see this sim as we do approach that NBA trade deadline. I'm sure there'll be plenty to talk about that, and then pre-lock live following us, where you can get all the experts' take on it with Chirag coming up right after this sim. They'll break down all the moves and who's got who and how that's going to help them or not as we get ready for the playoff run. So it should be a lot of fun. In this sim, I went pretty chalky with my captain. I don't see how you can not go with Dalvin Cook. He's just been so good in these sims. So that is where I started. He's just a beast. I mean, he's got 69 touchdowns in 56 sims. So doing the math real quick, yeah, he's good. Dalvin Cook, definitely my captain here. And then I did go with Zeke and Amari Cooper and Michael Gallup from the Cowboys in my flex spots. And then kind of to save some salary, because those are some high-priced guys. But then also just because he's been pretty decent, I went with Dan Bailey, the kicker for the Vikings. We are indoors here in Minnesota. And then finish things out with Justin Jefferson, the wide receiver 3, who usually gets a catch or two, not nearly as good in the sims as he was in real life, but that'll be something we can look forward to correcting as we get updated rankings. But who did you go with?
Yeah, I think Madden 21, Justin Jefferson is going to be much different than Madden 22, Justin Jefferson, especially with regard to the depth charts, never mind the abilities and ratings and all that stuff. I, like you, did the math, carry the one. Yep, Dalvin Cook turns out pretty good captain, which is why about 40% of people have him in that slot, and he is 90% owned in our smaller free roll with 178 entries. He is my captain as well. Along
you can't
with
fade him.
No, you just can't. I mean, some people did, obviously, as contrarian plays, but you can't in your right mind fade Dalvin Cook. He doesn't have bad sims. That being said, he'll probably go for 7 points today. Ezekiel Elliott, Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup, CD Lamb, Dallas, and then Justin Jefferson's the only one I've got there on the Minnesota side, outside of, obviously, Cook.
All right, so we both have Cook and Jefferson. Run down your Cowboys one more time there.
Zeke, Cooper, Gallup, Lamb.
Okay, so we are exactly the same, except I have Dan Bailey and you have CD Lamb.
Okay. See how it plays out. It's not easy to fade Dak, but just,
that was the one I was stuck on too.
Yeah, it pretty much may be for you as well. I mean, I guess some people could look at it and say, do I want Zeke or do I want Dak? For me, it was more of a, do I want Dak or do I want Cooper? And, ultimately, roster Amari, we'll see what happens. He is only 29% owned. Dak, I'm guessing, is probably a bit more popular. 36%, yep.
And look who starts it off. Dalvin Cook.
There you go. Big
surprise.
Is he
the best running back in all of Madden 21?
I think he is the best running back in all of Madden 21. And not only that,
I agree.
If we get into I know it's not the season yet, right? Especially with everything going on in the NBA. We got a ways to go with regard to fantasy football outlook for next season. But would Dalvin Cook be your number 1 pick in a draft right now? I mean, he's got to be. He's got to be close to it if he's not there.
Yeah, he'd definitely be right there at the top. I haven't done a full ranking set yet, but he'd be in the conversation. Kind of depends on how you feel about Carolina and what they do at quarterback, whether you might consider Christian McCaffrey in that spot.
I think that would be difficult coming off the injuries.
Yeah, well, they got rid of Mike Davis. Mike Davis moved on. So I guess I would still consider him in that top spot. Who else would you be looking at? Maybe Alvin Kamara?
Alvin Kamara is who I was just going to say, yeah. Saquon Barkley, if you believe he's going to be healthy.
Well, you can't throw McCaffrey out for his injuries.
No,
and
no,
then not also.
I'm putting them in the same. I wouldn't go with either
Okay.
one of them. I'd go with Cook over both. But I think if you can include
Yeah,
one, you include the other.
Yep, I would agree with that. I would agree that those are the names for sure that are going to be in that discussion. And I think Dalvin Cook, my concern would be his team, and specifically his quarterback, who just missed that receiver by a wide margin. What they do this offseason and what they have offensively around Kirk Cousins, whether that offense is going to be good enough to make Cook the top player in all of fantasy. He's definitely in the discussion, I think, but we'll have to see kind of how the rest of the off season plays out as we get ready for draft season, which is a whole nother thing.
Jerem on Twitch says it's not even close. Cook is won by far. That ball is completed out to the 15. Kirk Cousins able to pick up a few yards there.
I'm not sure if it's one by far, because I think it would be Cook and Kamara probably 1 and 1, 1 and 1A, 1-2, whatever. And then right behind them, you've probably got the two guys coming back from injury, McCaffrey and Barkley. At least those would be where I would start.
2nd and 6, so you have the sharp pickup, obviously, to get the first down, and a few more there to get us out to the 11. We are still scoreless, but of course, Minnesota is threatening. Must be going with Kamara number 1. Some people shouting out Aaron Jones. That's interesting.
I would not take him number 1 overall. Nope. Even though he got paid, I mean,
sure,
good for him.
Derrick Henry is.
Derrick Henry,
but
PPR.
Before you even respond to that, stick here. He's talking about Madden. He said, I think Madden, Barkley, or Derrick Henry are better than Dalvin Cook.
Okay, yeah. Madden, Derrick Henry catches. I don't agree with it, but Madden, Derrick Henry does catch a lot more passes than real life Derrick Henry. And I think that makes him a better Madden player than he is in real life as far as fantasy production goes. But I would still rank Cook ahead of both of them in Madden.
Freak of Nature says tons of energy in this sim. Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman. We got producer Mads, Daniel, our technical director, Cobra K, Tate in game ops holding down the fort. 31-yard field goal try on the way. As we have a trade, we also have a field goal that's good. This one is going to underwhelm you. Toronto is dealing guard Matt Thomas to the Jazz for a future second-round pick. So, again, small move, very small move.
I mean, not great. I guess it could be great, but it's not a big trade either way.
So let me run down the trades that have happened so far. I'm going to go from, I don't know, descending order. Would that be the right way? I will do the most recent last. Okay, I'm going to start with what happened last night. Pistons dealt DeLon Wright to the Kings for Corey Joseph and a couple of second-round picks. And then first trade of the day today, you had the Cavaliers dealing JaVale McGee back to the Nuggets for Isaiah Hartenstein, or 9, I'm really not sure, and a couple of future protected second-round picks. Then you started to get into the good stuff. Magic, Nikola Vucevic, and forward Al-Farouq Aminu went to the Bulls in exchange for Wendell Carter Jr., Otto Porter Jr. As long as you have a junior in your name, you are available in that deal.
Junior.
It's possible that Otto Porter gets waived and hits the buyout market, but in the meantime, we include him in this deal, obviously, Carter and Porter, and 2 first-round picks to Orlando. And then, about an hour after that, Aaron Gordon wound up moving to the Nuggets, not the Celtics, the Nuggets, for Gary Harris, R.J. Hampton, and Denver's first-round pick in 2025. The Wizards, of course, well, I shouldn't skip the other big Magic deal, of course, Evan Fournier. It was a full rebuild, full blow-up there in Orlando with the 3-headed monster all gone. Evan Fournier goes to Boston for what is reportedly a couple of second-round picks, and then he gets absorbed into the trade player exception acquired in the Gordon Hayward deal with Charlotte, although official terms, if I'm not mistaken, for that deal are not out yet. Because the Celtics, there's going to have to be a corresponding move, whether it's a guy thrown into that deal from Boston who they would cut anyway, or Celtics are just going to have to move someone else. But I don't think we have the final details on that just yet. I'll also add, according to Shams Charania, the Raptors seriously engaged with the Lakers and Heat on a Kyle Lowry move.
And I actually just saw, hold on, we started this with the Thomas trade.
Yep.
And John Hollinger on Twitter has said that it feels to him like that is a prelude to a Lowry move, because it does send a player out without one coming back, because it's a player for a pick. So if you're doing a 3-for-1 or 4-for-1 Lowry trade, that could be Thomas related. So just an interesting note there from Hollinger. Go ahead.
Well, we know that he is not, and that is Kyle Lowry going to Philadelphia because they acquired George Hill from the Thunder.
Seems like not the same guy, though. But
nope, not remotely. Tony Bradley, Terrence Ferguson, 2 future second-round picks. Austin Rivers will head to OKC as part of the 3-way deal. Ferguson to the Knicks. The Kings dealt Nemanja Bjelica to the Heat for Mo Harkless and Chris Silva. Wizards
Sneaky
dealt
move for the Heat. I like that move for the
Wizards traded Troy Brown and Mo Wagner to the Bulls for Daniel Gafford and Chandler Hutchinson. I actually happen to like Wagner a lot. The Raps sent Norman Powell to the Blazers. Good deal for Portland there.
Very nice.
Clint, Rodney Hood going the other way. And that's everything that's happened so far. But again, this thing could really pick up again in about a half hour ahead of the 3 p.m. Eastern trade deadline. But any huge takeaways for you, other than obviously, pouring one out for producer Madison, the Magic fan, who, sees Vooch, 48, and Gordon all leave, within about an hour of each other?
Yeah, Orlando fire sale going on down there. Zeke to the end zone.
Nothing fireable about that offense. Ezekiel Elliott, long 40-yard touchdown for the first Dallas points of this game.
Dallas on the board and in the lead. Yeah, I mean, I think Portland's probably the big gain that I've seen from all those moves. I mean, I like some of them. I like the Bjelica to the Heat. I like, obviously on a much smaller scale, but I like that one. And I like Aaron Gordon to the Nuggets. I think is a solid move for them. A very good defender. I think he gets overlooked sometimes as a defender. He can help Denver with their defense. We still don't know exactly what that Nuggets team is going to look like, but I do not a lot of playoff success yet for them, but their move intrigues me. But to me, the big winner is Portland adding Powell. I think that is a huge boost to them. Just gives them a third scorer, albeit another guard, so that they stay very guard heavy, but can go kind of small now. And it'll be interesting to see where they land, just because so much is still up in the air with seeding and play-in tournaments, and the Western Conference is going to be a wild finish, especially when you talk about the Lakers now, who are without their stars. So they're going to end up they could even end up in that play-in tournament or just clear of it. So seeds and matchups out there are going to be wild. So having upgrading both Portland and Denver, definitely trying to take advantage, I think, and move up the standings by making these trades ahead of the deadline, which is now 47 minutes away.
But who's counting?
You and me.
Yeah.
Among a whole lot of other people.
Yeah, exactly. Keeping a close eye on things. As things break, we will, no matter what we're talking about, we will cut in and give you all that. So Cobra K, our man Tate, says, Koff, as a Bulls fan, how should I feel about the Vooch trade? Honestly, I respect that Chicago's kind of, making a real run here, especially if, depending on what happens with Lauri Markkanen, and there were some reports, some chatter earlier today that they might go after Lonzo Ball. I do appreciate what Chicago is trying to do. That being said, I kind of like the trade for both sides. I feel like it's sort of a win-win. I think it's an odd pairing, Vooch and Markkanen, which it leads me to believe Markkanen is gonna go. I don't see them really coexisting very well in the front court. And that, I guess, as a Bulls fan, if you're thinking about the now versus the future, that would be a little depressing. Like, you'd rather have Markkanen at 23 or however old he is to build around versus Vooch, who's got a year or two left on that deal, and he's already 30 years old, and he doesn't defend particularly well. He certainly can't stop an Embiid or somebody like that.
No.
Mind Giannis, guys of that ilk. He can score, he can rebound, he'll put up some numbers. But yeah, if you're looking for him to impact things on that side of the floor, I wouldn't bet on it. Orlando side, as we get to the quarter break here, 7-3 Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a reasonable return, actually. Bringing in Wendell Carter and just trying to reboot this situation. But I don't know. I mean,
it is a hard reboot going on there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're it seriously dates back to Shaq and Penny. If you're a Dwight did get him to the finals. I won't totally disrespect that, but since then, for sure, Cousins 60 passing, Prescott 30. If you're a Bulls fan, it's hard to be elated. Like, you bring in a name, you bring in a talent, and he's certainly the biggest name that has moved so far, and that'll change when Lowry eventually goes. But still a good addition. Doesn't it's more upside than downside.
I would agree.
Cook 31 on the ground. Zeke, who had 40 on one play, has 46. See there.
Receiving numbers. Jefferson is the leading receiver right now on both our teams. 1 catch for 31 yards. The only player with multiple catches is Michael Gallup, 2 catches for 13 yards. He's also on our team, actually, with Tajay Sharp, Kyle Rudolph, and Amari Cooper also all on the board with their first catch of the day. CeeDee Lamb, the one guy in your lineup who's not in mine, he dropped his only catch, his only pass, his direction. Dropped it.
Where can you find a reliable set of Madden AI hands? That's what I want to know.
Threw it right on the ground. Yep. And I have, instead of him, I have Dan Bailey, who kicked a field goal.
So let's see. Shams Charania, the holdup on both teams. Which team is he talking about? I'm assuming the Lakers with regard to Kyle Lowry. Oh, okay. Yeah. So for Kyle Lowry in general, the holdup from both teams is the inclusion of Taylor Horton Tucker from the Lakers and Tyler Hero from the Heat. I do wonder if Hero winds up moving today. That was something I was reading a little bit about earlier.
Yeah, I know. Definitely a name people are interested in getting from Miami. If Miami's bringing in a big name, that'll be one of the names that the team wants coming back their direction.
Jared says Celtics just haven't peaked yet.
That hopefully is true, because if they have peaked, we in trouble.
It's a real problem. Kirk Cousins completes that pass, good for a first. And is that Rudolph? It is. Kyle Rudolph picks up that catch out to 33. I certainly have thoughts on what's going on with the Celtics, but I want to kind of reserve judgment a little bit until at least we get to the end of the trade deadline.
Okay. I'll give you 43 minutes. Then.
Well, right, exactly. And maybe even a little bit after as deals trickle in, right?
Yeah, exactly. They do that sometimes for sure. Although usually you have at least an idea, right? Like usually it's like, we're not sure if this one's going to get done or not. And then you find out it did get done. It's not usually a deal that comes totally out of left field.
No, I mean, I will say latest reports that are out there, like Mark Murphy of the Boston Herald tweeted a little bit ago saying that it didn't sound like, at least as of now, the Celtics were close on anything else after Fournier and after they struck out with Aaron Gordon, trying to get him in a larger package before he went to Denver. And apparently,
more Kyle Rudolph,
again, reports the reason that fell through was an unwillingness to give up Marcus Smart. I know I see some slander on Marcus Smart in the chat. I do, and in this house we do not slander Marcus Smart, but I get it. He's a polarizing figure. I mean, there's no more polarizing Celtics player currently than Marcus Smart, and he might be the most polarizing athlete in all of Boston sports currently, quite frankly. I'm not sure I can think of one who would knock him off that pedestal. That being said, I do not give up Marcus Smart for Aaron Gordon. No, nobody likes N'Keal Harry. He's not polarizing at all. People just want him done.
That's true.
I heard people on the radio yesterday, if you can get a 6th round pick for N'Keal Harry, you do it. You get rid of this guy. Take him for a bag of balls.
Yeah, I feel like Cam, nobody really high on Cam either, so it might be Marcus Smart.
Varder, by the way, says, did you say Kyle Lowry was traded to the Sixers? Couldn't tell if the game noise was drowning y'all out. It's loud. Well, I'm sorry. We can take a look at our volume controls, but no, I did not say that. In fact, I said Kyle Lowry is not going to the Sixers. That we know because they acquired George Hill. So that's
reports have been that they are no longer in talks with Toronto. Toronto kind of tearing things down a little bit, whether they move Lowry or not after trading Powell away. It seemed that a Lowry deal at least likely to happen. We'll see in the next 40 minutes. We got a touchdown.
There, Tajay Sharp, touchdown.
Tajay Sharp. Another name who I actually haven't heard any recent rumors on, but the reports were that he was going to move today is Victor Oladipo. Have you heard anything on him today?
I haven't seen anything new on that. Yeah, that was really picking up steam even late into the day yesterday. It just seemed like an inevitability there, Houston trying to get rid of him, but nothing so far.
Yeah, he participated in Rockets practice today, but nothing really stirring except for that.
Here's one, Shams Charania. It's not a done deal, but progress. The Hawks and Clippers are in serious talks on a deal to send Rajon Rondo to L.A.
Rondo!
Back to L.A., albeit to the other team in the building. I think that would be, without knowing specifics, obviously, of any trade, just in general and looking at the Clippers and their needs, I think that would be a great get for Los Angeles. Rajon Rondo, the vet, journeyman, playoff experience, multiple time champ, he would be a terrific addition for that team.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that they're, and he's not really. I mean, the Hawks are still not at the point where they need a veteran point guard. He hasn't been much for them, but would seem to be a really nice pickup for the Clippers, who could use that element. And yeah, Woj confirming that those talks are ongoing right now on Twitter.
And he also notes 40 minutes. Until the
40
now.
minutes.
40 minutes.
Unrelated news from a totally different sport, but significant. Didn't want to have this get buried, but the White Sox with a big blow today. Eloy Jimenez will be out for a significant time due to a tendon rupture.
His Achilles, I believe, right? Apparently, he was trying to rob somebody of a homer. And that's the way that went
surgery
down.
Not confirmed yet, but likely, and he will be out for 5 to 6 months. So basically the entire season. The comp that I've seen flying around on Chicago Twitter specifically is Kyle Schwarber, who had an injury in spring training that kept him out the entire season, and then he returned in the playoffs. And I think that's kind of the hope at this point for Jimenez, who is a really exciting player to watch and a lot of fun. Hopefully he can get back healthy and contribute to an exciting
over too.
I know. It's a week from opening day and down he goes. So sad. That's sad, but see how they can overcome that. I like the White Sox this year, although that definitely does deal a blow to their playoff hopes.
Yogi Dead 444 says, "Hi friends, what's going on besides Vulture Thursday? LOL. We shall see." ZTAK Mads, Danny Boy, Cobra K, all hanging out with you. It's 10-7 Minnesota, Dallas with the ball. It was funny. I was doing a Jag sim. I guess it would have been yesterday, and I couldn't help but think about you because now, even when you're not there doing the sim with me,
Cousin Chris,
I have been calling Thompson Cousin Chris.
I love it.
Yeah. I like it. And if not Cousin Chris, it's Zach's Cousin Chris.
There you go.
Yeah, just to really go full circle with it.
I appreciate that. I really do have a cousin named Chris.
It's not
but
Chris
it's
Thompson.
not that one.
Is it Chris Thompson or is he of a different last name?
Nope, it is, but not
an NFL player.
Not the NFL player, no. Again, at least not that I know of. They don't look anything alike. I can't confirm.
that much is certain. Prescott, incomplete. Completely unrelated to everything we've been talking about, but I do.
Cool.
But I do tend to bring up movies and TV from time to time, as the people know. You know what show I started watching yesterday? It's an old show. It's not new. It's like me falling down like the Psych rabbit hole or the West Wing, like that type of thing. I started watching last night, people have mentioned it in the chat before, and I've just never gotten around to it. I started watching it, and now I don't know how I ever existed without this in my life, is Blue Mountain State.
I'm not familiar with that at all. What is that?
It's a football show. It's very raunchy. I honestly have no idea where it aired back when it was originally on. If it was even on, I mean, it had to have been on like Comedy Central or something like that, because it's
okay.
I mean, it's vulgar. In a good way. I'm not complaining. I just mean it's like it wasn't airing on ABC. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
One of those shows. But
you're not watching it with your kids. Is that what you're saying?
You're definitely, that is not a family program. Never mind not watching with your kids. I'm not even sure you watch it with your wife.
Oh, okay.
It's just that kind of. Okay, Spike TV, says Connor. So that makes sense to me. That makes a lot of sense. BW Park says, "Oh wow, I watched that so long ago." Yeah, I guess it only went for a few seasons. I just started it last night, and so I'm only a couple deep. But it is a funny show. It's a good show. Tater Hater. Blue Mountain State. What year is it? I know it was on like 2006, or
okay.
Maybe even a little more recent than that. But it's an old show, but very enjoyable. If anyone is looking for something to binge on Amazon Prime, you can find it there.
There you go.
Safety range, but Cook will have none of it. Goes out, picks up 5, gets to the 7.
Vikings do have the lead still, and now they have the ball with a chance to extend that lead before halftime.
The main character in the show, too, and I can't think of his real name. I've never seen him in anything else. He's got a real he's got Alex Moran on the show, Jacob notes. He's got a real Ryan Reynolds vibe to him.
Okay.
A real like Ryan Reynolds in Van Wilder kind of feel. Basically the same dude, except a football player, backup quarterback specifically.
So the backup is the main character.
Yeah. It's a different kind of show for sure. I mean, there are a few main characters, but he's really the central one.
Gotcha.
Ensemble cast, if you will. 3rd and 6 from the 7.
As would be typical of a football show.
Yes, as you would expect. 7-yard pickup, good for a first, and a timeout here on the field. 10-7 once again as we are in the final minute of the opening half. Monitoring all things NBA trade deadline.
Yeah, the Jimenez injury is a left pectoral tendon, so not an Achilles tendon, a pec tendon, which seems even more painful.
Yeah, I'm not. I guess that makes a little more sense too. Suffering an injury like that while trying to rob somebody of a home run based on
like trying to reach over
to do that exactly.
Yeah. I mean, maybe not more painful. I don't know. Either way, it doesn't sound great. I'll pass on both.
Not interested.
Yeah.
Although it's probably, do you think an injury like this is such a stupid question? Do you think an injury like that one, or I always love Zach's face when he knows I'm going to ask something dumb. Like you can just see it. This is
all right. Go ahead.
Who would win between a Dolphin and the Falcon all over again? If it actually was an Eagle in that case. Timeout. If is that like an Achilles injury or a pectoral injury, something like that? Is that like the barometer for, like people always say, like, I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy. Is that where like the line is? Because I could see wishing that upon somebody who you really don't like, but something much worse than that.
Really?
Something much worse than that, probably not, right? So like, where's the line?
I think I would draw the line before that. I wouldn't wish that on anybody either, but
you're just a nicer person than me.
I guess. I will say that if you made me choose between the two, I guess I'd take the pectoral tendon just because you can still move around. I mean, the Achilles is brutal because you can't move.
Right.
I thought that's where you were going. I thought you were going to ask which one I would choose. Which one is worse?
No, because we don't want either one of them. We already established that.
That's very true.
I would on both.
I'll pass.
Yeah.
Pass.
Nope,
As will
no thanks.
Eloy, I bet.
Now I kind of want to know from the chat, like where do you draw that line in terms of like, that's another thing too. Like it's not a disease. Like you heal from it, you get back to 100%.
Yeah.
It's a setback. It's a months-long setback is really what it is. And not to diminish it, like there's a lot of, like the rehab I'm sure is grueling. It's certainly a wild inconvenience in your day-to-day life. You can't, depending on what, like if it's maybe you can't drive, depending on what injury we're talking about, there are a lot of different things that are at play here.
Well, and with Jimenez, it's the swing, right? You worry about the swing.
Sure. I just think there are different, we could have some fun with that conversation. So 34 on the ground to Zeke's 52, a touchdown for Elliott as well. And let's see, Rudolph 4 for 52. You got a touchdown for Sharp, 3 for 48, 2 for 52 for Jefferson, 2 for 27 for Jarwin. And here we go. Oh,
here we
go. I didn't see that going.
Shams Charania.
Clippers are finalizing a deal to acquire Rajon Rondo from Atlanta for Lou Williams and 2 second-round picks. So I agree that Rondo is the guy that you would want over Williams in terms of who's going to be more prominent in your rotation, especially come the postseason. But at the same time, I didn't think they'd have to give up Williams in the process, especially knowing that, which guy gives you more on the offensive end of the floor. That's potentially a really important depth need in the postseason for the Clippers, losing Lou Will.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Hawks wanted Lou Will back. I would think that would not be, and maybe they didn't. Maybe that was who the Clippers said they got to take him. So,
yeah, let's see.
Interesting trade for sure. Williams going back to Atlanta for another stint with the Hawks. So Rondo back to LA.
Yeah, Lou Williams is a free agent after this year, so I bet that was the motivation for Atlanta.
Expiring.
Yeah, just get him and finish out the year, be done with it. Now, what's Rondo's contract, though? Does he have one more year after this one, or did he sign a one? No, I think
he just signed. I think it was
Atlanta, right?
A 2-year, I believe so.
Yeah, so I bet that was the motivation for the Hawks. Let's just get the expiring deal.
Get the expiring deal, move it off the books a little bit sooner, more space this upcoming offseason. Rondo goes back to a playoff contender in the West.
It's too bad for, good for the Clippers, good for Rondo. I think that's a good fit, like we said before when this thing was rumored. But, it really, going into the season, it looked like the Hawks had a really kind of compelling team on paper. And Rondo was going to be a great fit there, which is obviously what drew him there to sign the multi-year deal in the first place. But, just didn't work out.
No, and injuries did play a role in that, for sure. Bogdanovich going down and not really coming back fully yet. Part of the problem there in Atlanta. That was another one of their big offseason additions.
Mm-hmm. First and 10, and Dak picks up another. No third team, no Shams Charania. You've got, Lou Will to Atlanta, return to his home state of Georgia.
Couple
meanwhile,
or second round picks.
Second round picks, multiple second round picks. And this is it's not particularly noteworthy, but it is news, so I'll pass it along. Adam Schefter, the Chiefs are signing DeMarcus Robinson.
Schefter doesn't want to be left out.
Yeah. See everybody tweeting about news. Come on, man.
Gotta break something.
Got the chat. Anything happening in the chat here with the fam? Speaking of fam, did you see that our beloved Arizona Cardinals signed Malcolm Butler earlier today?
I did. Yep. And I will say yesterday I was on the sim with Glash and we were talking about the Rams And I said I thought the Cardinals were going to be better than the Rams. And he said that the Cardinals, and I did confirm this as well, the Cardinals actually have the longest odds to win the NFC West, which surprised me. I'm kind of, I'm in on the Cardinals. I'm in, and I like the Malcolm Butler addition to their secondary. He's got a good history in that stadium. There's a good energy in the stadium for him.
How many teams in that division do you think can make the playoffs, though, as we have the 4th and 1 punt?
Yeah. I mean, I'd really like to say 3, but it's probably.
Oh, you would have liked to have said 3 last year.
Yep. It's just some division, has to be pretty bad. And that's what the NFC East was for the NFC West to get 3 teams in. So could it happen? Sure. But I think 2 is obviously the more likely outcome. I think it's San Francisco that gets left out unless they do something bigger than what they've done so far this season. Nice catch there. Adam Thielen coming back, picking it off the turf for the first down.
1st and 10, midfield. Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman, Madison, our producer, Daniel, our technical director, and Kobe K, taking game ups. If anyone has any thoughts, anything you want to explore here in the DraftKings conference room, shout it out. We are helpful and happy to review everything.
Helpful, happy, hopeful. That's us.
All of these things. That's a good tweet from Josh Hart.
The NBA Twitter, as in
it's undefeated.
Twitter of the NBA players has been lit today.
Yeah.
They're very good.
Undefeated.
Did you see the who was it? Terrence Ross tweet about how he's the captain now?
I'm the captain now. Look at me. So great. Right after the
good.
big 3 there.
Right after,
team call them that, and Orlando gets traded. Look at me. Some people are wondering if, and I know we're 25 minutes away, so maybe it won't happen, but some people are wondering if Terrence Ross is going to be the next one to go.
He could be. He would not be the captain anymore.
No. Maybe if somebody else's ship.
Yeah. Who gets to send that tweet then?
Oh, solid pickup. 28
Very
nice.
nice.
Right there.
Who is that? Is that
That's
Alexander Madison?
Yeah.
Vulture Thursday. Who said
wondering.
Vulture Thursday? There it is. Yeah, I think it is Jonathan Isaac, Daniel, who gets to say that he's the captain.
Aren't we supposed to defer to resident Orlando fan, Madison?
That's true. Let's ask her.
Gets himself all the way down to the 6, another 15-yard pickup. Some people had brought up earlier NBA action last night, some of the head-to-heads that we took part in, things. What a putrid night in the association, especially for an 11-game slate to have, Joker stunk, Giannis stunk,
everybody
Luka
was
stunk,
bad.
Harden gets ruled out. You had to have some good value guys, obviously, or second-tier guys, because any stud other than Vooch disappointed you. I mean, they were all. We got.
I was the only thing that saved me, and actually I did okay, was that everybody was so bad, right? We had talked the other day. I had 330 or something, and lost everywhere. And then last night I had 265 and won multiple places.
That's a great night, 265 last night. I was just about to tell you. I had
Fox. I had De'Aaron Fox, who had a good.
Yeah, I didn't.
And I had one other guy who was kind of a mid-range guy who had a big game.
So I played something like I don't even know, 12, 15 head-to-heads, something like that last night, and I won most of them. Not all of them, but I won most of them with 215 points.
Ugh.
That's how bad a night it was for everybody.
Right.
Just gross.
It's not that. I'm not yucking your lineup.
Blowouts, so guys barely. I had Gordon Hayward. He got in foul trouble and then didn't. He had the fire emoji in the first quarter and finished with 20 points. He just Fumble recovered there, and 4th and goal from the 15 on the way.
Yeah, so I had Fox, and then my other decent play was Garland for the Cavs. He ended up with 43. So I played him with Sexton out.
Just a gross night. I haven't even looked at tonight's slate yet, which I'm sure is going to be heavily impacted.
Trade deadline slates are always Trade deadline slates always have plenty of value if you know where to look, because people aren't available.
Right.
Because they're on the move.
Stuff will absolutely emerge here over the course of the day today. No doubt about it.
Madison did weigh in, by the way. She said that. Sorry.
What's that?
I was just gonna make sure that we told everybody that Madison did weigh in and said, "Stuff the Magic Dragon is the captain now." For her Orlando Magic.
Daniel says they do still have Markelle Fultz. Yeah, I mean, it honestly might be him. I'm looking at, I mean, this is a value to mid-tier night, man. I'm looking right like Westbrook, Beal, Randall, Kawhi, Fox, Lillard, George. Like, I mean, none of them are in phenomenal, can't pass on any of them, spots. I mean, like, none of them are in can't miss spots. George is probably in the best spot of that group that I just mentioned. And then, I mean, it's really the mid-tier guys that are fire right now, and it's only going to continue to emerge.
Yep, I would agree. Going to be plenty of salary to either stretch and get some of those big names, or just go with a very balanced approach. Going to be plenty of those guys carrying more offensive workload than normal.
We got a 3-way tie for first in our sim here currently. Our NBA trade deadline coming up quick, 20 minutes away. Oh no, Bonzo is just left into first, passing CEH and company. I'm doing terribly. I'm in 92nd place right now out of 178. Not sure about you.
63rd. Not great. Our lineup's very, very similar. My Dan Bailey must be just a little bit better than CD Lamb at this point.
I sent out a tweet about the Rondo trade. Flash with an instant reply. Call the sim. Don't. Flash.
There have been 11 trades to this point. 20 minutes to go. Yeah, that's what Mark Stein just tweeted out. I believe him. He can count.
Oh, some sad news. Just seeing on Deadline Hollywood, Jessica Walter passed away. Actress who many of you in more recent days may be familiar with from Arrested Development. Very sad.
It is sad.
That's a bummer. Guess they won't be making future seasons of Arrested Development. We'd have to do that very creatively. 3rd and 10.
Oh, they got it.
5 decades. In Hollywood. 30 seconds left here, third quarter.
Michael Gallup with the catch there. Still just a one-score game after a pair of Dan Bailey field goals.
First and 10.
Gonna keep it on the ground.
Final play of the third quarter here. Still 13-10. Short gain by Zeke. 2nd and 7 on the way from the 46. When we return for quarter number 4. Low scoring one here.
13-7.
7, pardon me.
Yep. Vikings with that 6-point lead. Zeke scored first, so oh no, the Vikings had the field goal. So first touchdown of the game was Zeke, and then Vikings coming back with 10 unanswered to take this 6-point lead. Kirk Cousins has actually been pretty decent. 14 of 18, 204 yards and a touchdown. Dak Prescott, not so much. Dak Prescott just 10 of 14, 99 yards. Hasn't even hit triple digits yet. There is no 100 yards passing bonus, people, because that should be a quarter. Yeah, Dalvin Cook has 53 yards on the ground. Zeke, on the strength of that one long touchdown run, 62 yards and the touchdown on his 7 carries. So not a lot of work for him. Kyle Rudolph has been the most targeted, or at least the wide receiver with the most catches. He's got 4 catches for 52. Amari Cooper, 3 for 37. Michael Gallup, 3 for 23. Over on the other side, Tajay Sharp has 3 catches for 48 yards and the touchdown. Dalvin Cook, 2 catches. Adam Thielen, 2 catches. Not a ton of yards for either of those guys. At this point, the most yards is still our boy, Justin Jefferson, 2 catches, 52 yards. CeeDee Lamb, your one differentiating wide receiver, 1 catch for 5 yards to go with his drop. I got to keep bringing that up.
Oh, why not? I mean, he's going to have to live it down, and so am I. it's just a part of it. 15 minutes, by the way, until the NBA trade deadline as we keep a close eye on that. So this is when normally, a normal year, this is when the madness would start, except we had so much of it between like noon and 1 that it could be incredibly quiet right now. I mean, maybe nothing noteworthy will happen.
I was just going to say, do you think there's more deals to be made here? I mean, do you think Lowry's going to move? And is there going to be any other trades?
It's funny. I was just going to ask you that exact question. It'd be an upset pick to say Kyle Lowry stays, especially with all the smoke and all the talk and all the effort. Yeah, I'm going to say he moves. I'm going to say he moves to. Is it the Lakers or the Heat? I'm going to say he goes to the Heat.
I'm going to say Lakers.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to say Lakers because I cannot see them holding up the deal on THT. I mean, you're not going to have Kyle Lowry because you had to have Taylor Horton-Tucker.
Right.
I don't think that makes much sense. I think you could say the same thing about Hero, but I think the Lakers are... Miami is building maybe a little bit more long-term than LA is. LA, I mean, you've got LeBron and Anthony Davis when they're healthy, and that's where you got to go. So I think that's what I'm going to say. We'll see how it plays out here in the next 14 minutes.
Apparently, Brian Windhorst just said on the jump, it wouldn't surprise me if the Celtics come up with another deal.
All right. Thanks, Windy.
When do we wait? Touchdown.
Dallas.
Amari Cooper. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Tell you who's celebrating now. People who have both Cooper and Dak.
Because Dak had been not great, but throws the touchdown there.
So let's see.
Slop to the top spot.
That's Tater Hater. Slop.
That's a boy.
Keith Smith of Yahoo and Real GM. Per source, the Celtics are still engaged in deals, mostly looking to clear a contract or two and maybe dip back under the luxury tax while opening up roster spots for the buyout market.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's going to be a very active buyout
Thompson
market.
Trade. That's what I'm writing, Glash, if you're out there.
You're not only live tweeting the deadline, you're live tweeting while live on the sim. I like it.
That's right. I am, and I'm talking about it as I do it. So I'm like live tweeting the tweeting process.
It's very meta of you.
There's a real Inception thing going on here.
It really is. And then I'm reading your tweet that you tweeted while
that I read aloud. Yeah.
Whoa.
I mean, this is a real rabbit hole that we've fallen down here. Daniel says Koff is living the life of live. 11 trades down, 20 minutes to go until the trade buzzer. That was from a few minutes ago, obviously, from Mark Stein. Now it's 12 minutes. All eyes on Heat Lakers again, dueling for Toronto's Kyle Lowry. Also, to be determined, does Houston have time to find a trade for Victor Oladipo? What do you suppose? I think Oladipo's staying put.
I mean, at this point, I think that's probably the more likely situation. It's been so quiet on him lately. You know, today, we really haven't heard anything, so...
Second and inches from the 35. 6:20 to go here in regulation.
There's a first down. Vikings trying to take back the lead after that Amari Cooper touchdown.
Our friend CJ on Twitter says to me, after seeing you today on Twitter, I think you need an intervention. You're a tweet addict.
Dump off to Dalvin.
That's what I say. I think that's a pretty good one. Although I did see that Chrissy Teigen quit Twitter because she just found the negativity was getting to be too much, and that the negativity outweighed the positivity. And there are some days that I feel that.
I was going to say, I've definitely turned off Twitter for that reason, and then turned it back on the next day or something. But like, I've closed the app, shut off my phone for those reasons.
Yeah,
for sure. There's times to definitely step away.
I mean, she though had like 14 million followers or something like that on Twitter at the time of her deleting the account. So I mean, people will know, especially Twitter, you know, who would really like to cut down on the trolls and all the nonsense that exists on this platform. People are going to know Chrissy Teigen's not around anymore, just hanging out on Instagram and YouTube or wherever else she is. If me and my followers, well, the followers, they're not going anywhere. But if I left, you know, if I were to just delete or suspend or whatever my Twitter account, I don't think anyone would notice. You know what I mean? And so, oh, well, we have one less Twitter account.
Whatever happened to that guy? Yeah.
I remember he used to tweet all the time about the Celtics. I haven't seen him in a while. Must have changed his handle or something. This has been a bad one with the NBA trade deadline. I intended at some point to shower today, but it was like, can I walk away from Twitter that long? I don't think I can. My shower is not that fast. But the amount of news that could come down.
Kirk Cousins gonna take a huge sack. It was 3rd and 7. Now it's 4th and 21. Oof.
I was right in that window where I was thinking, like, this is now the good time to shower, and then all hell broke loose with Orlando trades and then some. And it was, well, no, I guess I got to stick around.
Here's some non-trade NBA news. Yusuf Nurkic plans to play on Friday.
Oh, okay.
Get Nurk Daddy back out there for those Trailblazers, too. They become a pretty interesting team.
BW says, Koff clearly has not looked up her old tweets, LOL. So I've not. I've not pulled up my Chrissy Teigen Twitter history. From the 3,
you haven't.
Balls completed for a 10-yard gain. Out of safety range. Travis says, pretty sad social media is running people's lives. Travis, couldn't agree more. Like I said.
Did you tweet about that, Travis? Can you tweet about that for me?
I'll retweet it and we could spread the gospel. I've got some other people, they'll believe you. They'll be right on board with that take.
They'll probably get a lot
my filth tweets. 1st and 10 from the 13. 14-13 game
new followers.
In front. Black.
That is one you don't see all the time. They just took a delay of game. All right.
BW says, do it after the show, Koff. I mean, then you're going to, like, maybe after the next sim. Well, the trade deadline will be over. There won't be any more dots to connect, anything that, you know, like the late paperwork that gets filed, it'll all be complete. So like around 5:30 should be okay to escape for the shower.
That's a long time from now.
Yeah, it's a bit. So Toronto is trading Terrence Davis to Sacramento for a future 2nd-round pick. That is Adrian Wojnarowski.
Okay. Is that another, are we clearing player space in Toronto?
I'm not sure. It's entirely possible. It's
kind of what it feels like.
Legitimate theory.
Kind of what it feels like.
Begs the question of how many guys you're going to acquire and giving up Lowry.
5, 6, 7, who knows? No, it's not going to be that many. It's probably
Kevin Garnett trade.
Yeah, right.
7 for 1.
And a bunch of picks as well.
Yeah. Can we get to 200 likes? I don't think I've mentioned smashing the like button yet,
You
but
have not.
I'm here for it. Let's hit that like, folks. Got about 500 people watching just on YouTube. Let's get to 200 likes. Very attainable goal.
Adam Schefter is locked in to the NBA trade deadline. He retweeted the Woj tweet and said, Toronto trading a guard.
I think he just feels left out.
I think he's like, hey, this is my thing. My sport. We will see. I think they're gonna move him. I think it's gonna happen.
Will it happen in the next 5 minutes, or is it going to trickle in at like 3:10?
Don't know.
Will Kyle Lowry be on another team before we are done here? There's 1:43 left in this sim plus postgame.
Yes.
I'm going to say
yes,
no.
Yes, you're going to say no?
I'm going to say no, but that's just to be contrarian. First
but
and 10
that,
from the 41.
You said he was going to be traded, you thought.
Yeah.
You just think it won't be out there until after.
I think it's going to take. I figure we're here together for what, 10 more minutes? I figure it's going to take 10 more minutes.
Okay.
And I'm standing by Miami because I'm the Pat Riley factor, man. That's what I'm going with. I'm going with the Pat Riley factor. No way, LA. You can't have him. Ashley says, nice. Cook.
Does seem like the way these sims normally go.
CJ says, Cops kid's getting him a waterproof phone for April Fool's Day just so he can shower while tweeting. What, would I shower while tweeting or tweet while showering? That's the question.
Whoa, Kirk Cousins throwing it to the wrong team, trying to get us out of here early.
Incomplete, fortunately for him. I just haven't left this chair all day.
Really?
Yes.
So when you tweet, you're locked in right there.
I think
in front of the DVDs.
Yeah, I mean, you would think I would.
I mean, it's on your phone,
like,
right?
You
do Twitter on your phone?
It's so much easier to type on a computer than to type on my phone. Unless I do like a voice text or whatever. But no, I'm just hoping that it's like my whole body from the waist down isn't asleep. Like I stand up and I just fall to the ground because my limbs they're just jello. All right, here we go. Woj, no Lonzo Ball trade. He is staying in New Orleans. Shams, Pelicans are close on a deal to send J.J. Redick to the Mavericks.
Interesting.
That's not one that I've been talking about.
Nope. Kyle Rudolph down inside the 10. Rudolph the red zone reindeer.
There are going to be some disappointing teams out there to learn that Lonzo Ball is not being dealt. I'm a little surprised considering I really don't think the Pelicans have any interest in re-signing him for what it costs this offseason. So it's, I don't know, maybe they'll look at a sign and trade so they can try and get something for him. It feels like David Griffin there was being a little greedy.
It does. Like maybe they were asking too much in return for him. Oh, they're going to run it. That's not a good, I mean.
Lonzo. Pins and needles. 32 seconds left. You know what Ashley wants? Cook touchdown.
All right. Well, let's see what we got here. Second and goal. Still one timeout. So they could run it again, and they do, and they get nowhere.
Now, you're just going to play this down, take the timeout with a handful of seconds left, and then kick the game-winning field goal and call it a day?
Yeah. Especially since Dan Bailey's in my fantasy lineup. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
That's definitely what he's doing. Icing the kicker. Or no, they can't, actually. They're out of timeouts. That's just the Minnesota timeout.
Yeah, that's the Minnesota timeout. So that'll be it. We'll just get the Dan Bailey field goal.
Yeah,
which,
and he'll hit it, folks. You don't miss it from 24. Not in this game. Not indoors. Field goal time, says Tater Hater.
There it is.
It's up and over end. It's good. 16-14. Vikes have jumped in front in the waning seconds.
And that field goal for my kicker launches me up into 20th place right now in our smaller free roll.
Someone had asked about this earlier. No surprise whatsoever. The Cleveland Cavaliers and Andre Drummond will work on a buyout. That was
Shocker.
expected. Nobody was going to take him in a trade.
No, not with that contract. Not with that contract. There was a really interesting article I read about how devalued rebounding has been in the NBA lately. Really doesn't matter. Rebounding as a team is important, but rebounding as a single player.
Individual. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's all about gang rebounding now.
Yep. Being a good, and they even said that being a good team rebounder is a thing, like as an individual player, but your individual rebounds don't matter right now.
Well,
Prescott gonna air it out just for fun. Hey, we've seen pass interference calls, but it's incomplete. And the Vikings get the win.
and with that, this sim ends right at 3 p.m. Eastern time as we've hit the NBA trade deadline. Now, deals could still trickle in the next few minutes, so I won't say that it's over, it's done. Go ahead and react. But
Right.
teams got to get off the phone at this point. I can tell you that. Now, how does that work? Is it like when you're taking an exam and SATs, like pencils down, it's 3 o'clock,
Yeah.
or can teams, like if you're on a call working out the final details, can you finish your call?
I have no idea. I would assume no. I think you have to turn it into the league by a certain time, right?
I think you're right. I mean, it used to be. Here's what I also don't get. It used to be things would sometimes take that extra half hour or whatever,
Right.
because of the fax machine. Like you had to send faxes in. But now everything is done over email and text. I don't know why it doesn't just happen by 3 and it's over. We have, let's see. So Dallas has acquired J.J. Redick. Also acquired Trey Lyles from the Spurs in a multi-team deal. The Hawks are done. John Collins and Bogdan Bogdanovic are staying put. No real shocker there.
Nope.
And we'll see what else.
Collins would have been an interesting name to move if they had decided to move on from him.
Oh, yeah. He said he wanted to stay in Atlanta. He also
that is what he said.
Said he wants to be heavily paid, too, because he did turn down a $90 million extension. So that'd be nice, right? 6 for 40 in the air.
I'll walk away from it.
Rudolph 5 for 71. Touchdowns for Cooper and Sharp. Nobody had enormous days here in this one. Beltway Boy 74 is.
Oh, hey, here you go. Oh, you're going to like this one. Casey Johnson from Chicago, Bulls beat. Bulls are in talks to trade Mo Wagner to the Celtics.
What'd I say? Did I say I
per
like
sources,
Mo Wagner?
Per sources.
I said,
and it's working to deadline. It says not official yet.
Who's got this? Who's this guy?
Casey Johnson, KCJ Hoop. He's a Bulls beat writer
for Daniel Tice.
Yep.
Interesting.
Casey Johnson. He's been with the Chicago Tribune for 29 years. So I mean, he's not nobody. Got a blue check mark, so gotta believe him.
No, I'm familiar.
Not a fake account. Would you good question, Daniel. Is that an upgrade? I think.
Here's why it is. Daniel Tice is a free agent.
Oh, okay.
Up here. So
what's Wagner?
Well, my argument's going to go out the window if you tell me he's a free agent, but I don't think he is. Let's see. I mean, you gotta clear bigs. You gotta clear bigs. Tristan Thompson would have been the one I'd prefer to move.
Mm-hmm.
But you gotta clear bigs. Hang on. All right, Mo Wagner contract.
All right.
He signed. That's interesting. Maybe he is a free agent, but a club option situation. Interesting. All right. Well, while those details trickle out,
player of the game.
Yeah, that.
I'm going with Dan Bailey. 10 fantasy points. He was cheap, and he was the one thing that made my lineup different than yours.
Yep.
And that's why I beat you.
So there's a personal agenda here.
Pretty much, yeah. No, and
that's why I beat you.
Exactly. No. And also, there really wasn't anybody else who was great. Zeke had 17 fantasy points. Amari Cooper had 16. Nobody hit 20. And Bailey was 4K. 20th.
But that's crazy. The one play difference that we had, Bailey and Lamb, and it's a difference of finishing in 20th versus finishing in 60th.
Well, that's why I went with him. He had 10 fantasy points in a game where there was very few fantasy points at all. Plus, in the final score, 16-14, he had 10 points of the 16 scored by the Vikings. So that's my player of the game. It's an unusual one, and I think the first time I've ever given one out to a kicker. Man,
Daniel Tice's final moment as a Celtic might be missing a game-winning three-pointer. That's just weird. It's not even a sentence
you cannot miss game-winning three-pointers if you're Daniel Tice. That ship you right out of town.
You are out.
It's like fielding punts for the Patriots. If you miss one in Denver, you're cut the next day.
Did you give your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award?
I did not. I will work on that. Did you find details on the trade?
It looks like they're still figuring it out. Although the last,
and it may not even have happened.
Well,
right?
the last thing
that one wasn't
is the reminder that the Seas still have to clear a guy with Fournier coming in, so this could be part of a larger deal.
Gotcha. Michael Gallup is my Not My Kid award. 3 catches, 23 yards, under 6 fantasy points for over 6K in salary.
Brad Wanamaker from the Warriors to the Hornets. That is according to Shams, by the way. Brian Robb, buddy of mine over at Mass Live, notes the Celtics, people probably don't care about this, but Celtics fans do. Celtics trading Daniel Tice to the Bulls for Mo Wagner will take them back under the luxury tax and would also land them a draft asset. So,
all right.
These have wanted to get under the cap again there. Interesting. All right.
Yep.
Well,
looks like you were right, because we're done, and Kyle Lowry hasn't been traded.
At least as far as we know, is still a Raptor. Yeah.
Yep. Which would be weird, because they definitely were leading up to that. At least it appeared so.
I don't know why people are just so out on Mo Wagner. I mean, yeah, he doesn't give you a ton of points, doesn't play a ton of minutes. 15 minutes a game in his career, 7 points on average.
He's had a couple stretches where he's been very, very good.
Yeah. I mean, he's not a great shooter, but he can shoot. About a 50% shooter. All right. Well, we're gonna go.
All right. Yep. Sounds good.
So great to be here with you. We're gonna. I'm gonna come on.
Do you want to give your Celtics take before we get out of here, or do you want to hold that off still?
I'll save it for the next sim. I'll save it for. We'll save it for 4 o'clock. I'll talk to you off air. Save it for 4 o'clock for the sim. Christian DeAngelo will join me for the Niners and Bears. That is the. Where is this now? Yeah. Coming up next here. I'm just seeing all these all this stuff trickle in. NBA. This is what happens.
This is the way it works.
Trade deadline, then you get the nonsense that comes in the final moments.
All right, so yeah, he'll be back at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I'll be back. Along with you got the NBA trade deadline special coming up after the 4 o'clock sim. That will lead us into the late classic. It will be the Chargers and Eagles. That is at 6 with Jason Rossi and Christian coming on back, and then it will be Brendan Glasheen and Jeff Ulrich with you for Madden After Dark, as well as Prime Time, going in reverse order, obviously, for Texans and Washington, and then Raiders and Bucks. So as Mads tells me to focus, I am. I'm going to go focus on Twitter and get out of here. Thanks to Zach Thompson. Thanks to Mads. Thanks to Daniel. Thanks to Cobra K. I'm Adam Kaufman. I will talk to you again just a little while, and we will see what else has shaken loose between now and then. Zach, pleasure, buddy.
See ya.
All right, NBA trade deadline is come and gone, and we are back here in Simland with you. He is Christian DeAndrea. I'm Adam Kaufman. We got a lot to unpack, folks, so settle on in, strap on in, as our own Brendan Glasheen would probably tell you, who has said he has muted me on Twitter now. I told him he should, unfollowing's a lot easier.
Yeah.
I don't know why, what the point of
he works so hard to get your follow that I think that he feels like if he unfollows you, then it's fair game, and then he's going to lose your it's a you know Glash. He's very, very dependent on the social medias, and he doesn't want to lose a potential follower.
And I say this genuinely, like this is a truthful. I've said it before, so I'm repeating myself. It's been a while. But like, when people make a big deal out of the like who I follow, who I don't follow, and it's all overblown, it's all stupid. The Glash thing though, like he's truly the only, this is not a joke. It's going to sound like a joke. He is the only person that I have ever followed accidentally. I didn't have the heart to unfollow him because that would have seemed cruel, but I have no idea of how it was that I wound up following him. I swear it's like somebody did it from my phone.
Dude, are you sure he didn't sneak into your house that one night? Like he was just outside the whole time doing his business in the bushes. At no point
I'm saying, man,
did your wife have pity let him in, because that could be it.
I must have gotten hacked. I don't know how it happened. I really don't. I'd like to know. I want the people to tell me if somebody somehow could. Some news still trickling in from the NBA. The Kings are expected to release forward Jabari Parker. You're going to see some other guys that are ultimately going to get cut loose. Andre Drummond obviously is going to be a buyout candidate. Looks like he could be heading to not Boston, according to some of the stuff that I'm seeing out there. The Lakers are contenders for his services right now. That's who had that? I don't know. Lakers and Knicks, according to Jake Fisher of he's a writer, Bleacher Report mostly, and LaMarcus Aldridge looks like he's going to go to Miami. Otto Porter Jr. People were thinking he was going to be a buyout candidate, and now it looks like he might stay in Orlando. So there are a lot of dominoes still to fall, and we can dive deep into all of that stuff. But get ready to kick off here in the Niners and Bears here on a Thursday. Again, he is Christian DeAndrea. I'm Adam Kaufman. We got Mads, Daniel, our production crew, Tate and Game Ops, Cobra K getting it done as always. What's your lineup look like, my friend?
Well, for this one, I mean, there are two guys you got to have in this one. Like yesterday when we were doing the Bills and the Bills, and I forgot who because the game was so bad I immediately blocked it from my mind. But there are two must-haves in this game. It's Raheem Mostert and Madden Mitch Trubisky. So in order to get them both in your line, you got to pay down a little bit at captain spot. So for me, that meant putting Kendrick Bourne, one of the more consistent double-digit performers in this lineup. Got him in the captain spot. Behind him, George Kittle, Anthony Miller, and then my punt play, Ross Dwelly, all working in service of that Mostert Trubisky 1-2 punt to the top of my lineup. Koff, what about you?
Well, you're not kidding. Dwelly is a punt play extraordinaire right there, as we have a 1st and 10. First play from scrimmage on the way. Won't be Mostert. Garoppolo completes a short pass to Kendrick Bourne, the new Patriot in real life, for a short gain out to the 40. Good enough for a first, though, as he picks up double digits. So I thought about Bourne. I really did, just out of pure Patriots bias. Ultimately didn't do it. I have, like you, Raheem Mostert in the captain spot, as 40% of people do in our small free roll here. 91% owned overall Mostert in the early bird special, the Let's Dissect the NBA trade deadline free roll. Mitch Trubisky, much like yourself and 70% of other people, he is in my lineup in the flex, 13% owned in the captain spot. And then from there, a little differentiation. I have Deebo Samuel. He was my debate, Deebo versus Bourne. I went with Deebo. Anthony Miller, Dante Pettis, and couldn't ignore, and most people felt the same, could not ignore at that price, $2,600, David Montgomery, who has himself 30 touchdowns in Simland and is 58% owned. He was just too cheap to pass on. So we'll see what he's able to do today.
Yeah, I only had 1K left over, so I was limited. But yeah, Montgomery's salary dropped by about $3,000. So getting him in there, even if he only gives you a couple points, that's still good return on value. That Montgomery investment is going to pay off basically as long as he gets like 4 handoffs. He'll be able to show up and give you some value. So we'll see. we will see if that translates to anything today. Montgomery has had his share of eggs, 11.7 in one of his last 6 sims, but all the rest 4 points or fewer. So not exactly a world beater, not the guy you got used to towards the end of the 2020 season, but still a useful goal line power back play.
Brian says, hey, Koff, dare me to tickle the like button? Oh, I think we'd all love it. I think we'd all love to see that. We just crossed over the 200 threshold here early in sim number 3 of 6 on this Dream Stream day. Let's all gather together and strike the like. Smash that like button. Let's make the push to 250. Can we do it? Hit the subscribe button on the DK YouTube page as well. If you're watching along on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Thank you for being there with us. Hit the follow as well. Another completion. San Fran methodically moving the ball downfield. Garoppolo, it's a 4th and 1 from the 33. Will it be a 50-yard field goal try or a punt? What do you think?
Well, they can get bold and go for it here, but you got Robbie Gould in there, and he's a pretty reliable kicker. Even here in the Maddenverse, we're 50-plus yarders or 50-50 proposition. You got to think a former All-Pro like Gould is going to hit that on like 80% of his tries. So I think Virtual Shanahan takes the points early, but don't quote me on that one. No, instead it is going to be a big package up front, going right in the teeth of that Bears defense. And they do not have numbers up front, and
good enough.
It works out in their favor. Mostert picks up about 4 yards there.
Mostert about 78% owned in the large free roll, popular in the early classic at 52% as well, second only to Dalvin Cook, who we saw bust earlier. He is about 70%. Raheem the Stream versus Madden Mitch, says our guy, Tater Hater. So, 4-yard pickup for Mostert, out to the 29, a 1st and 10. It's Mostert again, a first down pickup and more. Gets himself inside the red zone to the 15. 1st and 10 on the way again, halfway through the first.
If you're a Robbie Gould owner, you're not loving this drive. Instead of getting a potential 5 points, you're now looking at max 3. But Jimmy Garoppolo could march backwards. We've seen it happen before. He is, at least temporarily still a 49er. The San Francisco hasn't gone out and made a ton of big moves this offseason, but they did retain some very important players, not least of which was Trent Williams, the franchise left tackle who got a massive payday, biggest contract of the offseason at 6 years, nearly $140 million. Also added Alex Mack, pretty reliable interior lineman, so good news for Raheem Mostert. He'll have some space to operate. And they brought back a couple of defensive backs I like a lot, K'Wan Williams and Jaquiski Tart, both relatively inexpensive additions. It makes me wonder, Koff, if maybe they go after Richard Sherman next. Sherman still languishing in free agency. He will be 33 this upcoming season, but still playing at a high level, and he's a big enough cornerback that even if his athleticism wanes after a season pretty much lost to injury, he should still be just there.
2nd and 7 from the 12. It's another handoff. Mostert didn't create any separation. I don't know why. Opted to run right into a tackle. That didn't work out for him. CJ on Twitch, Koff, did you get your Twitter therapy between sims, or at least shower? LOL. Nope, I did not leave this chair. I don't think I stood up. I don't think I've stood up in hours. Not the healthiest thing.
So did you just keep refreshing the Watch Twitter feed?
Yeah, just glued to Twitter during all things NBA trade deadline, and we can spend a little time on that, obviously, and just a little bit. 3rd and 6. Garoppolo, he's got time, he's got space, goes to the right. That is going to be completed.
Every time you see that sideline route off, it is basically a white flag to the opposing defense that, hey, we're not even going to try. You don't have to send someone out here. Our receivers are either going to fall down inbounds or run right out of bounds, and we're going to settle for a field goal. Good news for Robbie Gould is he will salvage some points on this drive. The bad news is it's not going to be a 50-yarder. It's going to be a chippy here from about 28, and it's up and good.
Here's the question, though. Would you rather the guaranteed 3 points, which that was, or the maybe 5 with a 50-yarder? Because he could have missed it.
You know what? With Robbie Gould, I will take the 50-yard attempt 10 times out of 10. I will. Okay. Always, that is a good gamble to take from a fantasy standpoint. Gould is awesome. And you got to figure he's going to hit 9 out of 10 times, maybe 8 out of 10 from 50. That's 40 points over a 10 kick span. If he makes 10 of 10 from 28 yards. It's only 30 points right there. You take the risk with a kicker like Robbie Gould. You absolutely do not with a Sam Ficken or a Daniel Carlson or a Younghoe Koo.
How about a little football before we do some NBA? According to Adam Schefter, who just had to be involved today, he didn't like how much he was seeing his buddy Adrian Wojnarowski tweeting like crazy the last few hours. He had to get involved. The Bills agreeing to terms with Matt Breida on a 1-year contract. So attempting to load up there in the backfield. What do you think of the Breida addition? Is this going to interfere with Devin Singletary?
I mean, based on the way that Breida ran last year, limited usage, he is a good platoon back. So he's not exactly going to threaten for lead back carries. Singletary should still get his fair share of looks, but the problem is, now you have a 3-headed running back room where unless they cut Breida, who is only 26 years old and still is one of the fastest guys in the league, unless you are cutting him loose, you have 3 running backs you got to feed are going to be in your rotation. So barring an injury, it looks like you're probably not going to get a guy like Moss or Singletary who are going to get 20 touches per game like David Montgomery did towards the end of the year. I mean, I dig, from a football standpoint, I absolutely dig a good running back platoon like that, especially when you have a lightning option to the more thunderous Breida or more thunderous Singletary Moss combination. But from a fantasy standpoint, man, that is, you're basically rolling the dice if you throw either of those 3 guys into your lineup any given week. And the Bills running back room is going to be a lot like the Patriots running back room, in which that you don't know who to trust. But one guy might show up and give you 25 points on a Sunday.
So we got ourselves a 3rd and 10 for the Bears, down by 3 from the 40. Couple minutes left here in the opening quarter. Thank you all for hanging out with us. Mad Mitch, he's going to take off. Oh, I thought he was going to slide. I really did.
You know what? I appreciate the effort to try to get the first down, but you can't do that on Fred Warner, the all-pro middle linebacker, the draft find 3rd rounder out of BYU, one of the best linebackers in the game. And I don't care how good you are, Madden Mitch, you're not getting past that guy. So
4th and 3.
These Bears uniforms are some kind of throwbacks. They have the no nameplates. They have the all white C logo on them. I'm digging them. They look good. I mean, it's a clean uniform to begin with, one of the best in the league. But the all white with limited orange, no nameplates, I like it. Solid.
I'm with you. 1st to 2 for you, right? You're going to step aside for a little NBA talk with. We got Sharad Hira coming up and Matt Mieselman. I hope I'm saying that right. It could be Mieselman. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting Matt, but it's one of the 2. I think it's Mieselman, but what I do know for certain is that Benny Bandana, who was supposed to be on, just totally flopped, total no-show, incredible, really unprofessionalism and immaturity, and we're not going to see him with Sharad. Instead, Matt is just doing yeoman's work and coming in. He's going to fill the boy.
Covering Ben's butt again.
Yep.
And again, if you, like me, are disgusted by this complete and utter act of unprofessionalism, please direct all your complaints to Ben's Twitter feed. He is at Kenny Ducey. That is Ben's Twitter handle.
I mean, what you need to know is that Ben just has a total disrespect for all of it. Everybody listening. He is out on the DK Sim fan. That's not true. None of that is true. Garoppolo positive yardage, picked up 8 there. Might be the final play of the quarter. We'll see if they can get one more off.
Yeah, Bourne looking good early, but obviously that can change. We've seen it, the curse of the first target go down plenty of times before. DK Sim fan, you're always there pointing out, guy has a good first quarter. That is no indicator of future success. As yes, they do get the snap off, and Garoppolo on 3rd down strikes for a first. Can't tell who that is.
Debo.
Yeah.
Get that man his bike. Debo Samuel. Nice first quarter for him. We'll review some numbers. It's still 3-0 in favor of the Niners. Again, CDA, AK, Mads, Daniel, and of course, Cobra K. I don't know if Christian's mentioned it or even alluded to it or hidden behind it, but you want to make sure you subscribe to postroute.substack.com. There it is. Garoppolo, 7 out of 7, 57 yards. Trubisky, 1 for 3 for 16, but he has not had the ball nearly as long. The Niners really monopolized the clock there in that opening quarter. We will look at the rushing and receiving numbers. Mostert, 7 for 28 to Trubisky's 1 for 7. Yes, Trubisky, so no David Montgomery as of yet, or also Tariq Cohen either. George Kittle, 3 for 24. Kendrick Bourne, 2 for 23. Kendrick Bourne, big Cam Newton fan, we've come to learn this week. Dante Pettis, 1 for 10. Ted Ginn, 1 for 16. Mostert, a catch, but no yards. We can, spend a little time on that with Bourne, because he was, among these many players that obviously change homes in the offseason or introduced to the media and say nothing but fawning and glowing things about their new teams and teammates, as you would expect. I mean, there's that afterglow of getting big contracts. Everybody's excited, but it does seem like Bourne is a real believer in never mind the Pats. I mean, of course he went there, he signed there, he has to have faith in their abilities, but Cam in particular, the more I listen to these players that have joined the Patriots, and the more you look at just what they've done with something like almost 20 signings, re-signings and signings from elsewhere, or unions, just 20 guys that they have handed contracts to, ballpark, maybe it's 18 this offseason. I was not at all convinced that they were building this thing around Cam Newton. I'm not talking long term, I'm just talking 2021. I was not convinced of that. To me, he was, especially the way they structured his contract, was more of a, this is a default, this is an option, but let's see if we can get Jimmy Garoppolo. Let's see if maybe we can even pipe dream trade for Deshaun Watson, or what, our move is going to be. The more I think about it now, I think I've convinced myself that their plan actually is Cam, at least for 2021. Their plan is Cam Newton, barring something really unforeseen happening on draft night where Garoppolo springs free and the price is right. I don't think Watson's in their plans. I'm not sure Watson's in anybody's plans right now with everything that's happening off the field at this moment, obviously. But I think the plan is going to be Cam Newton and and hopefully draft a quarterback, whether that's day 1, day 2, I'm not sure. They've been linked to Mac Jones. They've been linked to Trey Lance. They've been linked to the idea of trading up for Justin Fields. But zeroing in back on Cam, and specifically to take it back to this sim, Kendrick Bourne. Do you like Kendrick Bourne to have a really strong 2021 with Cam?
I do, because the thing I like about Kendrick Bourne is he's going to get opportunities, and that was one of the problems. He didn't get a ton of targets, didn't get a tremendous amount of playing time in San Francisco because there were just so many other guys around. Last year was the first year he played more than 57% of his team's offensive snaps, and that was because there were injuries up and down the Niners roster, so didn't have a ton of chances to show up, but when he did, he played well. I mean, last year, career highs in catches and receiving yards, and his catch rate went up to 66%, so he not only looked good, but he also gained some trust with Jimmy Garoppolo. You saw as the season went on. He went from being kind of a short-range target to being trusted a little bit more on intermediate and deep routes. And he's a good run-after-catch kind of guy. So Bourne is the kind of low-key player who gets things done, but he also makes your quarterback look a little bit better by turning short games into big ones. And, he's only 26 years old, or he's going to be 26 years old. He's not even 26 yet. He's a guy who was very solid at the FCS level, and the Niners took a bit of a flyer on him. They developed him, and now it's time for the Patriots to cash in on him. I'm very excited to see what he can do with Cam Newton, to see if Cam Newton really can make those deep throws a thing again. This is a guy who had some very nice games, some 4-catch, 70-yard games, some 4-catch, 80-yard games, things like that. So I think he's capable of being a very useful wide receiver 3 in the Patriots system. You just have to hope that Nelson Aguilar and N'Keal Harry and Julian Edelman can really take the pressure off the passing game, because those guys, I think, for me, are much bigger question marks than a guy like Kendrick Bourne, who's getting paid to come in and be a complimentary piece, and he's got to fit in alongside all these other kind of starring role guys.
Do you agree with the overarching point, though, that Cam is the plan for 2021?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like you said, it definitely seems like everything they're doing is with him in mind. And honestly, if they are looking for a fallback contingency plan, they're being really close to the vest with it. Obviously, the Niners have said all the right things publicly about Jimmy Garoppolo, so that doesn't seem like it's going to be a thing. And Russell Wilson, A, doesn't really have any leverage in Seattle, and B, doesn't have the Patriots on his weird wish list of teams to go to. So I think you make the case that even if something does shake loose, there's no guaranteed better option for this New England squad. And Newton is a solid leader. He bought into the Patriot way. He got to the facility before anyone. He left after everyone. And that kind of thing goes a long way beyond his, lacking level of play. So I think all those positives are working in his favor. They're going to give him another chance. And even if he's not the guy, he's proven he can be the veteran kind of mentor who does help speed along a rebuild in Foxborough.
Steven says, I agree, Cam's the current plan. Loading up on tight ends when Cam did well with Greg Olsen is one reason to think that. I mean, that's something that I don't remember if I've asked you, but I've certainly asked other people that I've worked with over the last couple weeks since guys have started moving around. It does really feel like, if Julian Edelman's healthy, certainly he could be your number one. I don't feel like they have that clear-cut number one because, again, Edelman's not what he once was, a little bit older. He had some moments, certainly that game against Seattle last year, which I was rewatching on NFL Network when that was on yesterday. He was, career game in that one. And Cam, by the way, like if Cam can go an entire season looking like 75% of what we saw in week 2 against Seattle last year, Patriots aren't only a playoff team, they're potentially a contender. But that's, again, that's probably a pipe dream is that falls down to 4. Khalil Mack with the forced loss of a yard. So we'll see safety territory here, obviously, and Niners with the ball. But you add those tight ends in particular, and it does sort of feel like you're going to have some combination of Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry, like a Smith and Henry-led offense, taking nothing away from Aguilar's potential, going for ballpark 900 yards for the Raiders last year, Bourne, everything that you just outlined. Obviously, Jacoby Myers and N'Keal Harry, if he's still around. It's like Cam could, I think they're a fantasy nightmare, DFS-wise or season-long, like trying to anticipate who is going to be, a truly impactful weekly performer. I haven't even mentioned the running backs, and whether it's Damian Harris or obviously James White just re-signed. That's your premier target out of the backfield from a passing standpoint. But I tend to agree, and I've said this, what Steven said here in the chat, that it's going to be kind of I wouldn't be surprised if Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry both are targeted like 90 times.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen what the Patriots can do with a devastating 2 tight end set, especially when one of those guys is a move tight end, one of those guys is the more traditional inline tight end. I mean, that's what they had with Gronk and he who shall not be named in the 2010, 2011, 2012 teams, and that really helped mitigate the lack of a dynamic top wideout. I mean, having Gronk and the other guy made Brandon Lloyd relevant again, and then he was basically out of the league within a year afterwards. So
right,
that's the kind of offense that can lift up a struggling receiving core, but the question is whether or not the Patriots have the quarterback who can make that happen. Because yes, for all the good that happened in those years, those 2010 to 2012 years, there were no Super Bowl wins, and Tom Brady was there throwing those passes. Mm-hmm. Cam Newton just needs to be the guy to get there. And for all his warts, I do think that Cam Newton can be that guy. If you look at the expected points added on his plays, yes, he made some mistakes. He had some baffling turnovers, but for the most part, his throws were crisp. His outs were solid. He just didn't. The play calling was so different from the Tom Brady era that the plays that we'd gotten used to watching the Patriots connect and be successful with were no longer there. You were no longer letting a berserker tight end loose up the seam or anything like that. And, everything struggled to click with the Patriots, although Newton didn't throw long nearly enough. His out routes were good, but they were never really there. Like, he showed off the kind of arm that made you believe, or at least statistically suggests, he can still make those throws. But then on the field, the fact that he A, wasn't taking those throws, and B, some of the ones he made were ducks or terribly overthrown or terribly underthrown, suggests that, man, maybe there is more here than meets the eye. As Jimmy Garoppolo going in the wrong direction. and takes a loss of about 17 yards. There's a 15-yard loss on that sack. Time is ticking down here on the second quarter. That's probably going to put a big dent in the Niners' scoring hopes here. But we'll see if the Bears use a timeout and try to save some clock for a potential comeback drive.
Bearded Mage laughing at he who shall not be named. So I've never mentioned this. I don't know why it's even just occurring to me. Probably because of who you were alluding to, and that is, of course, Aaron Hernandez. I've never mentioned this on The Sims, but maybe you in the chat, Tate, Mads, Daniel, maybe you can all help me out with this, as we have a completion out beyond midfield here. Less than a minute to go, opening half, another timeout. So, as we've talked about, like I have some memorabilia around, and something that I've had for a number of years. I mean, going back to when Aaron Hernandez was a Patriot, a buddy of mine who works in sports marketing, you know, he would and continues to do a lot of these appearances with players. I mean, more pre-COVID times, obviously, when they're out doing events or sponsorship shoots or whatever else. And so he'd get this memorabilia. And one thing that he gave me this one year was after he had this event or something, whatever it was, with Hernandez. And so he gave me this really nice Patriots pennant, like this big, I don't know, big pennant, whatever, signed by Hernandez.
Did he describe it to you? Did he say something like, Adam, keep killing it?
Yeah, can you imagine? Nope, just said his name. Wasn't personalized. Totally fine. And so I've always had it. At the time that I want to say he gave it to me, and I didn't have a place to put it, and so it just sat in the closet. And then everything went down with him, and so it obviously never made its way up into a wall. But I never threw it away either. I've just had it. I think mainly because the pennant is really nice. It's a lot. It has nothing to do with the autograph. I just really like the pennant. Yeah. But I've never hung it. Like it literally just like it's in a box. It's not even visible. It's just in a box in the storage space, But I've always like, what should I be doing with it? I mean, do I just junk it? Do you just get rid of it? What's the move?
I mean,
it doesn't feel right to put that, like, to display that.
Yeah. I mean, unless someone's really investigating up close, though, like, are they going to know it's Aaron Hernandez's signature?
I'll know.
Yeah, still. I don't know. You can say that, it's just a really cool pennant I have that's signed by a former Patriot, and then hope no follow-up questions. Just leave the room before they can follow up. There you go.
What if I'd have to Google it or obviously go look at it, but what if his signature is, like, really obvious? What if it's one of those that you could just very, very clearly read who it is?
Given who it was, I would not be surprised if it was in crayon and all blocked letters.
Bearded Mane says, I feel like it should still be worth a fair amount. I mean, I guess I'd have to go to, like, eBay. I'm sure his autograph exists somewhere on eBay.
Yeah, you'd have to sell to some creeps. That's for sure. Like, it's one of those where, I got to imagine, because, the Patriots did that you can trade in your Aaron Hernandez journey. We'll give you literally anyone else's. Just give us these to us, and we will destroy them. So, there's a limited amount of Aaron Hernandez memorabilia out there, but it's just one of those things where it's like, if you had it's kind of like how there's all that weird serial killer memorabilia out there and just like stuff like that. I don't know. I wouldn't feel good about it in any way unless, I don't even know if there's an unless.
Tate says, I would just keep it in storage. It shouldn't be displayed. It would also be kind of gross to try and make money off of it. Whereas CEH, like some weirdo, would probably give you a lot. I'm looking at, so I just went to what I think are the sold section on eBay here. And it looks like autographed football, about 600, 900, 500 for a photo, $1,000 for a photo.
That's a lot.
That can't be right.
Or was that?
This can't be the sold section. This has to be the area where people are.
That's what they're asking. That's what
at what they're asking, exactly.
Yeah. Because I have a bunch of cheap but meaningful to me autograph stuff some stuff I got on eBay, and it would be like $30. I have a signed Eddie George jersey because I want to remember when I lived in Nashville. It was like $45, authenticated. I have a signed James Posey jersey. It somehow came with a framed 8x10 of James Posey in his Celtics uniform. Not even included like in the listing, just like, oh, here you go. I was like, all right, cool. Like what am I going to do with this framed photo of James Posey besides remember all the good times? Yeah, but like, yeah, if that's what the Aaron Hernandez autographs are selling for, that's like 4 to 6 times over market value for a guy of his stature.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, significantly so. Yeah, we'll see what people in the chat said. If anybody even did weigh in on it, I'm not sure. Garoppolo 128 passing, Trubisky just 33. So his bad first rolled right over into a bad second as well. Yeah, Freak of Nature says sell it on eBay. Mostert 13 for 54. Tariq Cohen has lost 2 yards, and Montgomery, my punt play and many people's punt play, has not even rushed the ball yet. Trubisky 2 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, like 4 guys have stats for the Bears right now, and one of them is Tariq Cohen, who has negative yardage. Anthony Miller, Ted Ginn, Mitchell Trubisky. Tariq Cohen, -2. Crazy. Wild. Ugh.
Kittle 4 for 33, Mostert 4 for 18, Pettis 4 for 54, Bourne 2 for 23, and of course, I mean, the guy to have right now, you know, you need those kicker points. You got a couple of field goals by Robbie Gould, and that's it.
I got Bourne in captain spot. I have Mostert, and I'm still not even top 50% in the free roll right now.
Ashes says, what's wrong with his signature? Well, it really has nothing to do with his signature. It's the man.
Why hate Aaron? I can think of a few reasons.
Yeah. It's the man you don't want to support. Stats good through the half. Yeah. Well, hopefully we can get some points, because some people are starting to think it's a wild weather Wednesday all of a sudden.
I mean, this is very wild weather. If it were a wild weather Wednesday, at least Mitch would be doing something, you know. Instead, this has just been straight up Bears Thursday. An extremely on-brand Bears Thursday. That's what we should call it. It's succinct.
With Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, Mads, Daniel, Tate, hanging out here with you. Appreciate you.
Ooh, Real Facts Mac in the money right now in the $250 free showdown. Got a tie there going on right now. And the Bears will get a chance after an objectively bad first half. They will have a chance. They can come out and take the lead here, because the Niners had 2 different drives plow into Chicago territory and then end with field goals. It doesn't look like they're going to come out in a passing formation. So we're going to get to see if, no, we're going to get Tariq Cohen, who is now up to -1 yards. So not out of the red yet, but at least charging towards making a positive impact if you rostered him. Cohen going off today. Well, we already said Montgomery came in at 2,600. You had to pay 3 times more for Tariq Cohen, and so far Montgomery is 0 is outscoring, and this big strike there to Allen Robinson. We finally got something going from this Bears offense. They are into Niner territory on the back of that man who has no idea who's going to be throwing him passes next season. Poor Allen Robinson. Oh, I guess we can make the case that it's probably going to be Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton will probably beat out Nick Foles for the starting job, but that is just a depressing sentence no matter how many times I read it.
Well, I can tell you this. He certainly believes he's the starter. He's come out and said as much.
Yeah.
I just don't know what level of confidence you can have in him to be any good. And I realize he had some good seasons, obviously, with the Bengals, but he was just so bad, albeit in limited opportunity, and there was the injury and COVID and concussion. Things came into play last year, for sure. Never mind the fact that he never expected to be thrust into that role in the first place. But when he was out there for Dallas, with a whole lot of offense around him, not much of an offensive line, but a lot of weapons in terms of pass catchers, he was just awful.
You know, he had his moments, though, and I can understand.
Yeah, week 16, that's it.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Weeks 10 through 15, solid. All right, 6 games. He averaged about 250 passing yards per game, 13-4 touchdown interception ratio. Like, he did fine. He's just not the guy. He's not going to be the difference maker. He's not going to be the guy who carries you into the playoffs. But for that flawed Cowboy team, he still pushed them to a 4-2 record in that span before kind of falling apart in that last game of the year against the Giants, where he needed 47 passes to throw for 244 yards, didn't find the end zone once. So what you're getting with Andy Dalton. He can game manage you to the playoffs, but this is a Bears team that's all they've known. That's all they've ever had. They've never had anyone more than a game manager, bar Rex Grossman and Jay Cutler, and the only reason they broke that definition is because they would occasionally throw their eyes, chuck it deep, and hope for the best. So Dalton will be fine in Chicago. They will probably go 8-8 again, or maybe regress if the defense can't improve. It's just, being a Bears fan has to be one of the most frustrating fandoms in the world, because the view never changes. It's always the same. It has been the same since the Jim McMahon days and the Super Bowl shuffle. It's always, hey, we got a pretty good defense and we have a few fun offensive players, and everything else is a nightmare because our quarterback is god-awful.
Tate, who is a Bears fan, agrees with you.
So sorry.
First and goal from the 8.
Ooh.
Oh, come on, Mitch. I mean, as it turned out, they picked up a couple yards off the fumble recovery, but that was not the plan.
Cartwheel recovery there. That was amazing. That was the most athletic thing we will ever see from the Bears offensive line. I don't even know who it was, but not only picking up the ball, but rolling through it. That was a straight up stuntman dive to recover a Mad Mitch fumble, and I appreciate it.
That right there was not the plan, that is for sure. All right, Trubisky, now he's going to pass it back at the end zone. Got there! First touchdown of the game, and it's about time.
Woo!
Anthony Miller?
Ginn. That's old man Ginn.
Oh, Ginn? Old man Ginn.
Old man Ginn.
Old man Ginn. Mostert. I'm just kidding. It's a throwback for you guys. Old man Ginn, Ted Ginn, not even in the league right now, and he's scoring touchdowns in Madden Sims.
I mean, it's going to be – he should land somewhere next year. I mean, maybe he played out in spring. If that's the case, it was a very good career. It lasted a lot longer than I thought it would after he got way overdrafted at 9th overall and then kind of struggled on and off. But he eventually settled into a role as a situational deep ball guy. And, he's a great locker room presence. His dad is one of the more legendary high school coaches in the country, and he brings a lot of that good atmosphere with him and responsibility. So even if he can't show up and be a regular deep threat, I think some team with a young receiving core would benefit from bringing him in, even if it's just for the preseason, bring him in through the summer. Maybe that's not what he wants to do. Maybe Ted Ginn's just sick of this whole thing. Like, you know what? I'm ready to retire. I have a boatload of cash. I'm just going to fish every day and eventually get really into youth coaching. If Ted Ginn wants one more go around, I think he can probably convince some team to get it done.
Tater hater. Oh, yeah, give it to me again.
Terrible.
I support it, Tater hater. I'm good with it. I'm in. You've sold me.
So I imagine you went over this at length at the last sim, but how are you feeling about the Celtics additions this trade deadline, and including the loss of Daniel Tice?
Thought you were going all Robin Hood Men in tights. Believe it or not, I didn't discuss it at all in the last sim because it felt like there were still dominoes to fall. The Tice thing hadn't happened yet. Fournier, I wasn't sure that was going to be the only thing. I wanted to just kind of reserve any and all Celtics thoughts until we had passed the deadline, which obviously we have at this point. So sure, why not weigh in? Jimmy Garoppolo, get sacked. See you later.
So we have until the Niners pump this away to go over all things Celtics right now. Strap in, Sim fam. We're doing
That's right. Load on up on the bus. I'm just looking at tonight's NBA DFS too, by the way, some of the value that is emerging after trades. I mean, there are just good plays all over the place, so get excited, people. But yeah, if you have any thoughts on the deadline, Celtics or any other team, happy to weigh in on that. Somebody had remarked that, don't look now at what the Heat are doing. Our guy Tate right there on board with you. He was saying that pregame. Obviously you get rid of Avery Bradley and Kelly Olynyk, and you bring in Victor Oladipo and potentially LaMarcus Aldridge. Yeah, if I'm Pat Riley, I'd feel pretty good about that too.
Yeah.
As far as the Celtics, so my overarching thought is this: are they a much better team, even a marginally better team, right now than they were this morning before the trade deadline? And my answer to that is no, not especially. I don't feel like they are leaps and bounds. They are exponentially better. I think that it is noteworthy. Want to play into the Vegas angle, folks? Somebody sent me the updated title odds on the Celtics to win a championship pre-deadline and post-deadline. Well, guess what? Hasn't changed. The number is exactly the same. That should tell you just about all you need to know as far as how people view the Celtics. Now, here it is. Evan Fournier, and I was saying this to someone a little while ago before we came on. If Evan Fournier and Madison, who is a noted Magic fan, our producer, would probably laugh at me saying this, because she follows and has followed Fournier closer than I ever have, even watching the league on the whole. If Evan Fournier proves to be the guy, the tide that lifts all ships, meaning he comes in, provides the Celtics the offensive depth, the bench production, because he's not going to start more than likely, at least barring injuries or Kemba Walker not playing the back-to-backs and that sort of thing. Unless he comes in and is that guy, because he's 20 points a game in Orlando. If he comes in and just Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, they feel less pressure on themselves, and Kemba Walker can relax and stop sulking when things aren't going their way, his way, and Marcus Smart isn't shooting as much as he is, and Fournier he doesn't need to score 20, but if he can give you the consistent 16, 17 off the bench or whatever role he's going to be in specifically, then everyone else relaxes around him. Yeah, it could be a big difference, because they have played well below what they are. Are they title contenders? They are not. But they are certainly a 4 seed. And they're playing with the heart and intensity of a 12 seed, which is why, they're sitting right around 8 right now and barely hanging on to a playoff spot. If they just go out and, for anyone who watched the Bucks game last night, and boy, was that a tough game to watch. Down by 25, they lose by 2 because they finally started to try. If they went out on a regular basis from the beginning of these games and actually hung on, and just heart being the 6th man, right? Try, give a damn. What's your give a bleep meter stand at? If they go out there and care, then they'll climb back and they'll finish around the 5th or 6th seed. They have time to do that. They don't, they'll fall out of the playoffs and they'll be what they were all throughout the year. Fournier can come in, he can be impactful. Where I'm a little bit lost on the addition is this. Danny Ainge, president of basketball operations for the C's, has been saying all year, and ownership has indicated as well, we're not going to use that TPE acquired from Charlotte, that massive, historically large trade player exception, until the offseason. That's when it makes more sense for us. And we're certainly not going to use it on a rental. Well, you just did the opposite of both of those things. You acquired Evan Fournier, who has months left on his contract, and then he's a free agent. You have to wait a little bit now. Patience is required. If the Celtics do re-sign Fournier, well, okay. You didn't just use 2/3 of the TPE for no reason. You didn't use it on an expiring player. He's part of your core. But if you just let him walk, or heaven forbid create another giant trade player exception to kick this ball down the line a little bit, then, people in Boston are going to revolt. So I can go on and on, obviously. I won't continue to bore people, but I can go on and on about the Fournier element. Very quickly on Daniel Tice, losing him for Mo Wagner.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a basketball negative, and I like Wagner a lot. That's a basketball negative. That is a financial move. That's for the books. That's to get under the luxury tax. It's an expiring contract. They both are. They weren't going to bring back Tice anyway. And so I just think today's, it was more or less a wash. The moves today were more or less a wash from what they've been. But if it opens up more room for Rob Williams, then I'm in on that as far as the bigs.
I think it's got to be. And then it maybe suggests more of a move to small ball, especially if you have a guy who was more of a shooter, at least at Michigan, in Mo Wagner. He hasn't really developed the way that obviously anyone has hoped in the NBA, whether it's the Lakers who picked him 25th or Washington who's had him the past couple of years. But you hope he still has that room for development. He can still be the shooter he was as a Wolverine. And if that's the case, I think your rim protection is still an issue behind anyone other than Time Lord. But you can make that work. You're just going to have to outscore a lot of guys, and that's not where you want to be in this version of the East, where the Heat are loaded again, and the Bucks are doing something new, and the Nets are finally looking like they wanted to look so long ago. So,
right. Yeah, it's just going to be interesting, especially for Boston fans that are just wildly impatient, expecting this team to contend for titles and nothing else is good enough. As this sim is not good enough so far. It's 7-6 through 3 quarters between the Niners and Bears so far, by the way.
And we're one botched 3rd and long away from an Eddie Pinheiro 50-something yarder, which is not going to be pleasant. Although Mitch is going to duck and run and slide short of the first, but will at the very least set up a much more manageable field goal. Picks up 10 there on the ground to make this a 41-yarder instead of a 51-yarder. I like that a lot more. Roll Eddie P.
Freak of nature. Smash the like button if you could feel the energy in the sim. Dean says, well, I eagerly await Koff calling Madden NBA games, which, that's not a thing, but I get your point. Perhaps you could say a few words about this Madden NFL game. I'd be happy to. Not that this game has warranted a whole lot of talking about it, if we're being honest with ourselves. 49er Quest, how fitting is that, is currently in front in our smaller free roll. We have solo leaders in the larger free roll and early classic contest, which of course wraps up with this sim. Mostert the captain spot, where he's only got about 17 points. Trubisky, Ginn, Miller, Pettis, and the Niners DST all part of that lineup. Can Trubisky change that? Maybe not. Let's see.
He's in
again.
Super
Second of the day. Well, 49er Quest, you can stay in front because you've got Trubisky and Ginn.
Well, Koff, we still got 7 minutes to play, but I think we all know who the crusty Koff player of the game's going to be.
Heck yeah.
A game devoid of offense. Old man Ginn said, no more. And he cast off the shackles of old age. This is going to be his 2nd straight game with at least 13 points. And this might be his biggest day since way back in Sim 100, a win over the Jets. This is Sim 120, by the way. So once in a blue moon, you get to see that man spring back to fantasy relevance. And today he's dragging Mad Mitch with him, kicking and screaming.
A couple people noting the Griffey Upper Deck rookie card on the shelf behind me. People seeing it. It's been up there the whole time. People seeing it for the first time here evidently right now.
As on cost screen. He must have you up on the 60-incher.
I guess. Mr. Hawk says, Koff, do you have enough mustard in the industry to get that signed by Griffey? And I do not. Wish I did. He is my all-time favorite. That would be lovely.
When you were a little kid, did you used to stand, like batting stance like Griffey?
Among others, but for sure. Yeah, Griffey's stance was so funny, too, because it was just, for people that don't remember it, well, for one, he was a lefty and I'm a righty, so that became a little trickier to begin with, but did encourage me to try and switch hits, so that was fun. But he didn't really bend the knees. He had that straight up stance, legs together. There wasn't much separate. Like, it was the antithesis of what people might remember Jeff Bagwell's stance. Like crouched down, legs, so far apart you could put a Buick in between there. Like Griffey was just, feet together, like literally touching, feet together, straight up stance, bat, waving over his left shoulder, and just, most beautiful swing in the history of baseball. Lefties in general have better looking swings than righties, but his was just a work of art, man. Gorgeous swing.
Speaking of gorgeous, after looking like he was about to throw that one away or take another 10-plus yard sack, Jimmy G with a strike to George Kittle. Big first down, and now, at the very least, these Niners in position to get a field goal and trim the deficit, although they're down 8. A field goal doesn't help them much.
First and 10. Garoppolo completes it inside the 5.
Nice strike there. Looks like it's Debo again. So after a slow start, we're working towards a pretty solid finish as the Bears score a touchdown. Now the Niners knocking at the door. First and goal coming up from the 4-yard line. Could be Mostert time. It won't be, though, because that is an empty backfield. Kittle wide open. Not going to Kittle. Instead, away.
Got it.
Wide
Touchdown.
open. Kendrick Bourne. Wow, all sorts of options there for Jimmy G, and he could have lobbed that one underhand, and Bourne could have just moonwalked his way into the end zone as the Bears completely broke. Look at that. There's not even a Bears player in frame there. There are fans closer to Kendrick Bourne than there were Bears defenders on that play.
Going for 2. Try and even up this game with 5 minutes to go in regulation. Garoppolo back to the end zone. He gets there. Touchdown, or rather 2-point conversion's good. Bourne again. Kendrick Bourne doing it all.
Bourne, one of those guys who just keeps showing up and getting things done. He has been just on a heater when it comes to solid double-digit performances. 10 his last game, 11 before that. 3 sims ago, 11.5. 2 sims before that, 23.7. So the ceiling is there. He's typically pretty consistent in these sims. And even when he biffs it, he still gives you like 5 or 6 points just because he's that kind of guy. Today, Kendrick went off at a fairly inexpensive 7,600. And I got him in my captain spot right now where he's delivered 20.5 points to get me all the way up, Koff, to 53rd place.
I'm 136th. You are doing better, sir. We got a 1st and 10 from the 31. Again, tied up. Mad Mitch picking up 5 right there. For anyone asking about Kyle Lowry, by the way, Adrian Wojnarowski a little while ago, in making trade offers for Kyle Lowry, teams had to take into consideration whether he would turn out to be a rental for the season or if they would be able to meet his contract expectations to stay in free agency, and that impacted how far teams were willing to go in on him, which, I mean, makes sense.
And Masai Ujiri was basically like, yeah, you know what? If the deal doesn't come, we're happy. We'll hold on to him. It's not going to be the difference maker now. If we have to, if we end this relationship with Kyle Lowry on a good note, that's fine with me too. Because very few players have embodied everything Raptors, the rise, the championship mantra more than Kyle Lowry, who was a late first-round pick who really did build himself up from kind of a rotational guy who might not have turned into anything to all-star. So I'm okay with the Kyle Lowry era in Toronto ending happily for both sides.
Yeah. I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Drake likes it. We know that. Second and 10 from midfield.
Sorry, I got caught up learning about all the COVID vaccinations in states next to mine, and Minnesota is going to be open to everyone 16 and older in like 5 days. Next week, you're going to be eligible, and I'm still. The problem is, Koff, I lost too much weight. I got too much in shape. You have the high BMI, you can go in. Like, BMI is such a weird thing. Like, it doesn't really take into account like how much of your body mass is actually fat. Like, you can be like a jack dude and you'd still be overweight according to BMI. Me, I'm a skinny guy, so I get nothing. But like one of my buddies, like 5'8", 160, like farm strong, like grew up on a farm and just like retained like the ruddy calves and like overall farm thickness. And he is technically overweight on the BMI, so he is scheduled to get his shot this week.
You're gonna have to wait a little while.
I'm gonna have to wait at least a few more weeks.
I haven't heard on mine yet. Waiting for that email telling me to come on down.
Yeah, I'm excited, dude. I mean, the thing is, like, once you get that email, the clock starts ticking. That's gonna be the worst. Like waiting A, to get your first appointment, and B, you get like the 3 weeks in between, and then you got to wait 2 weeks after that too. But like, as soon as you get that email, you just start the countdown. 6 weeks, and I will be able to do something approaching normal again. I'm very excited. I'm excited for the summer in general because last year we made it work, right? Like you found places where you could go sit outside and enjoy some of the normal food. So that's going to be that again. It's more of the fall.
Mainly my yard. I wasn't really going anywhere, but yeah, it'll be good. Even just the last week or two with the weather getting nicer and the snow melting and getting out and throwing the football or baseball or whatever around with the kids, shooting hoops, like just being outside and not being kind of cooped up on top of each other makes a world of difference.
Yeah, and we got a place near us where it's a little town called Paoli or Paoli. They pronounce it like a million different ways for a 5-letter city. It's on the way to New Glarus, and it's like a tiny, not even incorporated.
I think you're just making things up now.
No, never. Hush. But it's on the Sugar River, and it's this old mill that they turned into like a little brewery.
Sugar River. What are you playing, Candyland now?
It's apparently it's where all the sweet water comes from.
You're just making it all up.
Sounds delicious. Yeah, you just go and you hang out there, and they'll have like live bands play, and the kiddo can like splash around in the water. We can sit. Their beers are like a solid C+, so it's not ideal, but like the food's good, and you get outside and you have plenty of space, and people bring their dogs. There are tons of good dogs to pet. As a big first down strike there for the Niners, instead of folding on third down, Garoppolo comes up with about 30 yards on 3rd and 4, and now we are inching closer to a potential Robbie Gould game winner, although the Niners would like to burn some more clock off here. 2-minute warning coming up, but both teams have all 3 timeouts. No, a nice run from Mostert. Does he pick up the first? He didn't, but it'll be 2nd and inches when we return from the 2-minute warning.
Reeties, did you know Koff doesn't want to go outside? CJ, Koff can't get out of his chair today. His wife is adding wheels to it after the sim. Bill, Koff, sounds like Christian's hallucinating.
That is field goal range there for the Niners. So Bears got to start thinking about those timeouts, how they're going to use them, when they're going to use them. Andrew L. shifting the Skip Perkins murder blame from me to you. So congrats, you are now the latest SimFam member to be accused of murdering one of Glash's many terrible personas.
Listen, we've talked about this before, folks. I didn't kill him, you did. I certainly was, I provided the weapon, if you will, but you guys pulled the trigger. We were all on together, and we said 100 likes or dislikes, 100 dislikes for the stream to save Skip, and 200 likes to do away with him. And you guys spoke resoundingly about how you felt about Skip Perkins.
You had a choice, and you chose murder. And frankly, I respect it.
You wiped him out. Mm-hmm. Skip is no more. I'm surprised that Chip hasn't shown up yet.
He'll get
win.
Yeah. And flip and Dwayne, a little bit of cabin fever. I do miss just being able to go out and watch games at a place. Like, it's fine in my basement, but like they're like in the middle of March Madness, the night games. Like, the night games would always be let's go like watch a game with other people, have some food that you don't have to cook.
High five a stranger, that sort of thing.
Exactly, yeah. And I'm pretty happy I didn't have to watch the Badgers get dismantled in the round of 32 with other Badger fans, but part of me also misses the outright disgust, like the old towny Wisconsinites would go towards the Badgers. Gold coming on for a lead-taking field goal here. It'll be a 36-yarder, and it's up, and it is good. So about 80 seconds left, no timeouts for Madden Mitch and the Bears. And unless we see some copious amounts of Teddy Ginn and Allen Robinson, this one may be a loss for the home team.
River at 64. Skip was the best commentator DK ever had, hands down. You should all be ashamed.
Disagree, River Rat. Disagree.
But he was part of the family, and unfortunately, sometimes you lose an uncle.
Yeah, and sometimes it's that kind of crappy uncle who gave you like mugs from the blood donation center that he clearly just found in the back of his RV every year for Christmas. That's what Skip Perkins was.
CJ, all I know is that since Skip is gone, I have less headaches.
See, the one thing I also blame Glash for the cop out there because he could have done that whole sim in Oh wow! Oh wow!
That's an answer and a half, man.
Woo. Woo. I told you. I said they need to go to Allen Robinson. It wasn't exactly a bold prediction, seeing as he is their best player and they needed a big play. But Madden Mitch uncorking a bomb. That ball went 60 yards in the air. And now the Bears going to have 2, maybe 3 shots to score a game-winning touchdown, and Cohen doesn't get out of bounds. So they got 1 play, maybe 2 if this is an incompletion. Oh, boy. All right, Madden Mitch. Could this be the greatest moment of your sim life? Will the Chicago hometown fans be toasting you with Malort tonight? Or they go back into the
seconds. Oh no!
Oh no!
Stopped at the 1, and time is gonna run out for Chicago.
And it would have been Ginn again.
He would have had his 3rd.
In.
Oh, that is
inches short. Inches short of the game winner. Are you kidding me?
That is crushing.
Oh, like what a great finish to a game that was 6-0 at halftime. Amazing, amazing 4th quarter. Mitch, why are you posing with him? You lost, buddy.
Oh, that's not right. That's not right.
Chicago putting away the celebratory Malort and bringing out the sad Malort instead.
I wonder if that hits a little too close to home for Tate.
Oh.
Tate being the Bears fan here with us.
I mean, how familiar must that be?
Tater hater. Get in the end zone, you bum. Oh man. Well, he said no. They deserve to lose in real life and in Sims.
Anyway, a fine finish to a slow developing game. Jimmy G 241 touchdown through the air. Mitch 227 and 2 touchdowns. A 3rd would have made him a legend. And it would have propelled Ted Ginn to the greatest sim game of his life. Instead, he was merely a 20-ish point play, something like that. So Ted Ginn, even in a losing effort, for trying so hard and coming so close and showing us what a man in his late 30s can do. You are the 4 p.m. sim Krusty Cough player of the game. And, there are a few competitors for that Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award in this one.
Yeah.
I mean, David Montgomery was dirt cheap, but he only gave you 1.4 points, and he was so heavily rostered. But I don't think we can really give.
No, you can't give a punt play to Babysitter Billy. What about Raheem Mostert?
Mostert still gave you double-digit points.
Yeah, but he was 40% in the captain spot.
Yeah, he raised a good point there. Anthony Miller at under 5 was another potential candidate.
Yeah, he burned me as well.
Yeah, I got him in there too.
Jimmy Graham had 1 catch for 10 yards. He was in a 3rd of lineups.
Oh man, yeah. You know what? Let's give it to Jimmy Graham. Let's give it to Jimmy. Okay. Even though you can make a case for any of those guys, a Jimmy Graham one-catch performance, you need a little bit more than that from a guy who's giving you like 7 per. Like Anthony Miller was bad, but he's only giving you 9 per. Jimmy Graham, next on the pecking order, down from Anthony Miller, cost more money and gave you way, way less in response. So Jimmy Graham, you are the babysitter Billy, not my kid, I don't know her award winner for the 4 p.m. sim.
Tater hater saying, getting choked at the end. Our guy Robbie Noble says, thanks to Iron Man's Adam, C Dizzle Johnny Mac, the Wild Stallion, Magic Madison, Cobra K, Tate, the Great. Don't forget Daniel. Daniel needs a nickname from you, Robbie. Coming up here, we have got, well, I mean, you're only halfway through the Dream Stream day. So as far as the Sims, I'll just tell you the Sims first. At 6, Jason Rossi and this guy, Christian, coming on back. Chargers, Eagles, that is, of course, the happy hour special. Primetime, Texans, Washington, Brendan Glasheen and Jeff Fulwork will be with you for the 8 o'clock game. Madden After Dark at 10, Raiders, Bucks, that same duo, Glash and Moose. And coming up after this one here, in a matter of moments, you will have Shrag and Matt Mieselman for the NBA trade deadline special to review some of what we've already covered, but they will give you a fantasy spin, obviously, on much of what went down over the course of the day today. In between those couple chaotic hours, or really 3, between 12 and 3 or 3:15, whatever it was, they'll review all those great details for you. We want to remind you to subscribe to postroute.substack.com, as always. I am all done here for this particular day, but I will be back with you for a pair of Sims tomorrow night with Brandon Cristal, BKAK, at 8 and 10. So look forward to that. You can find me venting away on Twitter and steering clear of the shower in between now and then, probably, as I just, rapid fire Celtics takes nonstop. Christian, it's going to be great. Maybe I'll test my legs out and get up for a minute or two.
I mean, take your time. Just make sure you don't clot up. That's the only thing we ask. Otherwise, find a way to boil off the rage elsewhere. Maybe go outside and just scream into the heavens and really annoy your neighbors. That's what I do all the time. I will be back here with Rossi. First time in like 3 weeks, Rossi and I bringing the personality crew back together. Hopefully, I will see you all then. And Koff, I will see you next week. Have a great weekend. Enjoy your Friday night Sims.
You too, pal. Look forward to it. All right. Thanks, everybody. See you next time.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to a special edition of Pre-Lock Live. This is the trade deadline edition. We're going to be jumping in with Matt, who's joining me from the DraftKings Sportsbook team, and we are going to be breaking down all these crazy moves from today. Wow, it was a crazy day. So what do you make of it? Let's get your first take, Matt.
First take is I'm a little confused by the Raptors trading Powell and holding Lowry. I guess it's a product of what other teams wanted, but that is an interesting situation that I'm sure we'll get to a lot of. But I think we have a lot to talk about there with Toronto.
Yeah, definitely. Before we jump into all the trade deadline stuff, if you guys have any questions about the moves, make sure to hit them up in the chat. We're not going to be discussing any of the NBA slate. The only thing we might touch on is if there's like late breaking news and then we get a Matt special to come on and he'll give you his take. But other than that, we're going to be focusing this show. It's going to be all about the crazy moves that happened in the NBA. So with that being said, let's bring up the full graphic today of all the major moves that were made. But starting at the top of it, let's start with Vooch going to Chicago. With him going to Chicago, this really sets up here for the Bulls to make a playoff push. I believe that with this, they have now, a starting center that they can rely on, and he can stretch it out to the three-point line. He's one of the best pick and pop bigs in the league. But outside of that, what do you make of the move, Matt? And do you feel that the Bulls have a chance now to make the playoffs in the Eastern Conference?
It's been kind of strange what the Bulls have been doing over the last couple of weeks. So they started the season more or less as a rebuilding team. And then about a week or so ago, right after the All-Star break, they changed up their starting lineup to give their veterans more minutes. So they put Thomas Satoransky in the starting lineup ahead of Kobe White. And they put Thaddeus Young in the starting lineup ahead of Wendell Carter. I think he was on the bench prior to that. So they're playing Markkanen at center. But the Bulls are clearly going for the playoffs this year. It's just it's kind of confusing why that would be. They don't have a great roster, and now they're upgrading. They didn't give up a ton for Vucevic. I mean, I'm not really sure what I think of Wendell Carter as a prospect. Still some upside there, but he hasn't been great. So the Bulls are a playoff contender now for sure, but they're still pretty likely to get bounced in the first round if they make it. So I just don't really understand what their motivation is. Like, they just really, really want to make the playoffs. And now, I don't know, maybe it's 50-50 they can do it or a little less, but they do have a chance to make the playoffs now. That's for sure.
Yeah, I really like that move for them, though. They've had basically, a decade now of horrible play and finally turning the corner. All their prospects didn't really turn out. I mean, Wendell Carter Jr. was a number 4 overall pick out of Duke. And then Lowry was a number 7 pick. So they've had two of these lottery bigs that they thought maybe we have one stretch and one guy that can be in the post and maybe blocking a lot of shots. But I feel like just Wendell Carter Jr. didn't really fit that well with them. And I thought there was a lot of rumor swirling about Lowry also being moved with next and him not being able to fit next to Vucevic. But I think he should fit well. I mean, he's still a stretch big, and you can have Vooch grab all the rebounds and not really have Markkanen worrying too much about that.
Yeah, both of those guys are pretty versatile. So I don't generally worry too much about team fit. If the players are good enough and as long as they're good passers, they'll make it work. But maybe that's not so much the case for Markkanen. He can play inside and outside. He's not much of a passer. Vucevic can do just about anything. So I think just, anyone playing next to him, Vucevic can adapt to the other player, and he's good at all facets of offense. So I don't think the fit should be a problem. It's more that the Bulls still aren't great. So even though they got a lot better, they're still probably around the 9th best team in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
And it's just, where are they going?
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's go on to another team in the Eastern Conference that made a move. The team that made it to the NBA Finals last year. We have Miami making a move to get Victor Oladipo. I thought they were going to wait until the summer to do it, but they went for it now, and all they had to give up was an expiring in Bradley, an expiring in Olynyk, and a draft pick swap. So That makes a lot of sense for Miami. They got to go for it. They have a solid enough team, and they didn't have to give up much of their depth. But for Houston, let's look at this from the Houston side, actually. What do you make of this? Now that Harden deal has basically turned into a bunch of expiring contracts and pick swaps, what is there to make on the Houston side?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you because I don't really understand this. I mean, my guess as to what happened is that they thought Oladipo was a lot better than he turned out to be for them. And then he just didn't play well and they just gave up. Like they thought they were getting an elite player. They didn't like what they saw in him and they just kind of threw him away. And they're like, well, Oladipo didn't work out. Let's go full rebuild now. So that's just pretty terrible that that's what James Harden turned into for them. But like, how is there not another team out there that could make a better offer than what the Heat made? You would think that Philly, with all their young players like Matisse Thybulle and Tyrese Maxey, wouldn't those players have been a better haul for the Rockets, or do you think that they weren't offered?
I don't think they were offered, and I honestly think that they got to the point where they saw John Wall and Victor Oladipo as basically being twins, both guys needing the ball in their hands and having to create, and then they basically got a free pick in Kevin Porter Jr. So that kind of turned it around for them. I think that move actually made this trade possible because they're like, well, if we're going to rebuild, why are we going to pay a guy to be here 2, 3, 4, whatever amount of years? Let's try to get something back. And then in that something back was expiring. So now they can have a potential to take on a bad contract. I think that's kind of what their vision of it is basically they lucked into Harden when the Thunder kind of decided, hey, we're not going to pay Harden. So I think they feel that if they do that again, they have a chance here now because they don't have any picks. They traded all their picks to get basically get Westbrook, So yeah, they're getting some picks from the Nets, but those picks are not going to be good because the Nets are going to be good. So I think that really sets up here where they had to bottom out, and they know that Christian Wood's probably their center of the future. John Wall will get his trade value up, and then he's going to be a large expiring deal in a couple of years. So I think that's the reason why they went in this regard, so that they can have as much cap space in the future because they won't have any prospects.
Yeah, I think all that logic makes sense. It's the one thing that I don't totally buy is that Oladipo is a similar player to Wall and Kevin Porter. Offensively, yes, they all do similar things. Oladipo is a much better defender than those guys, at least when he's healthy. So maybe part of the concern was just Oladipo's health. But if Oladipo is remotely healthy with the Heat, he gives them a pretty big defensive upgrade, because one of the biggest issues in Miami this year has been, aside from the COVID problems, but the defense from guys like Duncan Robinson, and then especially Tyler Hero, Goran Dragic, Kendrick Nunn, still a young player, but they don't have, Butler is a great defender. They haven't been able to use Avery Bradley, mostly due to COVID issues. He's not healthy. So Oladipo's defense is a big deal for Miami compared to the other guards they have. And I think we may see Kendrick Nunn just totally fall out of the rotation again. That would be, I think, the most logical thing for them to do, because in the playoffs last year, Nunn barely even played unless someone else was out. He got almost no minutes in the finals.
Well, I thought he played fine in the finals. He had that one game where he saved them in the playoffs to get there. So I think it's one of those situations where Goran is fragile, Oladipo is fragile. These guys are injury prone. So now you set up where if you need to have a backup guard coming in that knows the system, then that really sets up for an injury kind of leverage there for the team. But then if you want to run it back, you have a chance where you can go Oladipo and Goran as the two guards to attack with, and then Butler as the off wing. So I think that's kind of the reasoning behind it.
Yeah, Butler has been playing a lot of point guard this year, and I think maybe that has to do with other guys being out. Maybe that's not where they would ideally want him when the team is at full strength. So yeah, the Heat have a lot of versatility now. It certainly makes sense why they would want Oladipo, and if that just means Nunn and Dragic and Hero and Robinson all are in the rotation, they just play less minutes, and they can keep the guys that have had injury problems this year healthier by only playing 15 minutes a night. Maybe that's the way they envision it. But the Heat, do you think that they're a legitimate championship contender again? They were lucky to make it as far as they did last year. They kind of, I would say the biggest fluke was that Giannis got hurt for basically the whole series against them, and the Bucks were the best team in the East last year. I don't think the Heat are better than the top teams of the East, but maybe they're on the same playing field now.
They are on the same playing field because if with the Bucks, you need to have 2 wings to guard Middleton and Drew. So you need at least 2 wings there. And then with the Sixers, you need them to at least have one on Ben Simmons with length. So that's the reason why you set up with Oladipo, because he has to guard Ben Simmons in a playoff series. You're not going to have Hero and Robinson running around on him, nor are you going to have Dragic running around on him. So those are the 2 biggest threats to Miami, and they need that defense from Oladipo.
Yeah, I think they maybe had envisioned Avery Bradley being the go-to playoff ball stopper, and he doesn't have that. I just don't think he has that athleticism anymore.
Yeah, let's get to some questions. We got a bunch of questions from the chat. Let's see. Thought the Raptors would trade Siakam after his tirade with Nurse, but I thought, honestly, the thing with the Raptors is, what were they doing with Lowry? He's an expiring deal. Yeah, he came out and said he wants a contract with whoever is going to trade for him, but a contender not trading for him and the Raptors keeping Siakam. I didn't see Siakam on the move because they just recently gave him that big deal, and his value from that deal has been diminished. You know, I feel like that big contract that they gave him was because he made that Most Improved Player of the Year award, and he played great next to Kawhi, but this team is not going anywhere. So what do you make with kind of the Raptors here? They didn't make them. They only traded Norman Powell. We'll touch on that a little bit later in our graphic, but is there something to make this Lowry move didn't go down?
It's tough. So I guess if we need to indulge in the narratives a little, it would make sense that the Raptors were struggling because of this turmoil of players being worried about getting dealt and all of that goes on. And I'm sure that there was some animosity between players about who would be staying and who would be getting traded. And now it's passed. The Raptors have just too much talent to be playing this bad. And at some point it just has to turn around. Like, the roster's too good even without Powell. Gary Trent we'll get into, but they still have most of their good players: VanVleet, Lowry, Siakam, Boucher, Anunoby. Like, they have a really good starting lineup. So at 18-26, like, I think the Raptors are a much better team than the Bulls, and the Bulls are the team that's getting hyped up now. I think that the Raptors, to some extent, figured that this is not a lost season and they can still make the playoffs, and they've made deep playoff runs with this core group. So why not just keep the roster together? They're only, 3 games back of the 8 seed, and you only need to be in the top 10 to have a shot to make the playoffs this year.
Right, exactly. With the new playoff play-in format, you have to basically, if you get the number 10 seed, you just have to win those 2 games to get the number 8 seed.
Yeah, it's the playoff situation is weird, but if I'm looking at the bottom of the East, I would give the Raptors a much better chance than the Bulls, and I think I would give them a better chance than the Hornets and the Knicks, who are 4 games up on them each.
Yeah.
With LaMelo Ball out, and then the Knicks have, I think it's the hardest remaining schedule of any Eastern Conference team. The Knicks have also kind of lucked out this year with not having the same kind of injury and COVID issues as a lot of the other teams. The Raptors have been heavily affected recently. Definitely. So I think the Celtics and Raptors, by not doing that much, solidified themselves as playoff teams. And we can get into the betting markets on this too, but it started to look like a Lowry trade was being priced in. So the Raptors had gotten to around even money to make or miss the playoffs. And I think that a lot of that was the expectation that Lowry would be gone, and a team that's this good shouldn't, even at 8 games under 500, considering the playoff structure this year, the only logical explanation for them to be around that line was that there was an expectation he would be moved. So that line's off the board now. I'm sure when it comes back, though, the Raptors will be favored to some extent to make the playoffs.
Makes sense. Let's get into another question from the chat. How much better are the Nuggets with Aaron Gordon? What do you make of this move? I think everybody was waiting for this Aaron Gordon move. The rumors were the Celtics. I heard a little bit about the Nuggets coming in and swooping in, but they didn't have to give up very much for this. So what do you make of this with the move coming in with the with the Nuggets making it here? All they had to give up was Gary Harris, RJ Hampton, and a first-round pick.
I guess the question is, how good of a basketball player is Aaron Gordon right now? I guess it makes sense that Gary Harris would be part of the deal just to get a useful player going back to Orlando. But I think I'm questioning that the Nuggets are better with Aaron Gordon than with Gary Harris because they have plenty of playmakers. They have plenty of offense. They struggled on defense a lot when both Harris and Paul Millsap were out. Their defense got really bad for a while there. Millsap being back has helped them. But who is Aaron Gordon taking minutes from? So do you think he's better than Michael Porter Jr., Paul Millsap? He's an upgrade over JaMychal Green. I think I'll give them that. So he helps, but I don't think he helps a ton. So it's kind of a hard thing to say. The Nuggets were one of the best teams in the West. I think they still are one of the best teams in the West.
Interesting. I see him to be a much better player than Paul Millsap, and I believe he's going to start ahead of Paul Millsap for the Nuggets now. I think if they run it back with MPJ and Aaron Gordon, you kind of have switching wings. They can play the 4, they can play the 3 together, and then you still have Jokic in the middle. So I think they really set up nicely here where Barton's now coming off the bench, Millsap's coming off the bench as kind of their vet presence, and that makes them really deep. That's your top 7 guys. And then Monte Morris has been completely hurt for, I don't know, what has it been, 3 weeks now? So they have good, decent guard depth too. They're not worried about that. Jamal Murray is going to play 36 to 40 minutes in the playoffs. And with Gary Harris, he was starting, but now they have, PJ Dozier. He was playing really well for them too. Now that opened it up for them too. I think PJ Dozier's kind of ascent into their rotation, and then him actually staying there and playing well set this team up to say, hey, you know what? We don't need Gary Harris. And we can move on. If we want to start Will Barton, we can start Barton. We can go Dozier. They got Campazzo too as a backup guard now. So I think they had enough guard depth, and they were like, we can just dump him. We need more big help because they know facing off against the other teams in the West, they're still going to have to face off against the Lakers. They still have to face off against the Jazz. I guess the Jazz are more 4-1. They have 4 out and 1 big, but still you have the Clippers that are semi-big. Then the Trailblazers still have their size. You got Nurkic, who just tweeted himself coming in. He didn't want to get scooped on his own story, but Nurkic and Kanter are going to be there. The Mavs have KP and Kleber. So I think they needed the size, and it makes sense for them to get an athletic wing. And if he doesn't pan out, you still have one more year with him. He was really cheap. I think I saw he was getting 18 mil next year. He's getting 16 mil this year. So that's pretty underpriced for the type of player that he is.
Yeah, I'm totally with you that it made sense from the cost to acquire Gordon. I'm just not sure that he is part of their best 5-man unit to close a playoff game because the defense could be lacking if he's out there. So if the lineup is Murray, Barton, Gordon, obviously Jokic, and then Michael Porter, that's a lineup that probably will struggle to guard. So maybe Millsap plays over one of those guys.
Yeah.
And I think Barton is probably the odd man out there as the 6th best player on the team. But that's kind of a strange lineup. If you have Murray and Jokic with Aaron Gordon, Paul Millsap, and Michael Porter Jr., it's a lot of size and maybe it's a little bit too slow. So I think it'll be interesting to see how the Nuggets play. But whether Gordon starts or not, he'll probably be in for the minutes where Jokic isn't in, just kind of staggering the minutes there. So he'll be on the second unit, whether it's because he played the first 4 minutes of the game, checked out, came back in when Jokic came in the game, or, the way that they structure that. I think he'll be a sort of second unit player for them, regardless of whether or not he starts. And that should help them with their depth and with their bench scoring. So I do think it upgrades them. But you mentioned Portland. I think Portland may be a better team when healthy. It's close though. I think Denver's still in that second tier behind healthy Clippers, healthy Lakers, healthy Jazz.
Yeah.
They're in contention for 4th best team, but I don't think they did enough to move into that top tier.
Yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from. And going from the top tier to the bottom tier, Orlando, we touched on them before. They dumped Vucevic, they dumped Gordon, and now they're dumping Fournier. What do you make of Orlando just going for the tank now? They dumped 3 of their 3 best players, and now they're looking at somewhere where, hey, they don't have to really worry about it. They have all their guys. The way I perceived it is let's get rid of our 3 best players, get the most back, because we're going to be tanking for the next couple of years. Fultz is injured. Isaac is injured. That it doesn't set up for them to actually have even a good or decent team now.
Yeah, it's I don't really know what to make of Orlando, because they do have 2 young assets that aren't playing this year. I guess that's the best thing they have going for them with Isaac and Fultz.
Yeah.
But they weren't that bad is what's weird about it, right? Like a healthy Orlando team is pretty solid. So I don't know. It's sometimes teams just figure they can recalibrate in the offseason and just make a quick improvement, kind of have that 1 year short rebuild. Yeah, it's been a frustrating season for them, because without injuries, they probably were a legitimate contender for the playoffs if no one got hurt.
Yeah. But they moved Fournier to Boston, stayed in the same conference. They received 2 second-round picks for Fournier. The Celtics really needed a scoring punch, maybe off the bench, maybe moving Jaylen Brown to small forward, making Smart come off the bench and Fournier start. It really sets up here. I don't know why. Do you feel like they should have maybe went for Gordon, or maybe that the asking price was too high for Gordon and they settled for Fournier? And Fournier is a free agent after coming this year, so you have to think that he's going to be re-signing if they go and make that move for him.
Yeah, that's hard to say. I think Gordon may have been a little harder to get, so maybe that's the reason. I'm not sure that one is a better fit than the other. The Celtics just kind of need more good players. Like, they just need a little more depth, because Jeff Teague wasn't doing it for them on their second unit. There were games where they were at full strength. He didn't even play. So yeah, they had no issue giving him up, I'm sure. Yeah, I think just having another guy who can score and distribute and be a good playmaker was important for the Celtics to get. I think they should have made a run at Kyle Lowry or Norman Powell or Oladipo. Like, I don't know. Do you think that Robert Williams is on the table, or he's too good of a young asset to have been in consideration for any sort of trade?
No, I think they've found him to be too highly touted of a prospect now. You have Tristan Thompson, who's whatever, he's not a part of the future. Daniel Tice was traded, so now they can't give up that kind of lob big, because if in the future they do end up getting a nice like pick and roll guard, Kemba Walker does well. He's not really a lob guard though. So you have you have Robert Williams' verticality as something where you can kind of build off that. You want that in today's NBA. You want to either to go spaced out or have that vertical threat. So that's kind of how I looked at it.
To put it even more simply than that, Kemba Walker is a bad defender, and having a really good rim protector helps him. Like, I think I agree with what you're saying, but in a raw sense, like, Kemba Walker's a bad defender. He has to play though, because he's great on offense, and you need a shot blocker when you have that much of a liability in your starting backcourt.
Yeah, exactly. You know what's really funny? I was just looking at this this trade deadline graphic that we made, and the 4 guys that we talked about were all from Orlando. Vooch out from Orlando. Oladipo drafted by Orlando. Aaron Gordon, Orlando. Fournier, Orlando. So I found it really interesting that they kind of had these 4 guys. They've also had other good players that they traded away and they made mistakes on, but hopefully they can bottom out. And I think Orlando usually lucks into getting a nice draft pick of a big. They got Shaq. They had after that they had Dwight Howard. Then they got Vooch. So they get good bigs. So I think there's a chance here for them to get another one. Maybe they get the USC big that's been playing really well in the tournament.
Yeah, and they still have Michael Carter-Williams and Markelle Fultz. They've been a part of some very highly talked about and just trades involving players who have had tumultuous starts to their careers, with Fultz' shot and then like MCW not panning out, but he was playing pretty well this year.
Yeah,
they struggled much more when he was out of games. Yeah, it's weird how Orlando has manufactured players for just the purposes of other teams.
Let's jump into some picks now from the DraftKings Sportsbook. You want to look at division winner to reach playoffs, conference winner. How are you feeling about the team futures that are on DraftKings Sportsbook right now?
Yeah, they weren't involved in the deadline, but just looking at the Warriors, like, I've been pretty bearish on the Warriors throughout the year, and Steph Curry's hurt now. I would think they probably miss the playoffs. So you'd have to lay some odds on them. So
minus 143 now to miss the playoffs.
Yeah, so that could be a little pricey, but like if they lose another game or two, especially against teams that they're competing with, so they were able to split 2 games against the Grizzlies, but like if they lose a game to San Antonio or Portland, it's going to be hard for them to win the 2 play-in rounds. Like they're not necessarily better than the Spurs or Grizzlies when all those teams are at full strength. So I think they're a team worth fading. It's been interesting to see the way the Hornets playoff odds have shifted around since the LaMelo Ball news. So he got hurt. There was a big surge towards them not making the playoffs in terms of the line. And then they just won. The win last night was against the Rockets. So not necessarily as big of a deal, but it was a road win without LaMelo Ball. The game before that, they beat the Spurs on the road without LaMelo Ball. So, I mean, the Hornets are not really talked about right now because they didn't do anything at the deadline, but I would still, I think they are rightfully ahead of the Bulls in terms of odds to make the playoffs.
They are plus 125 right now to make the playoffs, minus 157 to miss.
Yeah, I think they most likely find themselves as the 9 or 10 seed in a play-in game, and that means they ultimately probably don't get in, but I think that they at least have a much better chance to get into that game than the Bulls do. I think that there's a real chance, even with the Vucevic trade, that the Bulls finish 11th and don't even get a chance in the play-in round.
Interesting. That's really interesting. So you're saying they're right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook. We have Bulls, Warriors, Hornets, Pelicans, Spurs, and Pacers markets.
Yeah, I think the Pacers should be just fine. So there's a reason they're close to
minus 286 right now to make the playoffs. So they feel really secure.
What I would really want to see is what that Raptors line is when it comes back. But right now, there are 11 teams contending for 10 spots. The Pistons, Magic, Cavs are certainly not playoff contenders. And I know you were a little bit on the Wizards to start the season. I think that we can sort of eliminate them. I mean, they still have an outside shot, better than those other 3, but they're not really in the hunt. So of those 11, who do you think is the most likely to not get into the top 10?
Let's see.
Currently, the team in last right now, or in 11th place, is the Raptors. I don't think they finished the season there.
Right. They move up, and it looks like wow.
It's a tough call.
Yeah, it really is. I'm looking at the standings right now, and it's going to be really interesting to see how things shake out. And honestly, I think because of the chance that teams get to play this play-in game, it made people more aggressive at the trade deadline, because the Bulls in a normal season without this play-in game, they're sitting in the 10 spot. They're only 1.5 games back of the 8 seed, but in the 10 spot, you're not looking at like, oh, we might have a shot to make the playoffs here because the teams ahead of you are playing good. But now you're like, I'm in the 10 spot. Even if we just tread water for a while, we can still have a shot at making the playoffs.
Yeah, if there were only 8 teams even getting a chance, like you look at the Pacers, Celtics, and Hawks in front of you, and then Miami, the Sixers, Bucks, and Nets are obviously out of reach, but like those teams are all good teams. So sitting at 10, you wouldn't think you have any chance, but if all it takes is to get to 10 and then you just have to win 2 games in a row, then you're in. It's more worth taking a risk. So yeah, I think if you had polled most fans this morning before any trades went down, I think just about everyone would have picked Toronto as the most likely team to drop out. And I might have agreed because it seemed very likely that Norman Powell and Kyle Lowry would be gone and it would just be for future assets.
Correct.
At this point, I think the 2 teams most likely to miss, it's going to be either Chicago or the Knicks. Like those would be the teams I think are most prone to falling. Like they'll be close at the end. This should be a pretty wild finish to the season because all these teams are so bunched up.
Yeah.
But I think the Knicks are the worst of these teams. I don't know. I'm from the area. I used to be a Knicks fan. I kind of got bored of them because they never win. But I just like as objective as I can be, there's just not nearly as much talent on the Knicks roster as any of these other teams.
I think they're basically just playing as much as possible with Randall and Barrett playing now. They'll probably play them 40 minutes a night going in to try to just win every possible game. I think that's where it has to be. And the Hornets just fade because of that LaMelo injury. Tibbs is going to play his guys all the way to the end.
This is the other thing about the Hornets. I'm not sure how much they're going to miss LaMelo Ball. We've seen it through 2 games where they've won without him. The deepest position on that team is guard.
Right.
or just wings. They have Rozier, Graham, Hayward, Malik Monk probably isn't very good, but he can at least score. It's not like they're playing guys with no offense in his absence. They have plenty of depth. So if someone else got hurt, then sure, they would be kind of done. But Rozier, Graham, and Hayward as a backcourt with PJ Washington, and then Cody Zeller, Bismack Biyombo's center platoon isn't that exciting, but they are. I don't know. I think they're still an average team without Ball there.
Yeah. So then you're having the Knicks kind of fade away. It's really interesting. I just feel like Randall does enough on a night-to-night basis, and Barrett gets there enough for them to at least have a shot at it.
Yeah, I think they will. If they don't make it in the top 10, they will have only missed it by a game or so.
Yeah.
But the thing is, even if they're 9 or 10, they still have to win 2 games against teams that are better than them. What would the line be if you have let's say the Knicks are the 10, they beat the 9 seed, so then they play the loser of 7-8. Let's say that team is Indiana. What are the Knicks playing a road game against a healthy Pacers team that now has Karis LeVert? Like, they're probably 5 or 6 point underdogs. They're just they could do it.
The Pacers have a lot of depth now with Karis LeVert there. They already had a nice big rotation with Sabonis and Turner. Then you have a solid backcourt with Brogdon and LeVert. If you can even play LeVert as your wing. So I like the Pacers to make a little bit of a move here.
Yeah, we actually just saw the Pacers beat Miami back-to-back games on the road before they got blown out by Milwaukee after that, but they also played that game without Brogdon and Turner. Yeah. They're probably not as good as the Heat now because they have Oladipo, but the Pacers are in that second tier of Eastern Conference teams. So clearly better than the Knicks, but I think the most likely scenario is that Julius Randle, who is now the favorite for most improved player, actually wins that award despite the Knicks not getting in the playoffs.
All right. Very nice. So we have another question from the chat. I want to bring up this trade deadline graphic that we had created for everyone to see what the moves were in case you missed them or didn't get any of the Woj bombs or the sham wows. Then we have the question is, what is your favorite move from an individual team perspective from all the trades that were made?
I think it has to be Vooch, even if it doesn't move the needle for the Bulls enough to make them a likely bet to make the playoffs. I think it's just he was the best player relative to the return. So we can talk a bit more about Powell and Gary Trent. I like Norman Powell, but I also like Gary Trent. It's not the biggest upgrade in the world for Portland, or I don't know. Do you see it differently than that?
I don't think so. Just because Dame and CJ are such, when they play, they're going to play 38 to 40 minutes when it's crunch time. Those guys are going to play as much as possible towards the end. And then what do you have? You have Norman Powell playing small forward. Yeah, he plays small forward, but he's going to have to be that kind of 6-man off the bench. And yeah, Trent was getting there for them. And then Hood coming off that Achilles injury. They got a nice big scoring punch additional, but I don't think it puts them over the top of what they really needed. And with Nurk coming back, maybe they didn't need as much.
Yeah, that's the best player the Blazers acquired to their lineup today was Nurkic by a mile. I mean, Powell's good. Trent is maybe a little less good, but Nurkic is a really, really good center, and he makes that team a lot better than they were. And Enes Kanter is a backup center now. Is there a better backup center in the NBA?
No, there isn't. He can score, rebound. Yeah, he's lackluster on defense, but if you're just relying on him for 18 to 20 minutes and you're saying, hey, Powell and Kanter, go to work with the second unit and just attack as much as possible, that really sets up nicely for them. That's a really nice bench duo to have.
Yeah, for sure. So maybe the best move that any team made in terms of their chances to get in the playoffs and make some noise is the Raptors not trading Lowry.
Yep.
So they downgraded slightly from Powell to Trent. I don't think Rodney Hood will play much for them.
Right.
Probably fairly inconsequential, even if he does play 10 minutes a night. But yeah, Lowry's great still, and the Raptors are still in the hunt and can win a round or two. Who knows what kind of weird injuries happen, but they're still a really good team.
That's a good answer. We have producer Mad saying the best move was no move at all.
Yeah. It's kind of like the obvious cop out answer that I think I saw that quote or that meme circling around, like the best move is sometimes no move. I think the best move was the Bulls move, but there's at least an argument that the Raptors making no move was the best move.
I honestly like the Victor Oladipo move for Miami the most. They didn't have to give up much for him, and that's like an influx of talent right away. You know that they kind of luck boxed into the finals last year. They know that it was a perfect storm where they were the underdogs going against the Bucks. Giannis kind of limping around, and they got to attack a team that wasn't there. And then the Celtics, they haven't been able to get over the hump. So it was a perfect storm for the Heat, and they know to have that perfect storm go up again and try to win a championship, you need that boost of talent. And I feel Oladipo really gave them that.
Yeah, if the framing on the question is which team increased their title odds by the most, because of how close the Heat already were to the top of the conference, there's no question that they are the right choice for that answer. I mean, they're clearly better than Toronto this year to this point. They probably were anyway, even if Toronto was playing up to their potential. The Heat did make the finals last year, like you said. So yeah, I think the team that's championship odds should have changed the most from the deadline. Yeah, that's got to be the Heat.
Yeah, for sure. Man, it was crazy though. I know it started out as a day where once Vooch got traded, the floodgates were going to open. I think that's what really made it to the point where everyone's like, oh, okay, let's do this. And let's go attack for Orlando as kind of the fire team that's just dropping everybody.
Yeah, I guess I'll throw this in. We haven't talked about them much, but I'm disappointed at least a little bit in the Sixers. So I like George Hill, but Philly has so many assets, and they really are up there as one of the main contenders in the Eastern Conference. I truly think they're a player away from being the best team in the NBA. Maybe adding Kyle Lowry would have actually made them the NBA championship favorites, assuming they didn't have to give up very much, which probably would have been the case because they have so many young players who are only fringe rotation players for them. So I don't know what move should Philly have made, Lowry, Oladipo, or maybe they just didn't like those players enough to give up on guys like Tyrese Maxey, Shake Milton, and Thibault.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, they didn't have the situation where they could probably give up like expiring guys. So I like the fact that they held on to their depth a little bit, and now you have Danny Green, Seth Curry as your wing guys as shooters off of Embiid and Simmons, who are not really. I mean, yes, Embiid hits a bunch of threes when he's really lasered in, and he takes them. But you want to have shooters off that double team. So I think having George Hill as a, kind of guy, whereas if Seth or Danny Green are struggling, then you can play him in there, or you can even play the three of them together because George Hill can go guard a smaller point guard and you don't have to have Ben Simmons worrying about that. Then he can do what he does best, and that's focus on kind of getting in the passing lanes and disrupting their opening up the fast break.
Yeah, George Hill definitely is a really good fit for this team for the end of a game where they need to defend.
Yeah.
Because having the choice just be Seth Curry or Shake Milton, neither of them is helping much on defense. So Hill
is negative on offense. And then Maxey, he's solid and he plays viable. Shake Milton, viable on offense. But George Hill, you need that lockdown defender. They didn't really have a lockdown defender that could score. Thibault can be a lockdown defender, but can you trust him in a playoff series to score?
Yeah, he can hit an open three, but not that well. I mean, it's not really yet. At some point in the next couple of years, we may be talking about him as a budding superstar, but and maybe that's just what it was. But I think most of what happened is there just wasn't a player on the market who both had the team-friendly contract and just was the caliber of player that made sense to give up all of those young guys. So I still think Philly should have traded for James Harden. Maybe they got scared off earlier in the season because James Harden was fat and not playing well, and there were locker room issues and whatever. But like Ben Simmons and a couple of those young players for Harden might have been a huge move for the Sixers. But anyway, there just wasn't.
I agree. I think they should have went the Shaq and Kobe move and with Harden and Embiid, but that's for
they still would have had Tobias Harris most likely. They still probably would have had Danny Green and maybe Seth Curry. You probably don't have to give up too much more than Ben Simmons to get Harden. Obviously, they can't get him now, and there's no one like that was available. So that was probably the biggest problem.
Well, it's been awesome talking to you about this trade deadline. Bunch of stuff we covered, but just want you guys to know, coming up next, Jesse will be hosting the Dream Stream, and then we have Chargers and Eagles. later tonight at 6:30. And then Texans at Washington with Glash and Jeff, and then Raiders at Bucks with Glash and Jeff as well. But I want to make sure that you guys know about this. We're going to have on the DraftKings Sportsbook this weekend 100-to-1 offer. There's going to be a promo coming, and you guys want to jump on that 100-to-1. All about the underdogs. You know what the underdogs are. You've seen what the underdogs have done in the NCAA tournament so far. So make sure you check out the offers for this weekend set of games on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Before we jump off, Matt, any final thoughts for you?
Well, we did get news during the show that Jimmy Butler and Goran Dragic aren't playing, so just more reason for the Heat to need Oladipo. They've had some players miss some games, and he will certainly help them a lot. He won't be there tonight, and it'll also be interesting to see how COVID protocols affect how long these players need to wait before they play for their new teams. But at some point we'll see the benefits there, especially for Miami.
Sounds good. Appreciate you jumping on. Thanks for everybody dropping in the questions for the chat. Make sure to hang out to watch the rest of the Dream Stream, but then we're going to be back. Matt and myself will be back tomorrow to break down Prelock Live for the NBA slate of Friday.
Hey guys, Jesse Cofield back with you. I'm back, baby. For this Thursday DraftKings Dream Stream, we got a great 3-game late slate Madden contest for you tonight. All the showdowns are part of the Madden Stream 4K Thursday night special. This classic contest is $10 to enter, features 4K in prizes, including $1,000 to first place. So here's what we got in store for you tonight. Coming up at 6 p.m., it's the Chargers and the Eagles in Philly. Jason Rossi and Christian D'Andrea are on the call, and we'll join you guys in just a minute. Then at 8 p.m., it's the Texans against the football team from Washington. Brendan Glashian and Jeff Lark take over the stream for prime time. Finally, the duo returns from Madden After Dark to call the Raiders at the Bucks. That's all coming up tonight. But first, here's what else you can find in the DK lobby and on the DraftKings Sportsbook. NBA trade deadline has come and gone. Now it's time to focus on the games. Our featured slate tonight is the 400K shoot-around that pays $100K to first place. Lineup clock at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Last night, we had a 3-game main slate in the NHL. Tonight, we get 11. The feature contest tonight is the 70K Sticks, which pays out $20K to first place. It's just an $11 entry. The lock for that contest is 7 p.m. Eastern. And of course, the NCAA tournament has reached the final 16 teams. So you can check out the odds for those games and tournament features right now on the DK Sportsbook. Plus, you can check out up-to-the-minute odds and lines for the PGA Tour, UFC, NASCAR, and more. All right. Thor is making some noises. That's okay. We're going to have some game previews for the NCAA tournament coming up, as well as dive into the latest on NFL free agency. Hold on, man. But right now it's time for some football. So let's send it over to Jason Rossi and Christian D'Andrea for the call of Chargers and Eagles.
Oh, my God. Look at that good boy, Rossi.
No, honestly, let's step aside. Let Thor do the call.
Yeah,
like, honestly, I would
take over. I mean, not only did we get TV's Jesse Cofield, but we also got the Thor cameo. I'm just painting that. I don't need Rossi. All due respect, I don't need to look at you. I don't need to look at the game. I need to look at that beautiful, handsome boy back there who is just so effortlessly licking himself. It's a good dog. That's such a good dog. And if you tuned in for analysis of the sim, I'm so sorry. But dogs take precedence every time. Fine. We'll get into it. Rossi, lineup locked. Who do you have?
We're going to break down dogs licking themselves for the next hour, so strap in, folks. Yeah, you're right. We do have a sim, but come on. Oh, now my cat, he must have heard you because he's coming over wanting some attention. Not you, buddy. Don't you cry. Anyways, all right, my lineup looks like this, Christian. I got Zach Ertz in the captain spot. Went risky, but he's been averaging in the double digits most games for the last 7. I got Eckler, Wentz, Jeffrey, Goodwin, and Badgley. That's my lineup looking. A lot of Eagles in there. Didn't realize when I said it earlier, but that's the road I went.
I like the Ertz play. 20+ in 3 of his last 4. I didn't go with him just because. I don't know. You know what? There's so many other good plays in this game, and you can really just make a banger lineup just out of guys who are no longer Philadelphia Eagles. Wentz, Alshon Jeffrey, Deshaun Jackson, soon to be Zach Ertz, because it seems like he's almost certainly getting traded. For me, I forget whose shtick it was I stole. Oh, my God. You know whose shtick it was? I stole Kenny Ducey's idea.
Oh, boy.
I put Marquise Goodwin in my captain spot. And guess what? I'm going to pay for that. I'm so sorry if I just put the Maloik on any Marquise Goodwin owner out there. He's coming off a 27-point game. His price didn't go up. He's still only 5,400 to flex, 8,100 in the captain spot. I threw him in there. That allowed me the savings to go out and get Austin Eckler, to go out and get Miles Sanders, to get Keenan Allen, to get Deshaun Jackson, to get Hunter Henry. But, I mean, there are just a million different ways you can build this roster. This is the antithesis of a Bears-Bills sim, which only has like 3 guys that are averaging double digits. No, there are like 10 guys here that are giving you 10+ per game, even when you take out Tyrod Taylor. So a lot of good plays in this one, a lot of tough decisions to be made here. But we are in the link. And this Eagles team is a lot better in Simland than it was in the real world. So I have a good feeling about this Philadelphia squad tonight.
Let's see how they do. We're going to see the Chargers start first. If you're just joining us, appreciate you being here. 6 o'clock on the East Coast. Happy hour. Pop them bottles as I am cracking a can of strawberry mango sparkling water. Fancy over here for me, Christian. And just in case you haven't heard the news, you just joined us. You're having a heck of a day. We're feeling good. Everyone's feeling good. Chargers get a nice start there, 8 yards. 30K 1-year anniversary. It's going down this Sunday night. My cat literally is all of my business. It's not about you, dude. You're not getting 30K. You can't do it. You don't have imposable thumbs. But, yeah, it's going to be happening, Christian, this Sunday. The late classic, you're going to have San Francisco, New England at 6, Kansas City, Tampa at 8. 10 o'clock's got Houston, New Orleans. $30,000 in total prizes, $15 entry. First place, $15,000. Playing Madden, baby. What a life. $15, that's a good buy-in.
Dude, imagine, and you get that money in your account just in time for the restaurants to be back at capacity. Imagine taking your Madden cash and dropping it on a couple fillets, maybe some baked potato, maybe a baked sweet potato, with a little bit of cinnamon sugar and honey butter on top. Oof.
Oh, dude, now you're getting me hungry. It is dinner time around these parts, as I know it is for you as well. There's a catch there we talked about faces going different places. There's Hunter Henry, now a New England Patriot. It's going to be a slew of that when it comes to Philadelphia when they get the ball, but nice play there. And then also, it is interesting, Christian, just to go football perspective for a moment. I know, strange. Justin Herbert, I was thinking about this. Obviously, you got Eckler, hopefully healthy, back. You have Keenan Allen, one of the most reliable receivers in the league. Also had a little bit of injury history. Also injury history with Mike Williams, but those are studs. Losing Hunter Henry, what do you think that impact might be for, a young stud quarterback like Justin Herbert?
I'm honestly not too worried about it, just because one of the things Herbert did really well was spread the ball all around. I mean, he made a lot of different guys viable targets. I mean, he threw touchdown passes to Donald Parham and Virgil Green and Gabe Neighbors and Jalen Guyton and Tyron Johnson. He makes the most out of what he's got. He doesn't just eat a rotisserie chicken. He takes the bones and boils them down for stock. The dude uses every inch of what he's got in the lineup. So losing Hunter Henry does hurt, especially coming off a healthy season for him. I'm interested to see what former XFL star Donald Parham can do. Parham was okay in limited snaps last year, and obviously he's still learning the system, but he's only 23 years old, and coming from an FCS program, a relatively low FCS program in Stetson, there's still a lot of room for growth there, and I think the Chargers are going to go out and they're going to scour the draft market and see if they can't add maybe an impact guy in the mid-rounds, a tight end as well, to give him a little bit of extra cushion in case Jared Cook starts to slow down now that he's 34. I mean, Cook has been great in his 30s. He's arguably played his best football in his fourth decade on this earth. But 34 is kind of old for a tight end that relies on his athleticism like that. And maybe he can follow the Mercedes Lewis path to prosperity in his late 30s. But if not, go out and get yourself a developmental tight end to mix in with Parham and see if he can't lift Justin Herbert's new heights. Hey, on top of that, too, they do besides
that might be the most important, but I was just curious. I love the insight. I will say it is very fascinating when you said, you mentioned Jared Cook getting older, but Mercedes Lewis getting a 2-year, $8 million contract. I know there's incentive base. Whenever people see numbers, they automatically think that's the guarantee. But just seeing Mercedes Lewis in 2021 getting a 2-year contract with a guy who, if you weren't in in-depth analysis, doing analysis over at the postroute.substack.com. Go subscribe. Mercedes Lewis, I could tell you retired 5 years ago and you believe me. To the average fan, it's crazy. Nice first down pass there by Herbert, by the way. But yeah, just when I saw that yesterday come across, I'm like, wow. And obviously just good rapport, things going on there in Green Bay and stuff. But man, I was so surprised.
Well, he just added a lot of value for a guy who didn't get a ton of targets. He was a very solid inline blocker. He's a big dude. He's got that dad strength. Yeah. So he's valuable as an extra lineman who can occasionally catch some passes and roast you. His first 2 years with Green Bay, he caught more than 3/4 of the passes that went his way. It dipped a little bit. So he wasn't as efficient last year, but he did some nice work, in the playoffs. He had a couple big catches, and he's obviously not the guy who's going to be a huge threat. Where are you going, Justin? Why?
Oh, look at him.
Why? How? Okay.
He did the electric slide to get a couple yards, but
Justin Herbert just ran 40 yards to gain 7. But you know what? Maybe he's got the Fitbit on. He's trying to keep track of his steps. And the 10K is tough.
I dig that. By the way, just very quickly for everybody, I love seeing my guy Train Island, Christian DeAndre, both chats. We're both repping here, Twitch fam, YouTube. We didn't even give you guys a shout. Hey, buddy, Ricky, Robbie, TK, Tiger, Eric. We see you all in there. First of all, just want to let everybody know, there are 6 games on Sunday. We're just the anniversary contest is just the late slate. I know some of you are like, there should be 16 games. There should be 10 games. Listen, we hear you. But with everything we do here, what DraftKings does on the daily here on the YouTubes, there's no room to do that. And I know you could come up with all your reasons, but we have done we, being the royal we, have really put together a heck of a contest coming up this Sunday. Hope you guys enjoy. Enter it and do it like I like to do. If you don't want them, that's cool too. Complaining ain't going to get you nowhere. But I do appreciate every single one of you. We see you guys here with us, even our Twitch fans, CJ, First Time, Percy, Bandit. I see my guy, Train Allen. Just puts a smile with both of us, just chilling in that Twitch. Terry Bit. What else we got in here? I thought I saw my guy, Germ.
Yeah, Germ's in there. Germ,
Yeah, they're all-
yeah, he's there. He's right.
Is he like Kaufman, always lurking? Like just don't say his name 2 more times, because then he appears in the chat. So always be ready. But yeah. Oh, Freak. We see a Freak. What's going on, dude? Can you feel the energy in the sim? Come on, Freak. Bring it. So we have a 1st and 10 here from the 20-yard line. Nice drive here by the Chargers. There's Eckler. Oh, breaks the tackle.
Yeah. So very efficient, a lot of 3rd downs converted, and no big gains, which is kind of rare given the status of Justin Herbert. Is actually the thing that makes his breakthrough rookie season seem so sustainable, is that his timing on downfield routes was just about perfect. He was able to spot very small windows and fit the ball through them in the brief seconds they were open. Just a tremendous feel for the game, something we didn't really see a lot of in his 4-year career at Oregon. He kind of showed up a little bit towards the end, and he did show some great toughness in that Rose Bowl win over Wisconsin Badgers. Just played tough, ran it a lot more than we expected, but that kind of set the stage for this past year, where he ran it a lot more than we expected. He also slid a lot less. Justin Herbert not afraid to dish out a hit if it means taking a hit in response, but probably not going to get him too far in this league. He's got to learn to be a little bit better with the slide.
Every good quarterback, as they say, you got to learn to slide. Aaron Rodgers talks a lot about that from his early development. So we get a 1st and goal here, Christian, from the 4-yard line. Christian DeAndrea, Jason Rossi with you. Hope you guys are enjoying that. Will be an incompletion. We got Andrew, our technical director. Michael is our producer. Jimbo! What's up, dude? He is chilling out in ops. So far, it's been all Chargers. If you're wondering, why are the stats not updated for the Eagles? Well, Eagles have another ball. Yeah. Almost 7-minute drive here.
Yeah, this is some service academies type stuff here from the Chargers. Except instead of running the triple option, they're just dinking and dunking with some short passes, and a lot of that.
There it is.
There,
Austin
Eckler
into the end zone. The ownership is high on Eckler. Eckler comes in at 71.4% in the free showdown in our contest, the Rossi Christian. He came in at 8% in captain and almost 18. So similar numbers to what we got there. 51st touchdown. Thank you, Michael, for Austin Eckler, Madden 21. Almost took 7 minutes, Christian, but we got our first score.
What a find Eckler has been out of Western State, Colorado. The first player to make it from Western State to the NFL in 2 decades, and comes out of nowhere, supplants Melvin Gordon, and emerges as a reliable RB1 in the fantasy game. Not necessarily on the ground, because on the ground he's decent. He's good enough, no doubt.
Yeah.
But those PPR points, man. In 2019, 92 catches, nearly 1,000 yards, 8 receiving touchdowns. Just a PPR monster. Let's look at per Pro Football Reference, the 7th best running back, the 10th highest point scorer in the 2019 fantasy slate. Dealt with injuries last year, so not quite sure he's a full-time go-all-the-way kind of guy, but he's going to be a very popular running back 1 draftee come this spring. No, fall. Fall is when we do fantasy drafts. I got a fantasy baseball draft tonight, though.
No, dude, you know what? The best way to go into that, this is always my advice, if you're not a deep, I'm sure you know enough, but if you're not deep, is go with your gut. Always go with your gut, and don't just go with who's ranking up the top. You know a player's name, you feel something. That's why I lose in all these brackets that are out now, because I try to think I know more, and I don't. Oh, look at this. This is my guy.
There's your guy, your captain.
First play, love it.
Yeah, my problem is I was smart enough to know that I had nothing going on this year's bracket. Like Tommy Freeze Pop sent out that link to the bracket group he was doing. And like the night before the tournament, I briefly joined, then I looked over my bracket again. I was like, leave this group. Like, I'm so happy I did. I barely bat 500 on my first round picks. Like a good bracket is going to be like 80% right in the first round. Even the chaos of this round like people are out there batting like 750. I barely hit. I was less accurate than a coin flip until like the final 3 games of Monday night. It was awful.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. I was way out. JE, what's up? Oh, I like CDA. That's cool. I like for Christian DeAndre. I dig that. I might pick that up every so often. Zach Ertz, my captain, 46% owned in this one. Wentz, 56, 46 for Jackson, 49 for Goodwin, 26 for Alshon. My lineup. But just going back to your Eckler point, and speaking of fantasy, I think we had plenty of discussions. We've talked about everything under the sun, basically. But not for the last, 4 weeks, though, dude. We had a 6-sim stretch over 3 days, and then we have just been taken away from each other, ripped apart. But Eckler, you talked about that great 2019. That's why going into 2020 for fantasy drafts, he was a first-round projected pick, and I was like, this is insane. Yeah. But with the numbers you just mentioned, with Melvin Gordon now officially out of the picture, everything lined up for him aside from, the injury bug that decided to nab him in 2020.
Yeah, and it looked like it could have been worse because it was one of those kind of non-contact injuries where he came up limping and he kind of jumped backwards on one leg, holding the bad knee. It was like, oh no, is this it? Fortunately, he only missed about 6 games. He came back not necessarily as strong as he had been, but was still decent by and large. 530 rushing yards in 10 games, which showed he can kind of handle some of those lead back duties. And the receptions per game went down, but he still had nearly 5.5 each week. I mean, that's tough to discount. He was giving you nearly double-digit fantasy points in a PPR league every week when he was healthy. So Austin Eckler still going to be there, still going to be that guy. Only going to be 26 next season. Definitely.
I was going to say.
Yeah,
what a value pick I think he'll be, depending on where the hype train goes, just like we're seeing in the NFL draft. By the way, that handsome son of a gun with that flow, he is at Train Island over on Twitter. You can subscribe to thepostroute.substack.com. Oh my gosh, things have improved so much since I've seen you.
The Kilgores, man. The Kilgores. Jared and Alana made this for me. I think Alana made it, and then Jared priority mailed it to me. Look how fancy. Look at the gloss on that thing.
I take 5% credit. I take 5% credit for the creation of the billboard. And this is amazing. So people go check it out. Support Christian. I get my email every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Read it. Love what you guys are doing over there. Support them as you can.
On Wednesday, we had the 8 underrated signings we think will build championship teams. Tomorrow, we'll have the end of the beer bracket and some more stuff. It's going to be exciting. You guys should join. It's free.
It's free. Fun that's free. You don't get it all the time. We'll get back to the action. Again, follow me at Train Island. I'm at Jason D. Ross. You can check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver as well if you're into crazy stuff. We just did a countdown. It actually ties in to some of the news we talked about. But, look at Andrew, producer, or a technical advisor, saying he loved the beer bracket. Nice. See, support. We like to support each other. So this is the one thing. I'll talk about what I was going to say in a moment. But as we get a 2nd and 10. I love this DK SimFam, even like the internal side of things, because it's always good to support. So if Michael, our producer, told me he's got some venture or something he's working on, just needs a like, a click, a subscribe, you got it. Like, we're all hardworking individuals. We've kind of all funneled our way here to DraftKings, luckily for us, and really lucky for the SimFam. But no, it's great to support each other, and I love it. Love what Christian's doing, and everybody else. Everyone has little ventures, whether even they're writing on DraftKings. Go check out the playbook. Get on with DK Live. Some of the videos. I saw Lamarca today. They had him on. Oh, what is it called? I'm so sorry. I'm not going to remember. It's I'm not going to be sorry about that. But there's a touchdown. Good win, baby. Took the year off, but ain't taking no time off here.
My captain right there. So 3rd and 9 turns into a touchdown on the deep strike to the track star Marquise Goodwin. One play, 10 points plus from that guy. Amazing pass from Wentz, and that's exactly the version of him the Colts hope they are getting. Eagles hope they're getting that one too, because if Wentz plays like that in Indianapolis, they're going to get a 1st-round pick in exchange rather than the 2nd round or 4th round.
Completely agree. Goodness, be very interesting to see those two finally connect. Also, I was talking earlier, Lamarca, it's called In the Post. I don't know if it's something that's going to be a bunch of different hosts on there, but yeah, Lamarca basically telling you who to set your lineups for. I saw the should Juju have left Pittsburgh conversation. That was by our guy Moose and Reed. So like the content's going to be there for you folks, and go support it, whether it's here at DraftKings or elsewhere. So
Nice. Very cool.
yeah, it's good stuff happening. More to come. Yeah. Just go on, you're right here. You're on YouTube. You're on Twitch. You can check it all out over on the YouTube. So 7-7, 7 minutes to play in the second quarter. Jason Rossi, Christian DeAndrea. But I was saying that this week our topic was the top 11 female TV characters for, Women History Month. And Lucille Bluth made the countdown. I won't tell you where she placed, but I will tell you she made it. And obviously today, the passing of yeah. I'm looking at her IMDb, Jessica Walter, and you were saying it before. Dude, I've never seen somebody she's lasted like 5 decades. She's acted in 5 decades.
She's been working since like the 60s. Maybe.
Oh, I'm right. So 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. So 6 decades. Yeah, 6 decades.
Yeah.
Or wait, 7, because 2021. Yeah, well, we're giving her 7. I don't know if I'm right or not. I don't feel like doing math again. But just amazing actress. Obviously, if you have watched any form of like high-ranking pop culture shows or comedies over the last, 50 years, she's been either featured on that show or played a prominent role. Just amazing. You brought to my attention the dinosaurs one really blew my mind earlier.
Yeah, people don't realize like she was the mom in Dinosaurs, not the mama, like the voice of Claire. No, what was the Claire and what was the mother's name?
I just always know her as Mallory Archer, but let me remember here.
Fran. Yeah. So,
yeah.
Robbie and I forget the daughter's name.
Dude, let's just be honest. We're talking about it's on Disney Plus, by the way. If you have Disney Plus,
if you want to watch like a show that aged okay, like the animatronics,
did
still kind of impressive. And then you get to the end and just like, oh, they all die.
That is the darkest finale.
Show it ends with extinction. Like,
yeah.
And it's not they did it themselves because they didn't take care of the planet. A heavy-handed lesson. Like you weren't getting that at the end of Boy Meets World.
No, most of your TGI Fridays were not ending with just the demise of the world.
Yeah. Like hanging with Mr. Cooper did not end with Mr. Cooper hanging himself, and yet dinosaurs grim.
Yeah. Well, some people say that's actually what really happened. Depends on what you believe in history. But yeah, wild stuff. But definitely, again, Jessica Walter was just an incredible actress. And again, Mallory Archer. I'm a big Archer guy. And she the voice acting in that show, I think by almost every character, I still think the best adult-themed animated like voice acting I've ever been a part, like you'll ever see. But just amazing character there as well. It always bums me out when it always bums me out like when people pass, obviously for the obvious reasons, but like I don't know her. But then like the roles that she had or things they could have redone or who knows what she had filmed that we're going to see come out later. But again, that's the saddest news of the day, aside from like any reality in our worlds, but we just try to keep it on the up and up.
Yeah, she just embodied this amazing role with her delivery and her cadence of just this, a person we all knew and hated in real life. When we saw her on screen, she was just like radiated this charisma that made her hilarious and likable, even when she was saying the worst things in the world.
Yeah.
She was able to turn like completely mundane lines like, it's just a banana, Michael. How much could it cost? $10? Like she was able to make those lines just snap off and so hilarious, like a true pro. I very, very much miss her. I was saying before that we like should use this time if this game slows down to create the Mount Rushmore of Arrested Development episodes. But even that might be a little bit too niche. There are a bunch of them. They're all good. And B, I think we'd probably be on the same page for like Peer Pressure, which is absolutely outstanding.
Oh, dude.
What else? Mother Boy would be up there.
I always say that's my favorite personally, but. And if you haven't seen, like, Arrested Development, in my opinion, so I watched it after its original run on Fox as the Eagles would take over here. I caught up when, like, they were announcing the new episodes, whenever that had to be, like, 4 years ago now, it feels. Didn't really care for those, to be honest, but the original run, those 3 seasons with, like, the jokes that follow through the episodes, if you watch closely, like, amazing stuff.
Yeah,
it really is.
Up, and it was just so rapid fire, and you could go back and things. The amount of care they put into that was just always extremely, extremely impressive. Just very, very smart, but like also rewarding. And there were enough stupid, dumb jokes about like about the Gothic castle and about what George figuring out Joe Bluth stabbing himself with the sword of destiny, and just things like that are always just so well done. I'm going to miss it. Spring Breakout episode where she breaks out of rehab to beat Kitty in a drinking contest at Senior Tadpoles.
Oh, it's too good. Meager says whatever episode has Job trying and failing to hurl the letter into the sea.
Yeah.
Another one.
Yeah.
It's just, that was such a good show. If you haven't, like, again, I talked
Christmas
with
party episode where he's just screaming about his suit the whole time, and Buster eventually drops him into the ocean with the. Oh my God! It was just such. Like, the later ones are whatever. Like, I'm glad we got them. Like, they weren't great, but they were better than nothing. But like the first 3 seasons were just so, just hit after hit after hit, and it bummed me out so much when they didn't come out. Yeah, they got canceled on Fox. But
crazy. But I will just say another thing just about Jessica Walter. You know, obviously we've seen her like an amazing actress in her 70s and 60s, but quite the catch back in the day. If you see some of her younger roles, like what an absolute Stone Cold Fox.
Yeah,
I said it.
Yeah,
stand by it.
I mean, she looked good into her 60s, man. You could tell.
Yeah. Oh, Meager also gives a shout out to Jason Bateman and Will Arnett's podcast, Smartless. So funny.
Okay.
They're so funny as regular dudes.
Yeah, I could listen to those two read the phone book. So I mean, big third down conversion there.
Got it. It's Ertz again.
Response drive churning along. Under 2 minutes to play here in the half. See if Philadelphia can't tack on a few more points after falling behind 7-0, driving towards the end zone here.
And Goofy as a dog says Tobias is the best. Great ensemble cast. Here's Wentz searching, looking, finding a defensive tackle. Gets a sack.
Big old Linval Joseph. Meaty DT. Getting the sack.
He's always down for the meaty DTs. So here we go. We'll see with the under a minute and a half to play. Who do you need here from the Eagles? Shut him out. Maybe we can speak him into existence. I feel like I haven't done that in a while. Wise. I don't even know what that was. Here's Wentz. Looking around. Has a receiver. It's caught. Every time with that route, Rossi. Possession. I hate the possession.
When do you ever get more than 3 yards? Anytime the quarterback checks down to the sideline there, never goes for more than like 3 yards at a time. And there, it's not that bad. Like, all right, fine, you get what you get. You didn't take a sack. What kills me is when it happens on third down, and it's just like, that and the tight end jet sweep, completely useless, frustrating plays that get called way too often.
Always does, or like when they catch and they just go automatically out of bounds. Also bad. Here we go. Okay, 3rd and 13. Will they make up for it? Nope.
Terrible. You deserve failure. Why are you checking down on 3rd and long to a covered man? River Rat wants you to speak Miles Sanders into existence. Might have to wait.
Yeah, sorry, dude.
Order after that.
Remind us. We'll get you on the rebound. Well, here's the punt. Chargers going to take back over.
Jim, tremendous. Like, you can fill up the chat with you can't quotes right now, and like it would be borderline. They are completely PG quotes, and I still don't know if we can say them on stream because this is a family show.
I love it. We got the Twitch fam going buck wild over there.
Bigger, beautiful. Like, drop them in. Like, we might not read them, but we will absolutely laugh.
Here's bullet pass to no one. Herbert, this game, we talked about, we were cruising there in that first 7-minute drive, and now
so hot, and now just nothing. And 49 seconds left and 5 timeouts between these two teams. We might get 1 or 2 more drives out of this.
Yeah, maybe. Right. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. Boston Joseph's Christian. Sometimes on that check down play, the receiver catches it out of bounds and he's not even covered. It happens. Yeah. It's just the animation of that. Yeah. The one we saw from Ertz, there was a possession. There's a nice catch by Allen. But yeah,
like the toe tap to stay in bounds. Sometimes they'll be out of bounds. Sometimes they'll be like 3 yards from the end line, so they stay in bounds and the clock runs. It can be frustrating. All right, big first down for the Chargers here, but they are not going to do anything with it
10
other
seconds.
than play. Maybe run one more play before halftime. Let Justin Herbert test out that cannon or check down. Either or.
Keeping the cannon fresh.
We have a little Joe Reed on the board. We do indeed.
Look at that.
So, congrats if you rostered Joe Reed. Didn't do much in the real world. He did get a handful of carries here in Simland. 4,600 in the flex. Giving you about 6.5 points per game. Not a terrible punt play. Just a lot of better options in this. Well, what we thought would be a high-scoring affair between two middling defenses and good passing offenses with great running backs. And instead, Rossi, after one half, 7-7. We got a Martin Goodwin deep ball. We got an Austin Eckler touchdown run, and that is it.
That's so far.
Not even 150 passing yards between these two guys. 86 for Wentz with a touchdown, 58 for Justin Herbert.
Yeah, as we see, nothing super impressive thus far, but we'll see. Still halfway there. Eckler almost at least trending towards the bonus. We'll see. Also, today was the NBA trade deadline, so a lot of wacky action there, taking the headlines. Finally, the NFL we'll give you guys a day. So a lot of action there. Don't know if your teams out there did any moves that made you excited. You can shout them out if you want. Is there optimism in the world of the Chicago Bulls? Maybe. Is there optimism in the world of the Denver Nuggets? Maybe. I don't know. I feel like it was kind of like there was a lot of moves made that were quality, but we'll see. It also, just a reminder, check out your lineups in DraftKings if you're setting anything tonight, because moves were made, players are and aren't available on different rosters. But you can check out, DraftKings on Twitter if you need any questions. The support's always there to help you out. But just found it's a momentous day, and as a Celtics fan, it was kind of like a meh.
I mean, I like Evan Fournier. I would suggest
like him too.
Googling his name, but
gee.
I don't think he's going to be the dude.
Yeah, I will just say the fact that he came out and tweeted that, hilarious.
Hilarious. I loved it. Yeah.
I want him to win the championship here now. Yeah. But yeah, him and Mo. Why am I dropping?
Wagner.
Thank you. No. Yeah, Mo Vaughn. Mo Vaughn actually is back. It's crazy. Yeah, I think
needed a big, so I guess they went and got one of the biggest guys out there.
It was, to me, it's just a tough pull because you had all this money. You had this trade exception. For those that know, NBA is the weirdest when it comes to money, financials. Like the NBA, the NFL, you can play with the cap and signing bonuses, as we've seen every team doing. But man, the NBA is so bizarre. But with that being said, you just kind of had an expectation of something maybe a little bigger. But we'll see. The NBA, obviously, this is the time that everyone starts to kind of gleam over as the tough for our girl Madison, who's a huge Orlando Magic fan. I had a text her today, just say like RIP to your entire roster, because they just sold everybody. It's basically like if Christian came on here without a headband on. He's like, yeah, I sold it for $5 to. It's like Lamarca when he sold his saxophone.
Yeah, just ruining it for everyone.
Which, by the way, I don't know if you know, we're gonna. It's a surprise. He's clearly not here, not listening, but we're gonna buy him a new one for his birthday. It's in September, so we'll hitch up in August. So it's going to be fascinating.
Are we going to get his mattress back from Kenny Ducey too, or are we just considering that's?
I think that's a foregone. Like even getting that back. I feel like Kenny's the type of guy.
Want it back?
Yeah, he's not like a
boot race car bed. It's there for
what? Andrew says, I thought Basketball Reference was telling me his nickname was "Don't Google." So I did. I regret it. So I did as well, but I didn't hit the images. That's what I found out, because it was all about him being traded. So I'm like, oh, this isn't bad. And I was on the phone at the time that said, don't hit images. And I was eating lunch, so I said, I'll do this later.
Yeah.
Or not do it later.
Right. Yeah. It's not great.
Yeah. Jeff says that there's never enough Arrested Development plans and jokes to fill up a day with. Yeah, we could do it all day. People could. Congo says the Knicks were also but it's cool. Yeah, listen, I know there was a lot of expectations for teams. I just surprised Chicago kind of comes out of this looking like. Actually, who am I kidding? It was the Heat getting Victor Oladipo. That's the move.
Yeah, and LaMarcus Aldridge once he's bought.
I know what.
That's gonna. Yeah, I mean, bad news for the Nets potentially, but the Final Four in the East could potentially just be outrageously good.
You want it to be that way. As like a non-bias, like you want it to be, come down to Brooklyn, Miami, Milwaukee, and Philadelphia. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'd love to see the Celtics in the mix, but
me too.
I would love to see the Bucks break through. I know they just re-signed Giannis, but I gotta imagine that maybe his patience is starting to wear thin a little bit. I mean, I think the one nice thing that we do have up here in Wisconsin is that Giannis loves Milwaukee. And there's a lot to like about Milwaukee. It's rebounding well. It's a nice city, and I like it a lot. But it's obviously not Miami. It's not New York. So part of me is like, well, he likes the small-ish market enough, and Milwaukee's doing everything they can to keep him. But like, part of me is also like, yeah, but if they can't get him a championship caliber roster, it might not make a difference.
It's kind of interesting because I was trying to think of like who this is a while back. Who like the NFL equivalent of Giannis is. Like who's like, obviously it wouldn't be Patrick Mahomes, but he's already won. Like who's it could be maybe a Deshaun Watson, but like who's a guy that like is like top of the tier, like right about there, but has never won. Ooh, Aaron Donald. See, it's a good call, Andrew, but has Aaron Donald been around too long? Maybe not. Because defensive player of the year, basically, that's the MVP.
Yeah, I mean, J.J. Watt would fit the bill. I mean, who else is out there chasing?
I'm trying to think of someone a little bit younger. I guess I think it's what Giannis is 7th year now. Yeah, obviously, people didn't know who he was.
He's in his mid-20s, so yeah, I guess you're right.
But you can use anybody because the NFL lifespan's different anyway. So.
Right. Yeah. Like a guy like Julio Jones, but he's a little bit older as well. I'm trying to think who else he's.
No, but these are good. These are good examples. These are all great. DK Simfam drop in there as we get a field goal there from Elliott. Beast Mode says Doug Peterson hates Miles Sanders. I think Doug Peterson hated the entire Eagles organization. Yeah, I'm trying to think. That's a good one. Julio's another really, because he's like, him and like Devontae, like who, over the past few years, like best receiver in the league. I know, obviously Tyreek Hill, but he's won.
Yeah.
But like really think about it, outside of obviously the Super Bowl, which Atlanta should have won. It's been really like tough stretch for him. One other NFC title game. And it's just fascinating. I just think about that because like especially where he re-signed. That's the only reason I thought of Deshaun Watson. But this will probably only a matter of time whether it's this offseason or next, depending on things. Like he's not going to be a Houston Texan for long.
Yeah, we'll see on that. I think Houston. Tiger First suggests Dak would fit the bill, which Dak
could be
behind him. As much as I like that Cowboys offense, I don't think they're going to be a championship contender for quite a while until they can figure out what the hell went wrong with that defense.
Yeah, especially with the teams making moves in their division, like the Giants. I'm impressed. Like I think they have like Joe Judge. I don't know what swagger. I actually listened to Kyle Rudolph, the latest signing. Think of him what you will, but he's going to go into the Jason Garrett offense that used Jason Witten well into his mid-30s. So, but he basically said like Joe Judge gave him a call when he was looking over his options. There was some spark to the Bengals conversation. He said he talked with the Patriots prior to their big signings in tight end position. But he basically said like there's something here. He feels that there's with the Giants there's something there. Daniel Jones, I don't know if other people have agreed, but hey, listen, Saquon Barkley, Kenny Golladay. You got some playmakers there.
You got a lot of guys that Daniel Jones can go in there and overthrow. It's going to be great. A lot of guys who are fast enough to chase down whatever defensive lineman has picked up the latest Daniel Jones fumble.
They did get John Ross.
Yeah. That's why you get John Ross. You got to get those chase down tackles. It's smart. And on top of that, now you got yourself a defensive back who the Titans cut because he was awful in the games he was last year. And you gave him a raise. You gave him one of the biggest cornerback contracts in the league for Adoree Jackson, which
did not play well.
Yeah, he's not at the top of his bounce. And I get like, if it wasn't the Giants, then the Eagles were going to get him. Well, the Eagles have a desperate secondary as well, and maybe you let that one play itself out rather than swooping in for a guy who gave it like a 145 passer rating in 3 games last year before he got hurt. I don't know. It's Joe Judge. He's a special teams coach. Adoree Jackson is a pretty good special teams returner. Maybe
that's what he's thinking.
If I'm going to back a team in the East right now, I think it might have to be the Washington football team. I think they made some good moves. I think Fitzmagic is enough of a risk taker downfield that he can provide a little bit of an edge Alex Smith couldn't. The kind of downfield throws Taylor Heineke brought to the playoffs against the Buccaneers that Tampa Bay wasn't expecting, but they performed well. Fitz can do that, only better and more stably. I really like the William Jackson signing from Cincinnati because, listen, Washington took a broken defensive back from Philadelphia in Ronald Darby and made him a Pro Bowl level guy who went and got $20 million guaranteed from Denver for like an extra $1.5 million. Washington replaced him in guaranteed money, and 1.5 guaranteed money. Washington replaced him with William Jackson, who's a guy who just coming off his best season as a pro. It was only his 4th year in the league. I like William Jackson way more than Adoree, and he's getting paid less than Adoree. And I don't know. I really like the Washington football team playing to its strengths and also patching up some key weaknesses. They need blockers. They can get them in the draft. The defense is going to be very good once again, and they still have some cap space to haul some low-cost, high-value free agents. And I'm going to be devastated for Washington fans when Dan Snyder finds a way to blow it all up again.
Yeah, it's a good analysis right there. See, that's the stuff you get when you go over to the post route, my friends. Christian breaking it down, calling people foolish, which he's right. A lot of people got a lot of raises this year, which are a little head scratching, but hey, market says what the market says, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, as Patriots people, you and I got to see firsthand how a former Eagle like Nelson Aguilar can go for more guaranteed money than like 80% of the wideouts on the market this year. And that is still a dang mystery to me. I still don't get, like, I think he'll be fine. I don't think he'll be worth $13 million a year fine.
We'll see. Oh, by the way, someone asked, Mariota signed yet? Mariota, yeah, he's back with the Raiders. He said he enjoyed being a Raider, sees a future here with the Raiders, so he's got that lower money deal. They gave him that quote-unquote ultimatum, which I don't know if that's really true. That's just what people said it was. But I kind of feel like if someone comes to Christian or I and says, hey, either do it for this or don't do it, I guess that is an ultimatum, and there's a lot of those in the league. But that's the only one that they said that about. Like, it's just funny.
And I get it. I mean, Mariota, he could have tried to fly a trade elsewhere, but his DFS Queenie throws out there 1 year worth $3.5 million, incentives up to $8 million. He probably wasn't going to get that kind of deal on the open market after being soundly outplayed by Derek Carr for the starting role in Vegas. And listen, John Gruden is not high on Derek Carr. If John Gruden thought there was a chance Marcus Mariota was a better quarterback than Derek Carr, Mariota would have been in that lineup. So clearly they still think there's some potential there because they are signing him to a relatively expensive backup quarterback contract. But if you think Mariota is going to be coming in for Carr in case of anything other than injury or a major drop in Carr's play, I have bad news for you. I don't know, maybe you're in some really weirdly deep and speculative fantasy league, but Mariota is going to be pretty much unrosterable in most fantasy formats, barring injury.
Yeah. Here, I agree with you there. But you never know. Let's see what the competition says. See what Gruden. You never know. That guy's wild. As here comes Wentz, scrambles out. There's a flag on the play. 35 seconds here in the third. Christian DeAndre, Jason Rossi with you. Steve Boss says, I would have taken Mariota over Dalton. Well, I don't know if the Bears would have, but.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Mariota never really hit the open market. He was still under contract when the Raiders gave him that ultimatum. And this isn't a new deal. It's just a restructured deal, I believe.
Oh! Sanders had a clear shot to the end zone. Everyone's been asking for him.
Derwin James at the last second activated that superstar trait and
not so fast.
Cracks. Look at that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it could just go right back to Miles Sanders, or I don't know if they're circling yet, but we could have ourselves a little vulture action, perhaps. I don't know.
Good. Let's see. It'll probably be after this break, but yeah, it's going to go to the third. But I think, Mariota, with my thought with that with Chicago, not knowing anything about people just trying to save their jobs, which I think I think Nagy, Pace should just be fired right now. But with all due respect, but with that being said, I just think Mariota might be a little too close to what they had with Mitch Trubisky, and maybe they're just trying to get more of a pure drop back pocket passer, and we'll see what happens with the draft too. Even though I wouldn't want these guys drafting my future because they're basically on a 1-year deal.
Well, yeah, and the Bears too. I mean, they make the mistake of never really being bad enough, but definitely not being good enough. They're stuck in that mediocre zone. They're stuck in like the mid-2000s Bucks zone where they're competing for the final playoff spot, but they're never drafting high enough to really change things. They can't get that franchise quarterback. They need to bottom out, but they're too good to bottom out. The defense is too strong. Even when they have a quarterback who's abject garbage, they still find a way to win games. They find a way to start off 5-1. So we talked about it before. Poor Tate and the ops team expressed his pain. The view never changes when you're a Bears fan. It's always awful. It's always regrettable. It's always the same. You're always just good enough to inspire confidence and hope, and then always just bad enough to completely and utterly
just looking for
drain the life out of it.
Yeah. Do you see any vultures up here?
I don't know.
I'm looking. Oh, there it is. And most importantly,
you got one?
I'm looking. I don't know. I don't see them yet. But they are swarming. I've heard that there was a sighting of a vulture, so we'll see if they show out here in the beginning of the fourth quarter. But you can always subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. Love it. Yeah, it could be. We could get it. And I will say, I've been face to face with many vultures in my day. They call themselves out. Ooh, I don't know. I don't see any vultures on the field here. So 1st and goal. Give to San. Wow. Again.
To it. He had a hole, and he's like, you know what? I would rather try to truck a Bosa brother than run to the end zone. It was a bold strategy, and it did not pay off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's tough because I don't know if they're going to go back to him. We'll see if the vultures are coming.
I see CJ dropping in a little breaking news for us. Very little because it depends on how much you like Adam Humphries, but the former Titan slot wideout, former Buccaneer, signed with the Washington football team. So
good signing.
Depth there. It's fine. I would have liked to have seen them add another bona fide starter to that lineup across from Scary Terry. I mean, Curtis Samuel is nice, but he's more of a gadget guy. And actually, I like Cam Sims a lot. Cam Sims actually did pretty well.
That's the guy I think they feel.
Yeah, I think Cam Sims is actually going to be a pretty useful sleeper pick, just based on how well he performed despite a cavalcade of underwhelming quarterbacks last year.
Oh, finally! Breaks through! Miles Sanders.
Into the end zone. The RB1, the guy we all know and love. A little bit boom or bust here in Simland. A little bit boom or bust in the real world as well.
Yep.
Miles Sanders in the end.
Another guy with that first round hype in fantasy of last year. That's not going to be the same way this year. Who knows what that whole organization or picks are going to look like. Ashley says, shout out Rossi and DeAndrea. Shout out to you. Ashley. Or Ashley.
Ashley was dropping in the Zay Jones level there, and I am.
So was Congo.
Yeah, I mean, Zay Jones, dude, I want nothing but good things for Zay Jones, not just because he was a Madden 20 legend who once put up like a 70-point game, because he was so good at East Carolina. And, like, the dude was just a monster, and he's had some decent performances in the real world, made some great catches. It feels like he should catch on somewhere. And the fact that he just continues to kind of be a non-factor is a little frustrating. Made a little bit of sense when he's with those early Bills teams and they didn't really have an offensive identity. I hoped he would take on a bigger role for a Raiders team that really did need some wideout help, and it just never really came to fruition. And instead, everyone outside of Darren Waller and Nelson Aguilar were various stages of maddening. But I guess that's what you sign up for when you sign post-Booth John Gruden to a 10-year, $100 million contract to be your head coach.
You don't know what you're in for, but you're going to be a lot of guys. Knock if you're with me, Christian. Knock if you're with me. I don't know if that's going to win you much games. Hey, we'll see. Don't forget, Raiders, they clearly want to be they want to be a talk again here in the NFL. Obviously, you heard all the rumors of potentially trying to get Russell Wilson. Who knows what was real there? By the way, I just need to give a quick shout out to John making me Google something. So, shout out to you. Most people, I'll just see a comment and move right on. But I was like, what is he talking about? I'm not going to repeat it. And as I'm reading about it, he says I have some sort of parasite, basically. So,
cool.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate the show. Appreciate you all being here. Every single one of you. There's got a lot of options and things you could be doing with your night and your days and your time. But being here to come over to DraftKings. Hang on.
I believe that's a cat-related thing.
Yes, it says that's according to the Google search I have here.
Okay, so
it's an infection.
What's our opinion on Kevin King? Kevin King at his best can be a pretty average cornerback, and then he got torched like a flame-grilled Whopper in the NFC title game. And you really think that would have driven his price down, but no, Green Bay came back and were like, you know what?
Yeah.
We're only going to bring you back for 1 year after that, but we're still going to give you $5 million. I thought it was 6. 5 still seems like a lot for Kevin King. I can't imagine a lot of people were bidding for his services. But at the same time, he's still pretty young. He's only going to be 26 this season.
Yeah, but
there is room to grow, and he's had some okay seasons. Like 2019, he was not a bad cornerback. His tackling is pretty regrettable, but he was able to limit damage, and he gets targeted deep a lot. He does okay. He just had a bad day on the worst possible time to have a bad day, other than Super Bowl Sunday. $5 million does seem like a bit of an overpay after that. Ooh, nice pickup from Eckler there, but it only go for about 11 on 2nd and 20. So big third down coming.
But I'll be with you.
2 scores, and they are down by 10 with only 5.5 to play. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're good. I agree. I just don't like the signing. I think you saw in the last two NFC title games, just kind of exposed a little bit, not making the plays where you need it. I get maybe you just had no other option. Maybe they don't want to go that route in the draft, or if they do, they can always cut him because it's so cheap. But I just don't get the signing person. I think you let it go.
Oh, no, Justin.
Pick.
Oh. Yeah. Throws on the run, doesn't get it anywhere near Austin Eckler's hands. Instead, throws it right to the linebacker. Oh, too easy. And
Michael says that Chargers, giving up on King, but I don't, I'm sorry. Wait, no, I'm sorry. He was talking about on that play. Whoops. Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're giving up. Sorry, No, yeah, you didn't know they gave up on King in the draft by not drafting him.
Yeah.
No, but you're right. Like this game, by the way, might be it for your scoring.
Good news if you got Miles Sanders in your lineup, because up 10 with 5 minutes to play. I was going to say there should be a lot of runs, but instead it's going to be stable over the middle passes. And is that our first Deshaun Jackson sighting?
I think he may have had a catch earlier.
He's already got 3 catches for 47 yards. We were probably too busy chatting up Arrested Development at the time.
Listen, there's a lot of things going on here. It's an important time. It's Christian DeAndre. Follow him over on Twitter at Train Island. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. We got Michael. We got Andrew. We got Jim in Ops. Please smash that like button. Hit subscribe. I talked a lot about the content that I've noticed all over the YouTube today. You get notified on that stuff. You can check it out. Lamarcus telling you who to play. You got Moose and Reed talking about if the Steelers should have let Juju go. By the way, I should have been on that because I'll tell you right now, the answer is yes. Yes, they should have. Overspending for him. Sorry. Not a Juju guy. Don't think he's going to be the difference maker. Don't know what that team's expectations are. Obviously, running back probably going to be the team that takes him in the first round. But we shall see. It's very fascinating there. Don't never feel bad for Steelers fans, but do a little bit. When you start 11-0 and then your team just circles the toilet the rest of the way.
Yeah, Steeler fans work in their own kind of brand of obnoxiousness, but it's not like it feels like earned obnoxiousness. It's like it comes with the accent and with the towel, and it's kind of like, okay, you've earned this. You were either born into this or you've been a part of this for 40 years. There's no like pink sock red hat pink hat Red Sox fans. It's not like when I lived in Indianapolis, there were a lot of Colts fans, but they were only Manning era Colts fans. They weren't Jim Harbaugh Colts fans. They weren't Jack Trudeau Colts fans. No, they were Yeah,
Hate
newcomers to the
Yeah.
It was like, all right, get the hell out of here. We don't want any of that. Like, I'm all right, cool, man. Fun talk. As soon as Manning leaves, you're not going to care about this team. You know, Steelers fans are in it through thick and thin. They know so much about the team, and like anyone you talk to that's a Steelers fan in Pittsburgh can break down the minutia of the roster. Grandparents, school kids, like they get it harder than almost any fan base out there. To the point where it's like, all right, you're clearly. I was in Heinz Field that game. Patriots had won 21 in a row. They were going for 22 in a row, and they got just stomped out by Pittsburgh in like 2004. And I got a lot of trash talk thrown my way, but it was all like informed, like smart trash talk from very dumb sounding fans. Because like, I'm sorry, Pittsburgh, but like the Yinzer accent, and I say this as a man who has a Rhode Island accent he's just barely trying to tamp down. But the Yinzer accent is possibly the worst accent in America. It is like watching two feral pigs try to mate with each other in the dark. It's horrible audio. It's terrible. But the things they were saying made a lot of sense to me as trash talk. So I was like, all right, you got me on that one. You're correct.
By the way, I think you might have sparked some great ideas here. David Georgie said Burger King should jump all over that. Each time a player gets torched, get the Flame Broiled Whopper Award, get a free Whopper at participating BKs. Then AE812 says Flame Grilled Whopper sounds bomb right now. Can DK get a sponsor?
So, we had KFC on the hook. I mean, clearly we're okay talking with national quick service food brands or fast. They don't want to be called fast food anymore. I think it's just fast service now.
Yes, good call, because they always do say that with the fastest service. Come to where. Even though I will just say no disrespect, get me your food wherever you can get it. Screen to Sanders is Jeff hoping. We could only hope. Andrew says our new sponsor, we can get some free soap. I could only hope, Andrew. I can only imagine what all of us actually smell like being all at home. Could happen. All right, here's 2nd and 9. Give underneath to Sanders. Gets another carry. Don't forget Sanders. The reason he's so valuable is because he's a 3-down back. Not many of them here in Madden. Usually somebody subs in here and there. You will get an occasional vulture, but not as often. Get a little Bart Scott action. Or not Bart Scott, Boston Scott.
Bart Scott, can't wait.
Wait. Oh, he's actually telling me the truth. Sorry, Andrew. I literally didn't say so. Irish Spring is legit a new sponsor.
Yeah.
On the Play of the Day graphic tonight. Okay. I am very excited about that. So hopefully I will ask the powers that be. I don't need a shirt anymore. I need soap. So yeah, tune in. Andrew says, can't wait. By the way, again, if you're just joining us, 4th and 1, I say we go for it here. What's the point? Don't kick a field goal. Don't forget, this Sunday is the 1-year anniversary of Simland. I remember getting the text from Babysitter Billy telling me, hey, can you watch this? I'm like, sure, dude. And I was watching Emerson and Reed talk about God knows what. I don't even think we saw them. I think it was just the game.
And cold hot dogs.
And
they are going to go for it. Okay.
All right, I'll tell you about it in a minute. But yeah, we have the anniversary contest this Sunday. I'll tell you about that before we get out of here. But let's see.
Touchdown means garbage points for all.
Oh, got it! Quick catch, Alshon.
Jeffrey.
That's the kind of call you want in the garbage time. 1 minute, 4 seconds left. Herbert is losing his GD mind.
You got to get back out on the field, Justin. There are garbage points at play here. No timeouts, but time for like 5, maybe 6 plays from the Chargers here if they use the clock wisely. So this game all over, but the standings, still plenty of time to shift those around. 64 seconds left in this one.
DK Simfam over on Twitch says, play calling is so random. Welcome to Simland. That's what you just say. Wes says, damn, Jeffrey, gotta hurt me like that. I actually had him in my lineup, luckily, so I gotta see. Let's do a quick little peek here. But as I do that, go check out the lobby. There's the $30,000 contest for the 1-year anniversary in the late classic. You have 3 games, $15 to enter. First place gets $10,000. Just as Christian said right before, it's just outdoor eating season. Going out in the fine weather. It's 65 degrees here in Boston. I did a nice walk before me and Christian saddled in here, so go enter that contest. Everything to gain there. It's going to be an awesome time Sunday night. We'll get some special guests. There's going to be some flair in there, too, I've been hearing about. I'm in 24th right now. So I could use Eckler to do something, but I'm sure everybody else is, too.
They've been doing pretty well, and then Marquise Goodwin decided to take the rest of the game off after.
Yeah, I've noticed he's just still sitting there with that 10.6 in my non-captain position. He has the one catch, 36 yards, and a TED.
But, well, the way this is going, barring some garbage points, Keenan Allen got a real shot at Babysitter Billy here. 2 catches, 23 yards. That is it for him.
What about Mike Williams, too? He's been super quiet.
I don't even know if I've seen him.
We'll see what we get here with a minute to play. Herbert drops off to Eckler. Makes a move. Makes another move. Oh, nice. Wiggle, jiggles, and slips through. Gets down to the 43-yard line, their own. So with 45 seconds and counting, no timeouts remaining. They got to hurry it to the line. See how many, like I said, maybe 2 more plays depending. Here's the no huddle, 35 seconds at the 43. They got 4 wide here. Eckler to the right. I don't know why we're doing play action, but we are. And
oh, no.
Maybe one more play now.
They should be able to get one Hail Mary out from here.
Yeah, 0 catches for Williams. Michael, thank you. 25 touchdown for Jeffrey. So 2 eligible guys on the same team, both receivers. Herbert as well. Brutal game.
It's going to come down to this Hail Mary to determine the Babysitter ability.
7 seconds.
Mike Williams comes down with it. He escapes the ignominious award.
Herbert looking, searching, throws across his body beyond the line.
Pass. It was an illegal pass.
Game over.
Line of scrimmage. He couldn't even throw a Hail Mary right today.
What a day. Justin Herbert absolutely stunk today. Tough day. Threw the pick there. It really ended it. So the final in this one will be the Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles over here getting the dub 24-3. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, do a 7. What am I talking about?
Austin Eckler touchdown, and
that's it. That's it. So, Christian, now all the pressure goes right onto your head. Hopefully the headband is tight tonight because there's a lot of pressure. Who is going to get your Christian DeAndrea delectable player of the game?
You know what? I can't. Let's start with the Babysitter Bill. I'm going to take it away from Mike Williams because it wasn't his fault that Justin Herbert threw for 113 yards on 20 passes. He needed that amazing Austin Eckler run after catch just to get in triple digits today. He threw an interception. He's got to go. Justin Herbert is the Babysitter Billy, not my kid. I don't know her award winner for today's happy hour sim.
42% owned.
Man, not a lot of great options for the Krusty Koff player of the game in this one. Even the guys
I'm looking
are a little chalky.
While you think about it, just so you know, first place in our contest was let's see, D.W. Nasty had Goodwin in the captain, Eckler, Wentz, Sanders, Ertz, Elliott. Oh, we got a kicker in there. I could kiss this guy. So yeah, I don't know if that sways you in any way, but yeah. So I'm looking. Eckler did have a great day. He had 51 receiving, 52 rushing, 6 catches, and a touchdown.
Might as well just give it to Eckler. He's the only guy that broke 20 points today in the flex. So a chalky call, but you know what? And the rest of his team let him down. Austin Eckler, you shined. You are the 6 p.m. Krusty Koff.
Love it. I absolutely adore it. So Christian, when you back in the saddle?
I am back tomorrow. I believe I got the eye opener. I'll be in bright and early at noon, and then I'm
nooner
at 2 p.m. So I start off. I got the eye opener, the nooner, and then I have the matinee. So please, by all means, come join me March 26th for our Friday Sims. What about you, Ross? When are you back?
I'm back tomorrow at 6 with Glash. I got me and you tag teaming to wrap up the month. Looks like we're going to have a double header coming on Wednesday, so I look forward to that. But we got a great set of games the rest of the way. More about that. Don't forget, subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. Cool. I love the billboard. I want it actually now tattooed on your forehead, I've decided. Speak it into existence. It may just happen. Well, we're going to get the heck out of here. I'm going to go to the bathroom because I may pee my pants. But here, ladies and gentlemen, is the second most successful person in her family. It's Jessie Cofield.
Oh, man, I have a sister, too. I might be the 3rd most successful. All right, coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern, the Washington football team hosts the Houston Texans. Flash, Jeff, going to take over the booth for that showdown, which is featured in the Madden stream. 1K Flea Flicker contest, $5 entry gets you a shot at a $150 top prize. And the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 going to first. Meanwhile, in the real NFL, free agency rolls on with quite a few wide receivers finding new homes this week. Before he jumped into the booth today, Brendan Glasheen caught up with a couple of our football gurus to break down some of the recent free agency movement and what it means for their fantasy outlook in 2021.
NFL free agency now more than a week old. Plenty of action going on across the league. Joining us now to break it all down, DK contributors Reed Fowler and Jeff Ulrich. Fellas, hello. Giants made a huge splash signing Kenny Golladay. That was one of the later deals in free agency, a 4-year contract for Golladay. Jeff, what kind of fantasy upside do you envision for Golladay with Daniel Jones next season?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. I personally considered Kenny Golladay, the number one free agent wide receiver on the market. I mean, this is a player who averaged 18.3 yards per catch in his last full year with Matthew Stafford and the Detroit Lions. And I think most people might be looking at Daniel Jones as a pretty big downgrade, but let's not forget, I mean, Daniel Jones in his rookie year pushed Darius Slayton to some really nice numbers, 8 touchdowns there. I think he could have some success with Kenny Golladay. Absolutely. Again, this is a move that's made by the Giants to kind of punish teams who are going to stack the box against Saquon Barkley. I mean, Daniel Jones's air yards and actual yards went down per game in 2020. I can't see Kenny Golladay not helping out with Daniel Jones's stats. I think from a fantasy perspective, again, in his first year, in his rookie year, we saw him rank around 15th in quarterback scoring. I think he could push for a top 12. I think the Golladay Daniel Jones stack could be an interesting one for best ball as well.
All right, Reed, Jeff says top 12. What do you think?
Yeah, right on that border, wide receiver 1/2 if you're looking at season long, but absolutely for DFS, he's someone that you can take a look at, especially if the pricing decreases, because what we know about this team, like Jeff was mentioning, is that Daniel Jones is kind of the question mark, right? If you look at his accuracy, his on-target accuracy, he was 9th worst last year. But going deeper into the stats, like Jeff mentioned, teams were stacking the box against Saquon. When Saquon wasn't there anymore, right? So Daniel Jones was asked to make plays, right? And they don't necessarily have type of players back or last year to do that. Now you have not just a guy like Kenny Golladay, but you have Slayton, Ingram, Kyle Rudolph signed with the Giants as well. Not a huge signing, but still going to help out in terms of the offense, Sterling Shepard, and then obviously Saquon Barkley. Fantasy purpose-wise for Golladay, the only thing that worries me is a target share, right? If he's not getting up to the 6 to 8 on average targets, which again, you love if you're doing anything, you're doing fantasy, that's the one thing, right? Because there's so many mouths to feed. But I still got him because of that talent and because of his contested ball catchability in that wide receiver 1/2 border.
All right, the Giants are not the only team in the NFC East making moves. The Washington football team brought in Ryan Fitzpatrick. They acquired Curtis Samuel to go along with Terry McLaurin. Fitz recently said on the Ross Tucker podcast, which you can view here on the DraftKings stream, I do this because I love being out there and I love playing. When the opportunity no longer exists is when I will hang it up. That's Ryan Fitzpatrick on the Ross Tucker podcast. Reed, what do you expect from Fitz and Washington with the Samuel, McLaurin, and then, of course, you got Logan Thomas back, too?
Fireworks, Glasheen. Absolute fireworks, my boy. Everyone knows who watches your shows or your games that you're calling on the Madden stream that both Jeff and I are on, that I love Fitzpatrick. I've been lobbying for Fitzpatrick to be in the Hall of Fame. It's not going to happen, but if you take a look at his career, it's pretty illustrious. And over the last 4 years specifically, 57 touchdowns to 36 interceptions. If you take a look at what he's done over the last 3 years, yards per average, he's averaging around 7 to 7.8 over 2018-19. Last year, 9.6 yards per attempt. And so when you take a look at Ryan Fitzpatrick and what a Washington football team needs, it is a guy like Fitzpatrick. And yes, Tyler Heineke is there. Alex Smith remains to be seen with what he's doing. But Fitz finally has a team where he doesn't have a guy like Tua or a rookie coming up behind him that the team and the fans might be wanting to supplant him. He's a guy that, trust me, when you take a look at what he's doing for fantasy purposes, he can get you there in that QB like high QB2, QB1 at his ceiling. Remember, when he's out there, the last 2 times that Fitz has thrown over 500 pass attempts, and that's what we saw with Scott Turner's offense last year. He's finished as QB12 and QB11 Glash. So when you take a look at what he does specifically for fantasy, he's one of the best out there. If you're doing season long, you can wait on Fitzpatrick. You don't have to draft Fitzpatrick. He'll be there no matter what. So I love that signing.
Wow, I'm looking forward to this team now in the next Madden. And it's good to have analysts here that do enjoy doing the Sims. They don't feel obliged to not join, and they're not guest commentators. We won't name names. Jeff, how do you feel about the Washington football team and what they've done with Fitz and company?
Look, I think Washington is a really interesting team for 2021. Ryan Fitzpatrick, is it possible he's just aging like a fine wine here? Reed alluded to a lot of the numbers. He had the second best QB rating of his career last year. 7.8 yards per carry. Look, and just to put that in context, Tua Tagovailoa and Alex Smith, they averaged 6.3 yards per carry. So Washington bringing him in, it does have a fantasy impact on guys like Terry McLaurin and Curtis Samuel. This is a help. The Washington football team was not good in yards per play last year. They were bottom 5. There's a reason why they went after Fitzpatrick. He's not afraid to make those downfield passes. And again, we're not comparing him to Tom Brady, but it's the same kind of mentality that got Tampa Bay down there. A quarterback, a veteran quarterback, he doesn't mind if he throws a couple turnovers, if they're long turnovers, if they're effective punts. Ryan Fitzpatrick has that same kind of mentality. I think he's going to really help Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin was 12th in targets last year. He only scored 4 touchdowns. His yards per reception went way down. This guy is ripe for positive regression with a guy like Ryan Fitzpatrick at quarterback. I admit, I was a little bit on the fence when this move first started. Now you dive into the numbers. I absolutely love this move for Washington. I think they're also great to take a look at for the NFC East title on the DraftKings Sportsbook as well.
There we go.
That's great. All right. Will Fuller headed to Miami on a 1-year deal, a prove-it deal. What are your expectations for Tua Tagovailoa? I think I said that right. In year 2 with a new deep threat weapon. Reed T, get us started. Will Fuller to Miami.
Yeah, as a native of Hawaii, as you see over here over my chest or over my shoulder, about the picture here, there is, yes, aloha. There is a silent N, just a silent N there. So it's Tua Tagovailoa. You guys were close. But before we started airing this, you and I were listening to a couple of names that we were mispronouncing, a couple of hockey names.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So yeah, I digress. No, but you talk about Fuller. Like, he was a stud last season, right before he got suspended. He was, we thought the question marks around what's he going to be like without DeAndre Hopkins, and he was great, man. You talk about what he was doing. He's putting wide receiver 3 and above numbers in 9 of his 11 games, which is top 4 last year. And that's when you take a look, when you really break it down with how that offense operated, especially that offensive line, and Will Fuller being an injury risk if you were in season long, and even in DFS and his price was depressed, you got a huge return on investment there. And so when you take a look at him specifically in Miami, Jeff alluded to the yards per attempt for Tua, which wasn't great last year. But now, Red, you have another year under his belt if he's going to be the starting quarterback, which by all accounts he is going to be, talking about Tua. I think that's a nasty 1-2 combo. The only thing we're worried about, right, is Fuller without Watson. You saw the splits for both of those players, Deshaun Watson and Fuller. When you take a look at his receptions, targets, everything, his yards, they decline pretty heavily. So that's the only concern. I wouldn't be going out and trying to get him in season long as a wide receiver, 2 upside. I think he's right there. The floor is probably wide receiver 2-3, but he's a guy that can easily give you wide receiver 1 numbers.
He'll be matched up, of course, with Devontae Parker, Jeff. So how do you look at Will Fuller? 1-year deal, a prove-it deal with Miami.
Yeah, Will Fuller is a really interesting prospect for fantasy football next year. I do have a feeling that he's going to kind of drift down, and I think he might be a good buy low target here. Obviously, we don't love the fact he's going with Tua and his 6.3 yards per attempt. He didn't look good on the deep ball last year, but that was half a season. He can certainly improve on that. And look, Will Fuller is going to help any quarterback. Reed alluded to the fantasy prospects for Deshaun Watson. Without Will Fuller in the lineup, Deshaun Watson is averaging multiple points less per game. A 132.5 passer rating is what Deshaun Watson had when he targeted Will Fuller. Will Fuller makes his quarterback better. He's just a really good deep ball receiver. I'm kind of a believer in Will Fuller's talent. I think he can be a wide receiver 1 if he stays on the field. He's just got that type of burst and ability. So this is a really good move for Tua's prospects because Will Fuller's only going to make Tua better. I don't know if you need to go out and draft Tua in your fantasy drafts, that might be taking it a little bit too far, because I think the Washington Dolphins are the Miami Dolphins. Why am I talking about Washington? The Miami Dolphins are still going to be a bit of a run-first conservative offense, but I do like Will Fuller as a buy low option for season long next year. I think he's just got that type of burst, and I do think that he's going to shine through regardless of the QB situation.
And Jeff, like we know, like Ryan Fitzpatrick, Hall of Fame. That's why you have Washington football team on your mind. But
is.
One thing to note too is what we're seeing now, Glash and Jeff, is that these teams, when you're taking a look at what the Kenny Golladay signing, and what you're seeing now with these wide receivers and these young quarterbacks, we saw what a guy like Steph Diggs did to Josh Allen. Right, a young quarterback, get these wide receivers in there and make sure it's not just about the offensive line and the running backs. You need these stud receivers, and you need to be paying for them, even though the receivers that are coming out of college for the last year and even including this year and years to come, they can perform from day one. You're still seeing these teams saying we need to get these guys, our young quarterbacks, the chance to succeed, because we don't want a Carson Wentz or a Jared Goff on our hands where we're paying a ton of money and these guys aren't panning out.
So later in the week, last week, Deshaun Jackson went to the Rams on a 1-year deal, 34 years old. He played 8 games. He only played 8 games over the last 2 years in Philly. He'll be with Kupp, Woods, Van Jefferson. Reynolds is no longer there. Jeff, do you think there's any impact potentially here, Deshaun Jackson with now Matthew Stafford and those other receivers and the tight ends?
I mean, look, Deshaun Jackson certainly still has some pop left. I mean, even just in his limited sample size over the last few years, he hasn't played that much, but he's averaging over 16 yards per catch. And I think the Rams lost a bit of that deep ball dynamic. No Brandon Cooks. They had Sammy Watkins in that role for a bit. But, I mean, I like this move a lot for the Rams. It's not someone you need to even really worry about that much for season long. Deshaun Watson has just proven that he's probably not going to play 16 games. But as like a best ball target when you're drafting best ball teams, I think he makes for a great pair with Matthew Stafford. You could even triple stack with them. So Deshaun Watson, I think, is a really good, real life signing by the Rams. Again, another deep ball guy who makes his quarterback better. For season long, probably not someone you need to worry about unless you're in a really deep league. But again, for a best ball target or like a one-off in a DFS, yes, absolutely. I like this move. Pairing him with Matt Stafford, still got that live arm. It should be a really good move for the Rams, in my opinion.
Reed, Deshaun Jackson to the Rams. Thoughts?
Yeah, well, one, if you follow the Rams IG account or social media, you saw Stafford entering that stadium, and boy, that stadium looks amazing. It looks like a spaceship, and it's massive. Anyway, Deshaun Jackson, when you take a look at it from the aesthetics, it's right. Like Deshaun Jackson, we know he's not going to play all 16 games, but I'm going to echo what Jeff was saying. I really like this for the team's perspective, right? Less fantasy, more real football. And look, this is what Sean McVay, again, here's Washington coming up. And another question, they're sort of a reuniting, right? Sean McVay and Deshaun Jackson were together in Washington for 3 years. And so McVay knows how to deploy Deshaun Jackson just as good as Deshaun Jackson wants to be deployed, right? He wants to be that deep ball threat. He doesn't need to be the possession receiver. The Rams already have that with what they got. And so, and look, you're not going to, like Jeff mentioned, you're not going to go after him in season long, but play him week 1 in DFS. There's 2 guys to always play in DFS week 1, Sammy Watkins and Deshaun Jackson. 2018, 2019, he nearly had 30 points in week 1. He didn't do so well last year in game 1, but the previous 2 seasons, he went off for 26 plus points in those contests. So play Deshaun Jackson no matter what week 1.
Time to tell you guys about our play of the day here on the Dream Stream. So busted brackets, no problem. Pick a new set of brackets in the round of 16 for your shot at a share of $10,000 in total prizing. Play the Irish Spring Clean Slate Second Chance bracket. Pick the winners across the remaining 15 games of the CBV tourney and grab some green. It's free to play. Just head over to the pool section on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Make your selections and collect your cash. For how many correct picks you make, visit DraftKings.com/promotions for details. And what is the Dream Stream for, if not to help you with those picks? On his latest show, Pat Mayo and Preston Johnson discuss some of their favorite bets for the next round of the tournament. Go ahead and take a look.
I think a lot of people still have at least their final 4 has a chance. If you went with Houston or Loyola Chicago and you like the underdog story there, Baylor's alive, Gonzaga's alive, Michigan, Alabama, Florida State, and the other region. They're all alive. But I think a lot of people are pretty dead in the sense that they don't have, nearly the 16 teams that are in this. and probably sitting at like 10 of 16 and just hoping they get the final four exactly right for your bracket pool or whatever. So it was fun though. It made, I think the stat is that it was the most upsets, and what like the general public calls an upset, or the tournament and NCAA calls an upset, is if it's a 5 seeds lower. So 11 over a 6, a 12 over a 5, etc. It was the most they've ever had in a in a first round, a second round, and it's one short of being the most they've ever had in an entire tournament. I believe it's 13, and we're at 12. So that makes it fun for fans, and if you're betting and you're betting on underdogs, even better.
Well, I mean, I always enjoy betting on a good underdog. So we hit some like big money line numbers in the first round and even the second round. But like when you have a 15 win, a 13 win, all of a sudden, or a 14 win, you're looking a whole lot better, and it can kind of recoup some of the losses that you made along the way just because you're getting paid 3-1, 4-1 on your money. Sure. But when we look at the round of 16, the Sweet 16, is there any team that jumps out to you right away, spread wise or even money line wise, that is probably the route that we want to go? Like, we're going to keep riding Loyola Chicago here? They're 6.5-point favorites.
We can go to that game first. I'll say this. I think there's a general theme, and you'll find this in betting markets in general, no matter what league it is, what sport it is. But the markets, or the public perception, tends to revert to recency, is the way I'll call it. And so people remember a lot of these upsets. They like the story with Loyola Chicago, but also remember Oregon State. They're a 12 seed that just had 2 upset wins over Tennessee and Oklahoma State. And I think this is a spot where think of it this way. So before Oregon State went on that run in the Pac-12 tournament and then winning these 2 games in the big dance, if I had lined this game, Loyola Chicago, Oregon State, so we're talking like 2.5 weeks ago, my personal projections would have lined it closer to 9. Okay. And then after that Pac-12 tournament, I'm adjusting some data. Obviously the Beavers graded out well over those few games in the tournament. So I'm adjusting them up. Even before the big dance, I would have lined this more like 8. And here we are now. Oregon State pulls off 2 upsets. Remember, Loyola Chicago just smashed Illinois, though. So they've also kind of bumped up and been upgraded. I think this should be more like 7.5. Obviously been upgrading the Beavers yet again as they've been winning more and more games. But ultimately, they're not a team that shot very well all year long. And they've just shot pretty well from 3, especially their last 6 games. And I think Loyola Chicago's defense will be able to kind of stifle them to some extent. My personal buy point would be more like -6. It's -6.5, so it's close. But that's the side I would look. But kind of, I guess, taking that a step further, then looking at some of these other games, it's interesting because generally you think, oh, sharp side, you're supposed to pick underdogs, this and that. Look, some of these underdogs, because it's been such a wild opening weekend of tournament basketball, look, Oral Roberts, I think, is extremely overvalued. And they're a 15 seed. I think they're the second one ever to make it into the Sweet 16. They beat Ohio State. They beat Florida. Look, I think they were the worst tournament, or I should say defense and adjusted defensive efficiency entering the tournament. They've escaped twice down the stretches where Ohio State couldn't score late. Florida, I don't think, scored the last 3 or 3.5 minutes, and Oral Roberts ends up winning that one. I think it should be like 13.5, though. I think it's a good sell time on Oral Roberts, as great as the story is. Arkansas is just that much better, and we're getting, in my opinion, -11, -11.5 in the market. It's value. So that's probably my biggest discrepancy in a spread. And interestingly enough, it's on a favorite, and it's on a double-digit favorite, but I think it's just kind of looking back at what was reactionary to that first weekend, and everyone's loves betting the underdog, loves the story behind Oral Roberts. So let's just keep betting them. Like, they could do it. When in reality, I think the -11s are just too low.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned the recency bias that comes in with a lot of this stuff. I can't imagine the take on Arkansas is going to be very high, because anyone who's watched 20 minutes of the tournament, Oral Roberts probably is the largest story. The thing that surprised me the most, though, about the Oregon State Loyola line is that Loyola, obviously, they have a lot of pub behind them, and they were successful the last time that we saw the NCAA tournament in 2019. But I was actually kind of surprised that it was only 6.5, that so many people were. I couldn't imagine anyone looking at this game and being like, oh, give me Oregon State versus the spread. I know that they've come through as underdogs the first 2 rounds, but just the pub, Sister Jean, the social media coverage, the ESPN coverage for Loyola is just so much higher that I actually thought, and maybe we'll see this as the week goes along, that the number will just drift higher and higher on them, because I can't imagine who's betting on Oregon State.
It's a good point. There's still a lot of days left. Maybe 6.5 is going to be kind of, buying the bottom of Loyola Chicago markets. So you could be right. For me personally, I generally want about a 1.5 point discrepancy between my number, my personal projection, and then where the market's at. So that's why when I'm closer to 7.5, I'd like 6. But 6.5, you're right. It might be the bottom. There's just going to be more and more coverage surrounding the Sister Jean story, Loyola Chicago again, what they've been doing. Krutwig, obviously, is a potential guy that could win most outstanding player in this tournament if they keep making a big run. So you're probably right. I'll be surprised if we see the 6.
Did we all severely underrate the Pac-12 coming into this tournament, or did they just get a weird amount of breaks going through in the first 2 rounds?
I have to pat myself on the back because I'm a West Coast guy, and people were calling me in a couple of shows I did, heading into the tournament, and they're like, "Oh, West Coast elitism," and here we are. The Big Ten has 1 team in the Sweet 16. The Pac-12 has 4. They covered and then won outright every single game except Colorado. Finally, on that last day, lost to Florida State. I mean, they just smashed. Now, I'll say this: I'm not going to take credit for it, but we talked about the Big Ten narrative is that, hey, it's the toughest conference in basketball. Now, a lot of when you look at like Ken Palm, or if you look at Bart Torvik, or there's some other public efficiency metrics you can look at for college basketball, they're adjusting for strength of opponent. And when all your opponents are in the Big Ten and you think that they're all really, really good, sometimes that can get overblown. And so if you looked at just raw efficiency numbers versus the adjusted ones, the biggest discrepancy in raw efficiency was the Big Ten. I'm talking about offense, like their ability to score points, right? Some of these teams that ranked in the top 25 and, adjusted efficiencies were in the 100 to 150 range in the Big Ten. And obviously, I think those got just a little bit overblown. It's probably somewhere in the middle. I also think people tend to still, they lack the ability to grasp randomness. If we ran this tournament back from the start again next week, I bet 3 or 4 Big Ten teams are in the Sweet 16. It was also partly random. And then on the other extreme side, the Pac-12 was the team that benefited from the randomness where they were just hot and, won a bunch of games. But I do think, UCLA, for example, and I am a Bruins fan, and so this is what I talked about with people. They lost their last 4 games of the tournament. Everyone's like, oh, they're an 11 seed. They're in the play-in game against Michigan State. Big Ten's so good. Tom Izzo, et cetera. UCLA ends up winning that, but then, they were a dog against BYU. Then obviously Abilene Christian game is a nice setup for them because they had the upset over Texas. But the point is, you lost the last 4 games of the year, but you need to look into it a little bit, okay? All 4 of those games were against tournament teams who, by the way, all played extremely well in this tournament as well. And 3 of those 4 losses came down to the final possession, basically. So you say, while it looked bad down the stretch, they lost 4 in a row. They were right there. And so they were a team that I think was drastically overlooked. But I'll say, going into their matchup against Alabama, this is the first time now in the tournament, 3 straight times I had value on UCLA. I actually think Alabama should be closer to 7. And this is 6.5 in the market. So this is the first time I would lean the other way going against the Bruins, similar with Oregon State. I think now, these Pac-12 teams may be getting a little overvalued. So it's kind of like those ebbs and flows or waves of the markets and buying at the right times on certain teams. This wouldn't be the time now to back the Pac-12, in my opinion.
really is an exciting time in sports. The NBA trade deadline went down today. We got the NCAA tournament. MLB is starting up next week. And right around the corner is the NFL draft. Each week on his podcast, our friend Ross Tucker breaks down a different position for the upcoming draft. This week, he and NFL Films' Greg Kossel took a look at the tight ends coming out of college and who could be looking for one early in the draft.
Let's get to the tight ends in this year's draft, Greg. And really just, we talk about every position's important. We know that. It does feel like if you've got a really good tight end, that he can be a gigantic difference maker. You think about Kelsey, you think about George Kittle, obviously Gronk in his prime. And it sounds like people believe Kyle Pitts from Florida, who's from Philly. I called 2 of his state championship games in high school. Sounds like people think he's that kind of player, Greg.
He is that kind of player. And the TE, either before or after his name, those are just two letters. He's a weapon. I think you could make the argument. I'm not a list guy, but I think you could make the argument that when you go beyond the quarterback position, that he's the best prospect. And I always use the word prospect, best prospect in this draft class. He is really a high level athlete with really strong movement traits. He had his pro day, I think, earlier this week. He came in at 6'6" and 246 and ran a 4.46. Think about that for a minute, Ross. You played, you know what that means. The tight end position has become so critically important in this league because, and I've talked to coaches about this, when you can split your tight end, particularly when you can split him as the single receiver to the short side of the field, what we call the boundary X, and you have 3 wide receivers to the wide side of the field, that's a very difficult personnel package and formation to defend. And Pitts can do that. And he can do a lot of things. You look at his tape, and he has catches one-on-one where he beats J.C. Horn, where he beats Tyson Campbell. Horn could be a top 10 pick. Tyson Campbell will be a top 40 pick, top 50 pick. 2 SEC corners. He can line up and win against corners. He can take it to the house. He has vertical ability. He's a factor at all 3 levels of the defense. Pitts is a guy I could talk about all day. I think that just his overall traits are extremely high level. And in today's NFL, he is a phenomenal weapon. And by the way, you're not drafting him to be a blocker, but he's not a bad run blocker. He gives effort. He competes. There were times he was asked to pass protect. He was effective. So, like I said, you're not drafting him to be an inline blocker. If you are, you should be looking for another job. But he can do that if need be.
I talked about this on the College Draft podcast, Greg, a couple weeks ago. His high school never threw the ball. They hardly ever threw the ball. Archbishop Wood, they just run power every play. So that's what he did was block. So he's not a great blocker, but he knows what he's doing. He's way better than some of the other guys that have come out in recent years.
And I think it's a reflex action for people to say, Ross, with a player like this, they're always not a great blocker. Just because he's so good as a receiver, there's not every tight end is going to be George Kittle, but that doesn't matter with Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts is an offensive weapon. He fits the NFL game. Like I said, when we just spoke about the Patriots, what you want with your personnel and your formations is to make the defense predictable and give your quarterback as much information as possible before the snap. Pitts is a guy, besides his phenomenal athletic and movement traits, he's a guy that helps you do that offensively.
Greg, could he just be a wide receiver if he's running a 4.4, 6'6", 2? Could he be Calvin Johnson or Plexico Burress or just a huge receiver, Brandon Marshall, if you will?
Well, he'll be doing that. That's my point. He'll line up anywhere. It's funny. You just mentioned the 4.46, which is what he ran. DeAndre Hopkins ran a 4.58. Michael Thomas ran a 4.57. This kid ran a 4.46 at 6'6", 246 pounds. So, I mean, this kid's just a weapon. That's why I started out by saying the T-E before, after his name, they're just 2 letters. They don't really mean anything.
Next guy, I've watched every snap of his college career, and that's Pat Fryermuth from Penn State. He did get hurt late in this past year, his junior year. Maybe even it was his redshirt sophomore. I don't know. But anyway, what do you think of Fryermuth, Greg?
I think he's a really solid prospect. He kind of reminded me of, it's funny, sometimes, and the way I do this, I sit and I study and watch full games, coaching tape, and I don't sit around and after I finish a guy and say, let me spend 20 minutes thinking of who this guy reminds me of. Sometimes someone just pops into my head. He kind of reminded me of Heath Miller. And Heath Miller played 11 years with the Steelers, finished with almost 600 receptions, really solid tight end. I believe he was a first-round pick when he came out of Virginia. I think Fryermuth is a really good prospect.
All right, guys, it isn't too late to get in on the NBA fun tonight. We have a 2-game night slate locking at 10 p.m. The feature contest there is the 60K Slam Jam, which pays $15K to first. We've also got an NHL slate locking in just a few minutes. 5 games are featured in our 8K Twine contest, paying out $2K to first for a $10 entry. And, of course, the NCAA tournament has reached the final 16 teams, so you can go check out the odds for those games and tournament futures right now on the DK Sportsbook Plus. You can check it out, up-to-the-minute odds and lines for the PGA Tour, UFC, NASCAR, and more. But it's time to get back to football. Brendan Glasheen and Jeff Ulrich are standing by for the call of Houston and Washington. Enjoy the game, guys.
Jesse, thank you very much. We've got the football team and the Texans. What's up, Jeff? Good to talk to you. How are you?
What's up, my friend?
Yeah.
I'm doing well. The football team and the Texans, hey?
Yeah.
It's true. I'm in the wrong sim or the wrong DK lineup. I loaded the secondary game, and I just realized I've been making lineups for the wrong sim. So, anyways, it's all good.
Well, did you notice that we have Bucks Raiders again? I feel like we're getting trolled by the ops team or whoever's making the schedule.
I know. I don't know why. Anyways, it's a crazy day. But anyways, yeah, Houston, Washington. It's all good now.
Okay. Lineups have locked. Hope you got one in.
I didn't.
Okay.
I was legitimately making lineups for the Tampa Bay Raiders game. So anyways, off to a great start here. It is Texans though. So I mean, Deshaun Watson's going to be the centerpiece of any lineup today. And usually when I've been playing Washington lately, I've been just going with Terry McLaurin as like a kind of a good cheaper captain spot, but he really is pretty inconsistent. You know, you got the 2 Sims there, Cam and Steve. Steve Sims, generally a pretty good value play. We'll see what his ownership levels are at and how many people actually played him. What's your lineup looking like, Brendan? Let's talk about yours. Who's your captain?
I mean, I guess we have to. We have no other choice because you didn't get one in. I captained Brandon Cooks, played Deshaun Watson in the flex. I got McKissick in there, the sprinkler. Who else did I play? Darren Fells. So I have both tight ends, and David Johnson as my punt play. $2,600 for the RB1. I was into that.
Yeah, David Johnson, that's true. The Texans keep signing like people in real life, but David Johnson's still the main man in the sim backfield. So, okay. Well, I mean, I'll have fun watching everyone else's lineups for this one, but like I said, I'll have lots of time for the next one. I've done my extra research for the Bucks and the Raiders.
You're going to be so ready for
the
next one, which is good. Merck on Twitch captained Scary Terry, so he likes your advice.
I like that move. We got Steve Sims Jr. at 33% in the free roll. Got McKissick at 70%, 21% on the captain, and then Deshaun Watson at 28.7% in the captain spot. So McKissick, Deshaun Watson, no shock there. The two biggest, the two chalkiest dudes in the captain spot.
10,000 plus entries in the free roll, 10,065 entries in the $250 free contest. Deshaun Watson, 84%, 28.7% in the captain. Yes, there was some news. Stick on the YouTube chat. That's right. The Washington football team signed Adam Humphries to a deal. I'm not sure of the terms, but yes, Adam Humphries to the Washington football team. There's news related to a team in Sim.
Yeah, more good free agent news for Washington. Quite frankly, they've had a pretty good offseason, man. I mean, they obviously shored up their D a little bit as well, but they're getting guys in there like Curtis Samuel, obviously, and Ryan Fitzpatrick, the guy I just talked about this like 8 hours ago that I should remember. But you add Humphries to it. It's a nice little tandem they got. I mean, Humphries is like a Cole Beasley guy who can work over the middle a little bit, be a little bit of a security blanket if teams are going to like double team Terry McLaurin. So I like Washington a lot. I like the moves they made.
Watson complete for a first down to Darren Fells. There's the tight end one. Brian Claremont says aloha, the TikTok dancing machine. Wow, I'm honored. Haven't done much dancing on TikTok, but
just the TikTok machine. I'm just gonna say. I mean, I don't really remember you dancing much, but maybe I have missed some.
There's the old grandpa giving his NBA takes.
That's still one of my favorites.
Got to bring the grandpa back. Vid always. Let's go, Fells. All right.
Well, I mean, I'm pumped to announce the Sim Washington games for next year with old man Ryan Fitzpatrick taking it downfield, Sonny, as far as I can throw.
He'll be what, 40 by the time the season starts?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's 38 or 39. Is he 39? Could be.
Here we go. Ryan Fitzpatrick, 38.
38.
And he'll turn 39 November 24th.
There you go.
I know when Reed's into it too. We had Reed, Jeff, and myself did a football free agency segment this morning. I'm sure that will be on the Dream Stream at some point tonight, if not already. I'm not sure. We had a good talk for about 15 minutes, and you're both high on the football team here, and that was before we found out about Adam Humphries. So you've got Humphries in the mix, McLaren, also Curtis Samuel, Logan Thomas back in the mix. I mean, I chuckled when you said this, but I knew what you meant. It does feel very Tampa-esque with the football team in the sense that they're a quarterback away after Fitzpatrick if they can find the right guy. And not to say Fitzpatrick can't bring some magic there in his season coming up, but they've got everything else in place. If they get mid-tier quarterback play, they should win that division, and they're going to be a fun team to watch.
Yeah, man, they are definitely going to be fun to watch. I think so. I mean, and I just looking at those odds, I'm a little surprised that they're that big underdogs to the Dallas Cowboys right now. I just feel like just Fitzpatrick not getting much credit for that signing. It's a team who has one of the best defenses in the league last year, and they've really only added to it. With just on the offensive side. So they're a really interesting team. Again, Dallas has made some nice moves too. I don't want to totally discount what Dallas has done. Cam Neal's a nice move. Getting Dak back, obviously huge, but I'm not going to take them as a favorite or anything. So that's an interesting spot right there for now.
Jordan Lindenbaum sharing his lineup as Watson captained in the DK SimFam Friends free roll. A very simple title. Texans at WFT. That's what we got going on. J.D. McKissick, third down back, also the RB1. The 3 minutes in, Texans just punted the football. Jeff, Glash, we have producer Michael, Jim from the Game Ops team, Andrew on the ones and twos. We're together for the next one as well. That means we're gonna have Moose calls. Gotta bring back the Moose calls. It's been too long.
Moose calls tonight, folks. Moose players. Oh, be fantastic. I'll have the right teams selected for my lineup, so we'll get that in. And anyways, this one's off to a bit of a shaky start. Washington punting. Texans already punted. Now Washington's going down with 3 and out, quick 3 and out. That was J.J. Watt there, it looks like, taking down Dwayne Haskins, who will be carrying Ben Roethlisberger's gym bag around in Pittsburgh next year.
Yeah, that's their plan, I guess, huh? So Mason Rudolph is still out there. If they
He is. He's a thing. He's pretty bad though. So
no, agreed. But aren't they kind of in a way committing to, Dwayne Haskins has a real chance of being their backup?
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense. I mean, I think they should commit to Dwayne Haskins as their backup, unless he's so bad in the practice field and in preseason that it's just like, wow, this guy's so bad that there's no hope. But I mean, I think that at the very least, Dwayne Haskins brings a talent upgrade over Mason Rudolph. Like I said, if he's so incapable of running a team or offense, then that's a different story. But I think giving him a chance in preseason makes a ton of sense. He's got a very live arm. He had a couple of okay games. I mean, he certainly was drafted in the first round for a reason. Looked okay in college for bits, but, accuracy issues abound. So we'll see if they can fix that.
So, and that's right, producer Michael. Alex Smith has yet to sign with the team. I had to go to the Madden Stream info page because on the Washington football team's last possession, something called Marcus Baugh caught a pass. He is the fullback 1. for the football team. I'm like, who the hell is Baugh? Take the Chai guy pointed that out. There's a fumble after the catch, but recovered by Brandon Cooks.
What the heck was that? It's like he caught it in midair, and then they ruled it a fumble after he let go of it. I thought that was just an incomplete pass or something, but we got to watch the replay on this.
So Randall Cobb with the reception, bailed out by Brandon Cooks.
Yep. It doesn't matter. He did catch the ball. Got absolutely rocked by 56 there. And then, just spit it up, but it doesn't matter. Texans got it back.
Lewis Daniel rostered Baugh. Good on you. Nice play. There's Darren Fells to the 23. Baugh rostered in 0.19% of lineups.
What's your favorite Winter Olympic sport, Brendan? Mine's the bobsled.
Yeah, there it is. The bobsled. All right. Andrew L says, Glash, too much chest hair in the NASCAR video.
You should have seen him this morning in the NFL video.
You should see me right now. I got a little.
That's true. Wow.
A little burger meat hanging out. I don't know. I want to keep it loose, keep it social. Andrew L, I appreciate you taking a look. I mean, I guess you got no choice. It's right in the middle of the screen.
Really don't have a choice there.
Yeah.
We got there. Duke Johnson there on the run there. There hasn't been much offense. I was going to say we haven't seen much David Johnson, but we really haven't seen much offense, period. So that catch by Cobb actually might have been the biggest play of the game. Anyways, Texans inside the red zone.
Yeah, Fells has been good. 3 for 33. Jim.
Right, Fells Fells absolutely been like the main pass catcher there. In terms of volume, there's David Johnson.
In terms of ownership, looking at the Texans, Will Fuller 37% in the flex, Brandon Cooks 50% owned. We know the ownership on Watson is big. Fells 39%. Run for a first, David Johnson to the 11. Bill Hamilton, how are you? Says, how are you doing, buddy? Hi, Bill. Good to have you here. Jeff, can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can.
How many times have you come on the Zoom and you ever say, hey, Glash, what's up, buddy? You've done that before, right? The use of the word buddy?
I've probably said buddy before. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know if I've actually said it to you, but maybe. Why?
But it flies off the tongue like a normal, just kind of a normal word, right? Not a problem.
Pretty normal thing to say. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. You might not know what I'm getting at, but I'm not sure if I want to go down that road.
I really don't. Does it have something to do with Adam Kaufman? Or?
Not at all, actually. Someone else.
Okay. Would you like to give me the whole story? It looks like something's bothering you. So.
No. It's now become a joke in the chat. Yeah. You'll see. 2nd and 4. Watson easily throwing that ball away. So,
yeah,
you know, we'll do this now. We're doing a sim, myself, and I won't tell you who yet. It's the first quarter, and we're going along. It's Wild Weather Wednesday, and Drew Brees throws a pass to the end zone to Michael Thomas for a touchdown. I'm like, oh, there you go, buddy. Michael Thomas, touchdown. Like, you have him in your lineup, like a tone of like cheering you up, you know, like encouragement. It wasn't like a you can do it, buddy. It was like oh, there you go, buddy. Like you had that guy.
Yep.
What? Why are you calling me buddy? That sounds like you're talking down to me. Why would you? I don't like that. Like you don't say that. That's so condescending. I'm like, what? Would you like to guess who it was?
Oh, I'm pretty sure I know who it was.
Literally out of nowhere. And he was dead serious.
Just by the way, it had to be Ducey, right?
Oh, yep. It was him. Mm-hmm. Really set the tone for the sim the rest of the way.
Your way of talking really gave that away. I did. I mean, look. There's a condescending way.
The chat took it and ran with it. So now Buddy has been like the word of the last 2 days.
I mean, look, there is a condescending way to use Buddy. You know, it's like, hey, Buddy. You know, like you can use Buddy like that, but I don't think that's the way. First of all, I don't think I've ever really heard you talk to anyone like that, except Kaufman. And I don't think that's the way you were saying it. So, you know, young Kenneth can be a little bit sensitive. He does take a lot of guff on these sims. So maybe he just felt like, oh, you know, is Glash going to start with it today? And maybe he had a bad tennis week. I don't know what's going on with Ducey, but, you know, I can imagine it was something of the sort.
Look, Jordan Lindenbaum says he was, Jordan, this is where you don't get it. I'm in the Zoom call. You're not. Okay? I can see what he looks like when he said it. He was dead serious. After the sim 2, it's not like we sign off this, right? We sign off and say, everyone, see you for the next sim. He could have been like, hey, like, he could have gone one of two ways. He could have said, you know, man, I really don't like that word. And I would have said, oh, all good. Like, if you really don't like the word, I won't use it. None of that. He just went silent. Like, do you want to play victim or do you want to be the instigator? You can't do both. Like, which one is it? You want to rile everybody up? Totally in. But then when you go, no, everyone doesn't say nice things about me. Well, hold on a second. You embrace the villain role. Which one is it? What do you want? I was floored. Because then he starts saying, I'll next time I work with Ducey, I'll say this to him. He starts telling me, like, oh, you're talking down to me. Like, the last thing I want is someone to start questioning my reputation. I'd like to think I like to get along with everybody. You can bust my chops all you want. I don't take myself too seriously. Okay? I shaved my eyebrows almost a year ago. But don't tell me that I'm talking down to you. If you want to rile everybody up, cool. You did your job. You riled me up too. But which one is it? You don't want to be the victim, but you also want to be an instigator. He was dead serious about this yesterday. Out of nowhere. After me just trying to give him a compliment that his captain scored a touchdown. It was literally complimenting him. So everyone's like, oh, everyone, you're soft, man. Like, no, you guys are missing it. He starts it. He starts it by saying that. Oh, it's cringeworthy. I was so mad. I was so mad. And I'm still a little mad. And I like the chat for being like, hey, buddy, how are you? And I'm like, okay, you know, this is going to be a thing. So I'm done. I'm sorry.
I think I would have called Ducey Buddy the whole sim if I had been you, but let's just take it to the next level. Anyways, this is McLaren on an end around. Oh, man. I like that everyone's sensitive in their own ways on these sims, including myself. I can be the same way. Generally, I just get mad at like stupid football stuff, but oh yeah, I got no explanation for you, buddy.
But now, literally, anytime I call someone buddy, I'm gonna think about this moment. I'm gonna think about like, wow, wait, maybe this is gonna offend somebody.
If you don't like the use of buddy, the only response is, I'm not your buddy, pal. You know, like
right. They come right back at me. Anyway, nothing's happened in the sim since we brought this up. So
no, really, we haven't missed much. We're definitely
the sim gods. They really do give you the time to get your rant out, and nothing will happen.
You know, they've recognized that like this needs to be got out in the open. This is why. You know, it's all falling into place. I didn't really need to get my lineup in for this one. We're going to save all the touchdowns for Madden After Dark, so.
All right, Haskins, come on, buddy. Incomplete. Oh, like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Now the next time I do a sim with Ducey, oh my god, I'm gonna have to slip some buddies in there. Just be like, I'm actually looking forward to it. That was an incomplete pass there by Haskins. I'm not sure who was targeting. It might have been Sims. Doesn't matter. 4th and 4. Let me get the. Ooh, this is actually an interesting spot. They could go for it here. It's gonna be a pretty long field goal if they go for it. Like 56 yardas. Dustin Hopkins.
Take the chai, guys. So does Tusi address Buddy Healed as Mr. Healed?
Your name offends me. 56-yard here for Hopkins. Ooh, pretty good.
Like the last thing I'll say.
No
if
good.
if I had that crap grin on my face, like, oh, let me get this kid, let me get him going, let me rile him up.
If you said it like this, Glash, you'd be like, "Hey, buddy, that was a nice touchdown by your captain spot."
Yes, totally get the. Don't say it like that to me. I was being honest. I'm like, hey, dude, I say that all the time. I've been saying that for a year. Hey, buddy. So when we come on there, all right, hey, it's Brendan Glasheen and Jeff Ulrich. Jeff, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Nothing. You just go, hey, Brendan, I'm good. Let's do it, man. Couple sims.
Who you calling buddy?
Yeah. That's what I got yesterday. In the first quarter. If it was the fourth quarter, we could have just been fine. Nope, had to be in the first quarter on the first touchdown. So that was a thing for another hour.
That must have been the most awkward sim ever.
Oh my God. I'm like, God, just why did you do this? Why did you stir the pot here in the fourth quarter? Sorry. I know. Talk about the sim. I know. I'm sorry, TK Sim fam. I really am.
I like it, man. No, that's why I'm here. I mean, I like to get hit up with these things. I mean, you guys, you get it out. I mean, I'll give you my straight up take. Like I said, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it as long as it's not condescending. I mean, I don't know. Look, Kenny can be a little eccentric. We know that about him. We all do. I don't know. I think that Kenny is still suffering PSTD from football season with Buchanan. I really do. I think Steve.
I'm not even mean like Steve.
I know, but I think it's trickled over that he thinks everyone's being mean to him now. I genuinely like doing sims with Kenny, and sometimes he'll ask me. He's like, "You're serious, right?"
So this is Steve's fault.
It is definitely. I think it is a little bit Buchanan's fault, and also, Kenneth, he can be, is just a little bit sensitive, which is nothing wrong with. So it's just different personalities, but I can definitely get. If it had been me, my reaction would have been something similar. Like, are you kidding me right now?
No, but see, Jeff, now I'm sensitive because I responded to it. You know what I'm saying? So now it's oh well, Glash, you didn't take it right.
Oh, my kids are out there screaming. My kids agree with you.
The
They're
kids
like,
agree.
yeah, Glash, Team Glash.
Yeah, the oldest called the youngest buddy, and now there's a freaking argument upstairs in the Moose household.
Oh, yeah, well, it takes less than that, trust me. Yeah.
And you know what, folks in the chat, you're right. We are a bunch of freaking, babies. All of us commentators. We have teenage drama. There's no doubt about it. Even Sarah says that. You guys are all ridiculous. All of you. Emerson, Kaufman. You all are ridiculous. You're like teenagers. You're worse than me and my girlfriends. I'm like, kind of right.
You get guys talking about sports, even just in a setting like this for hours straight. It all shows up.
Well, that's the problem. It wasn't even a sports debate. It was a use of a word.
I know, but just you throw sports in there, and then you get the same group of guys. It's like when you're in high school, man, and you're hanging out with the same guys every day, and you're doing stuff, and just the ridiculous stuff that gets said, or that you get in arguments with. I mean, I some of my friends and I would get in fights over just the dumbest stuff. I couldn't even mention on TV, but or on whatever we're on right now, stream, but just dumb, so ridiculous. So yeah, we're very much, I know, immature, but that's why it's fun. It's not fun, this game.
Yeah, so you know what? now it's the 2:20 mark of the first half. We're going to give the sim its due. And now we hope that the sim gods have heard us out. We've given our act of reconciliation, and now the sim will turn around. It's 3rd and 4. This isn't even Wild Weather Wednesday.
Right now we got the Washington football team in the captain spot, 3.1%. Deshaun Watson, 2 points. Haskins, 1.4. McKissick, 2.7. Darren Fells, the big leader in the clubhouse with 6.3 points. Look out. Texans D doing pretty good too.
Come on, Dwayne. Got to get to the 27-yard line for a first. Throws on the run. McKissick makes the catch. First down and then some. Attaboy. Dives to the 43.
Yeah, legit little nice play there. Good for McKissick's stats as well.
CJ 71. Great. Ducey screwed Glash up, and now Glash needs therapy. See if you can get a 2-for-1 with Koff's Twitter addiction. See, the hard part about trying to move on from this is now the chat. Everything from the chat is about this. So in order to pivot, you almost have to stop reading the chat. Tony Pagano, I'm with you. We're not doing that as the buzzword. We're gonna put it to bed. Bad Boys of Pop, what's up? This is Thirsty for Offense Thursday. We are thirsty for offense. We need the offense to distract us from what is happening right now. There's no doubt about that. Did you get an NHL article out tonight?
No, not tonight. I do Thursday, Friday, Saturday, so I'll one out for tomorrow. Have one out for the weekend slates. So didn't do any NHL tonight, but been doing videos and stuff too during the week. But today was kind of my like NHL night off, so I actually didn't even look at the slate. If I'm being dead honest, it's like the Rangers are destroying Philly again. Philly just cannot stop the puck.
The NBA trade deadline was today.
Oh, that's right. Give me the lowdown, Flash. Did you follow it?
Yeah, a lot of intermediate moves. The big one was, I know you're in Alberta, but Kyle Lowry ended up staying with the Raptors.
I know, I saw that. I was like, what, really? I mean, everyone was just last night. They're like, why, Kyle? Garion was like, I was gonna like call him, like, do you need help, buddy? Like, you need to talk to someone for a bit. He's like in mourning there. Pretty weird, wasn't it? That they didn't get rid of him. I mean, I thought I was done. Anyways.
Yeah, surprised for sure. The Celtics made some moves. The Bulls, I think, made the best move of the day. They got Vucevic from the Magic.
Right. Yeah, that is a big move.
George Hill to the Sixers. Rajon Rondo and Lou Williams switch places. So Rondo is going to the LA Clippers. Lou Williams back to Atlanta, where he had some fun during the NBA postseason bubble.
Rondo always gets traded, doesn't he?
Right.
He always bounces around a couple teams.
Norman Powell to the Blazers. This is always a fun night, I feel like, for NBA DFS because with trades, a lot of guys are inactive, so you have to really find the value.
Yeah, it's a crazy night for NBA DFS. I know a couple of years I've played it during the trade deadline day, and it'd be nuts.
Oh yeah, that's another one. Oladipo to Miami. That was the last move that trickled in right when he hit the 3:00 Eastern deadline. Victor Oladipo to the Miami Heat. I'm not sure what Houston's doing. They didn't I'm not really sure that when you add up everything the Rockets have done since they traded Harden, their return has not been great. And so this relates to like Koff and the Celtics Twitterverse. Oladipo got traded from Houston to the Heat, and the Heat gave up 2 former Celtics. So it's like, the Celtics could have had Victor Oladipo years ago. They gave up Olynyk and Bradley.
Right. Sorry. And on that, okay, so where did Oladipo go? To the Rockets?
Miami. He went to Miami from Houston.
From Houston. Sorry. He went to Miami. And who did Miami give up? That was my question.
Kelly Olynyk, and Avery Bradley.
Right.
2 former Celtics.
Yeah, that's what you're getting at. Right. Okay.
Like 2 former fringe starters in and out of the starting lineup.
a couple years ago.
Completely.
Yeah, so it's just kind of funny. Like
I like that for Miami.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're going for it. The last two trade deadlines, they've made let's go give it a run kind of moves for sure. There's Darren Fells. He's had a great first half despite the score, 3-0.
And that's all they gave up was Olenek and.
Oh, they gave up some picks, a couple of firsts, which I don't think is a big deal.
Was it a couple of firsts? Well, I mean, a couple of firsts. I mean, that's pretty big. It's like
yeah, but in the NBA, is it? I don't know.
Yeah, it's not as big a deal in the NBA. Definitely not.
Let me see. Oh, pick swaps. 2 first-round pick swaps, which, that's notable because you can move up in the draft if, of course, Houston is worse than Miami, which is likely based on the move.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think it's good. It was a good deadline. A lot of news, and you like that. You like that there's movement, and even though it wasn't there wasn't a big fish to move, it was certainly entertaining. And we didn't get that last year. There was no trade because of the pandemic. So, well, normally the trade deadline's in February, so we did get it last year. But it was nice to be like, oh, like the NBA does have to have a trade deadline, but with the season all adjusted, they moved it to March, which is cool. So it was fun. And that's a recent rule, actually. Like the league moved the deadline before the pandemic hit. They moved the deadline later, so it gave teams that were on the fringe of like, are we a contender? Are we not a contender? Are we going for it? Are we not going for it? A little more time to make a decision if they wanted to give it a shot or sell. So,
yeah.
Dontrell Inman, 0 catches. 0. Darren Fells has been solid. Duke Johnson has a couple of grabs.
Barry says this would be a good hockey score. This wouldn't even really be a good hockey score. 3-0. This reminds me of the 9-6 game we did like last year between like the Jets and someone.
And the Pats, I think.
I think it was the Pats. I think you're right.
Yeah.
It was such a bad game. Then it went to overtime because Ficken kept missing field goals. Oh, terrible.
Eric Court, what's good, man? Toby, yep, that's the half. It wasn't a great half. Vid always, who did Chicago trade? And Congo Cat right on it. Wendell Carter, Otto Porter. They let go of some other big man too.
Wasn't there another guy involved? Like I thought there was a big player and like a big guy in that one, like a center as well.
Yeah, Bulls centers. Kevin something. Kevin. Who the heck was it?
Kevin Buddy.
Don't. Haskins.
Ooh, if that wasn't a linebacker, I probably would have been picked. You get rough on the passer though, so 15 yada for Washington. With the chance. Hit that like button, guys. Appreciate you guys showing up. Hoping everybody's having a fantastico Thursday night.
Oh, my bad. It wasn't Kevin. It was Luke Cornett. Close enough. Luke Cornett. So, he's been in the league for a little bit. So, yeah, it's great to have you guys with us. No tournament games either. No women's or men's college basketball tonight. So, got hockey, NBA, and of course the Sims. These don't go anywhere.
Yeah, there is something crazy going on in hockey right now. The Buffalo Sabres looks like they're on route to their 16th straight loss. They're down 2-0 in the second period. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable how bad that team is right now.
Right? And like that relates to the NBA a little bit because the Houston Rockets were going through something similar. They had lost 17 in a row.
That's right. Yeah. Oh wait, didn't they break that streak?
I was just gonna say they may not have yet. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, they did. They beat the Raptors actually.
Yeah, right. No, I remember they broke that streak. But yeah, Houston definitely terrible as well. So
our buddy I literally just said buddy without even trying to do that. God. Zachariah Love in the chat. Yep, there's NIT action. That's true.
NIT.
Yeah. Zachariah, are you actually invested in the NIT? That's okay if you are. Hey, you gotta get your hoops fixed, your college hoops fixed, however you need to.
Yeah, I get it. Once you get into the college hoops, it kind of becomes addictive, and you'll just kind of like, you'll watch anything. So,
Germ on Twitch could use the sprinkler and Will Fuller. Meager 60 sticks. We had the same build for this sim, he says. There's Steven Sims, like you said, a good value in these simulations. And the Washington football team is in the red zone. All right.
Yeah, Washington's wide receiver core really interesting. They got McLaren, Samuel. They're gonna have Humphreys though. Sims is still gonna be in the mix. Cam Sims and Steve Sims have shown some upside at some point. So I don't know. They'll be mixing in with Humphreys for that third role. Probably not really guys you have to worry about next year for fantasy purposes. Just with Samuel and T-Mac there, soaking up a lot of targets and doing stuff. Curtis Samuel's still versatile too. So.
All right, receivers lined up left side. McLaurin has the superstar traits. Here, they're going to the sprinkler, I believe. Nope, it's Sims again. Gain of 6.
Yeah. For now, though, Steve Sims, really, really nice value.
Want to shout out our great production team, producer Michael, Andrew. For as much as we say about our drama as announcers, they put up with it. They just let it.
That's right. They got to listen to every word.
They got to listen to all of it. They've got to have a headache when these are over. Like, really?
Oh, completely.
Move the heck on. Sims to the 1. Could not squeeze in there for a score. And knowing their professionalism, they'll say, "Oh no, it's fine. You guys just keep." No. Then their head, they're like,
"You guys are fine.
Yeah, you guys are fine. Oh, it's all good. No, they hate it. They hate it, and they should hate it. They're right. First and goal. Oh, loss of yards. McKissick. Oh no! Don't give us Peyton Barber.
Ooh.
The power back. I'm just speculating. Twitch chat, you guys are great. Love you. Fooligan. Dracula. It's a better way of saying it, Brendan. Phonics. Percy. Piercy. Germ. Retease, did you know? Oh, man. Hand off. Who we got? It's McKissick. Still short. He's going to settle for 3. Here's a question from Jordan Lindenbaum, fantasy related. This is something we did talk about this morning on our NFL segment. How is the Washington football team going to use Samuel like they did last year in Carolina, or his first 2 seasons where he was more of an outside deep threat?
That's a good question. Judging by just the Washington offense last year, I mean, you got to figure they want to take a few more deep shots, but it is a team built around defense and just kind of like running the ball a little bit. So I think with McLaren there, he's not just going to be like a primary deep shot guy. I think they'll use him more as like a semi RB as well. So a little bit more, I guess, more like last year where they did use him a little bit in the red zone and they mixed him in. I think teams have seen the value of Curtis Samuel. I think that's got to be a reason why Washington brought him in. So I would say he's more than just a deep threat. He's certainly got that deep threat speed, but I think he'll be used. Oh, what are you doing, JD? Because you had the whole outside. Bro, like, come on. It's not that hard. Just run to the outside. That was insane. That was 4th down, too. So, wow.
Yep.
Brutal.
Turnover on downs, no points, and the football team remains scoreless.
Nobody wants the rock here. Nobody wants the win. Nobody wants to eat the W. Might have to bring Jameson. Yeah, I think Samuel will be used in a more versatile role. a little bit like Tyreek Hill gets used in KC, but obviously not with the same probably kind of explosiveness, and obviously doesn't have Patrick Mahomes as his QB. David Johnson almost got the outside there. That would have been big. But.
Just pulled up his game log from last year, and the targets went up after the midway point. Like, after the midway point of the season, pretty consistently, actually very consistently, he was getting 9-10 targets a game. Curtis Samuel.
Shea Thompson says, "What are you doing, buddy?" to the McKissick carry.
I know. Like, honestly, now it's not going.
That was a serious. That was a situation where you could have used "buddy." Gerard,
I can't even read the chat anymore if that word's included, because it's scarred me for life after Wednesday night. So if that's what he wanted, he got what he wanted. Moving on. Yeah, but like, Samuel was used a ton, like, and how many even running the football too, right? He was using some jet sweeps.
Absolutely, man. Curtis Samuel was not really a running back in college, but kind of.
At Ohio State, yeah, he was do it all, dude, man.
Yep.
Yeah, the game that jumps out is the actually, maybe this is the reason why Ron Rivera wanted him. Week 15, against the Washington football team, Samuel had 5 catches on 5 targets for 106 yards. He also ran the ball 7 times for 52 yards. Ron Rivera's like, I gotta go get that guy. Well, and he also had him in Carolina, as we know.
Yeah, absolutely right. So, just a good move. He's just a good player, quite frankly. Like, you get a guy like that that's so versatile. He's got, quite frankly, like, very special speed. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't want to go after a wide receiver like that. You have guys like Corey Davis out there who's kind of been a bust as a first-round draft pick. Like, I'll take Samuel over pretty much all those guys. Outside of Kenny Golladay, who's like a really true number 1 receiver. Samuel was like the other guy. I just felt like whoever got him was going to get a good bargain. So they paid him, but I mean, it's not like it was overpaying, in my opinion.
We do have some news in the NFL that broke a couple hours ago. Veteran free agent quarterback Colt McCoy, former Washington football team member, scheduled to visit with the Arizona Cardinals next week.
Wow. Goodbye, Kyler.
Yeah. Hey, something this was brought up yesterday when I was with Zach Thompson. He's pretty high on the Arizona Cardinals. They are the 4th. It's kind of similar to how you feel about the football team. The Cardinals are projected based on the odds to finish 4th in the NFC West.
Yeah.
That's a tough division to figure out. You got all the Russ drama going on. You've got San Francisco. I think they're going to move on with Jimmy Garoppolo, like keep him. Not move on from him, but move on with him. And like, I don't know. I said this yesterday, and you can respond to this. Like, can we pump the brakes a little bit on the Rams? I think McVay's great. Is there a chance like Matt Stafford isn't that good? I'm just throwing it out there. There's a lot of positivity with the Rams. A lot of positivity.
No, I agree with his take. Especially from like a buy low perspective. Like, if they're the 4th team in that division, I don't think they're the 4th. I don't think they're the worst team in that division. San Francisco, okay. I like some of their players. I like their offense. I like Kyle Shanahan, but like, this is a team that's been terrible like 3 of the last 4 years. They've had 1 good year with Kyle Shanahan. 1 good year.
Super Bowl.
They got some talent. I like Debo, but like, they've only been able to put it together once. Arizona has a lot of talent too. Like, I think Arizona to me is headed in way better spots in terms of like just from being healthier. They're building up their defense nicely. They've made a couple good signings and draft picks as well. They've been drafting okay there, I think. So, I don't know if I want to take them to win that division, but I am kind of with you. Like, I don't think it's like a clear and cut case here where it's like, oh yeah, it's the Rams. They're going to run away with it. I don't necessarily trust Sean McVay that much either. So maybe San Francisco gets it back together and everything's healthy, or maybe they like go up and grab Justin Fields and it comes together for them, because they they do have the pieces there, but again, it's just come together in such short spurts that like they haven't really been able to benefit from it. So I don't know if that's like a Shanahan thing or what, or if it's just like an unlucky thing. But I am kind of with them. I'm pretty down on Seattle. Just that mentality, I just don't think is going to win out there. The Rams, if the Stafford thing starts slowly, and Arizona just comes out gangbusters and their defense does take another step forward, yeah, man, they're live to win that division, 100%.
I just think it's very wide open. And look, at the end of the day,
it's more wide open than the odds indicate. 100%.
Sure, right. So the projections, there has to be an order. There has to be a 1, 2, a 3, and a 4. It's how it works. I just think like they're interesting. Like, I think that might be a team that they might use that as the bulletin board material. They're picking us to finish last, which you could finish last in a division and you could still win 8, 9 games. So I think ZT, I saw a lot of his points, very into what they've been up to. They've been busy. J.J. Watt, A.J. Green, some veterans coming in. Chandler Jones will be back healthy. Just a lot of question marks. I think Stafford has as Shay says, Stafford is a study. Not the B word, the ST. Study. Dave says the only thing saving this sim is Glash and Jeff. Well, thank you. I kind of disagree a little bit. I mean, we've been okay. I've been very annoying, admittedly. But I guess I've done worse, though. Like I could do, I've impersonated a lot of people here. I've dressed up as a lot of people here. I mean, we've had guests on here.
You could bring back Andy Reid or whatever.
It's been a while, huh? Since Andy Reid's been in here. I know.
True. I haven't done a Chiefs game in a while, actually, now that I think about it.
Same. Mm-hmm. Next sim, and like I said to Jeff in the pregame, one of the first things we said when we went on the air, I feel like the operations team, the gaming experience team at DK, who I love dearly, this is not a criticism at all. It's more of a reflection. I said this, might have been Tuesday? I can't remember. Days of the week. At this point, who cares? We had a Raiders Bucks sim, and I'm like, I feel like we've had this matchup 100 times. And what do you know? The schedule comes out, and I look at it, and I'm like, I want another Raiders Bucks game. Another one. I'm like, someone is listening, and like, let's give Glasheen another one just to keep him guessing, to figure out what the hell's going on.
Crazy, Now next week you're gonna look again, and you'll be like, it can't happen again, can it?
Yeah. So we've got that matchup again. We actually did a recent one together.
No, I know. I remember it. It wasn't that long ago.
It was like last week or the week before. No. So I don't know. It all evens out, though. I know folks are like, "Oh, there's so many of these teams playing." It all balances out. Producer Michael says, "Hey, buddy, how about another Raiders Bucks game?" That's it. I'm not saying that word ever again.
This actually could be historic. This is true, Bad Boys of Pop. It could be the lowest scoring game of all time. I'm pretty sure the record is 7-0. Is that correct, Glash? I don't think that's been broken. So
if I had to guess, it was Raiders and
it was the Cardinals, wasn't it?
Cardinals, right? And the touchdown was a defensive score.
Defensive score in overtime. So it was 0-0 into regulation. But, 3-0 game, that would do it. It's true.
Dom, I can actually shed some light on this. Any guess for the one-year show, Glash? Has Chip been found? No, Chip Perkins will not be on as we get a punt. I did find out today, and I think I can put this out there, and if not, I'll get in trouble. It's really not that big of a deal. It's a big deal. Actually, no, it is a big deal. 4 o'clock. It's not part of the late classic, but the Madden scientist himself, Babysitter Billy Delaney, will be joining me and Jason Rossi at 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. We will have a 3-man booth, me and the pop culture podcast duo of Rossi and Billy. The 3 of us will call a game together on Sunday. So the babysitter is off duty. Daycare is closed. The babysitter is in Simland on Sunday at 4.
And Sunday is the anniversary day, right?
Yep, it is.
Yeah. Just wanted to make sure I got it the day right. So.
Yep, and that's a good time to bring up that if you guys want to enter the big anniversary contest, it is available now in the DraftKings lobby. It is titled Madden Stream 30K 1-year anniversary special. $10,000 to first place. It's a $15 cash entry. 70 entry max. So you can really load up and really, really invest in this. I'm sure if and when that fills, there will be more creations for you guys to get involved. The slate includes the Patriots and the Niners at 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock, Chiefs and Bucks, and then the Madden After Dark matchup includes the first ever meeting in Simland, back when we had Madden 20. The Houston Texans and the New Orleans Saints. So, get excited, guys. Oh, God. Someone changed their username to Hey Buddy on YouTube and said, already did, buddy. $15. Eric Court, I don't know, man. It's not my call. It's not Jeff's call either. Wish we made decisions. Trust me, if I made decisions, I don't know if I'd have Raiders Bucks again. We've been over that. Silly Sally, lowest scoring sim was 6-0 Cardinals. I forget who they played. Yeah, we were just talking about this, Silly Sally. They played the Raiders. It was a snow sim. Snow. It was a weather game. Because actually, that doesn't make sense. There can't be snow in Oakland or Arizona. Might have been a wind game. Yeah. Oh, McLaurin was the target. Incomplete. 3rd and 10. This is big. If we want to make history, we need this to not be complete for first.
Yeah, no, it's true. We can't have a field goal here. Field goal makes it 3-3. Then we got a 6-3 finish or something. We need to keep the punts coming, folks. This is a big one. Can the Houston D shut down Dwayne Haskins? Oh, got the completion. Get the tackle. Oh, they stopped him short. Big decision coming up here for Washington. 4th and 3. Could go for it, Brendan. Not going to lie. They're at that point. They're down. What's the sim going to do? Big decision. Need that 3-0 finish, though. Need to set history here, folks. Could be a part of it. The day the 3-0 sim finally hit. You know, you do enough sims, and we all forget. These are computer simulations. You do enough sims, eventually you're going to get a game that ends 3-0. You know, we had one that went, oh, here we go, punt.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
It stays intact.
Look, Houston could just run this out.
Mm-hmm.
There's 350. They get a couple first downs on the ground. Burn the timeouts. We'll be watching history here, folks. Where were you the day this one hit? In all seriousness, this is pretty insane. Don't run too far, Deshaun. Okay, that's all right. Clock's going to keep running.
It really does make me feel good, actually, now about sharing that story with you in the first half, because that gave us...
If we didn't share that story...
a quarter and a half of content.
I'd be on the ground, like, you know...
Honey, bring in more boost! Water! Bring me water! This has been gross. David Johnson. Yeesh.
All right,
everybody.
So,
it is Thursday. This is not a wild weather Wednesday, low scoring affair.
Yeah, maybe we should put weather on Thursday so we can avoid these bad games. Maybe the weather has been helping all along, folks. 3rd and 6. This is a big one. We don't want to give Washington the ball back, because if that happens, you know. We need to convert here. Come on, Deshaun.
3 wide to the left side on 3rd and 6. He's the 26-yard line.
No! What are you doing?
Oh,
Two guys
wasn't even
went
close.
Open. You could have run for it. Okay, we need a good punt here. We need to pin Dwayne Haskins back at like the 5. Oh man, you could have set history, Deshaun. Don't you like history? Okay, boot this one far as it can possibly go. It's not a bad punt. Tackle him. Okay, well, Washington going to have a chance to tie this up, folks. And with Glasheen's and I luck, this thing is going to triple OT. So
yeah, the Twitch fam has already said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, even the YouTube fam. Hey, there's Noah Moon. Noah Moon in lowercase letters. What a miracle. Clash will never beat me. Yep, Noah Moon, you got me last night in NBA. Last night was a tough NBA night. All of the stars last night, Luka, Giannis, they were gross.
Everybody go off. Oh, we're getting a set. Oh, yeah. That is the way you want us to. JJ Watt. You're not going to ruin the shutout, kid. Not up in here. 2nd and 17. Let's let this run all the way down to the 2-minute warning now. If we could, Washington, that'd be great.
No. A lot of the stars didn't do well. Like it
didn't do well.
It was a bad night.
That's rare. That's rare for NBA.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was a 6. No, last night was a big slate. 11 games. A lot of the studs did not play well last night. So
rare you get like multiple studs busting in NBA. There we go. 2-minute warning. All right, folks. It's getting exciting.
Relly Rel, what's good? Nice to have you here. Folks, about 400 of you watching. We are only 23 likes away from 300. So all of you, be the best buddy in the whole world and hit the like button.
Be all that you can be. Hit the like for the Madden Sim.
B-U.
Okay.
D-D-Y.
3rd and 8. Texans need to stop. We need to get to 4th down here. We get 4th and 8. That could be it. We could end the game here. Oh, Washington burned a timeout. Okay, that's fine. We need them to burn their timeouts. So,
Dougie30 just arrived on Twitch. Am I here for history or to be the jinx?
We need to. I mean, you got to be on. We got to root for history here. We got to root for history.
Yeah.
Put your touchdowns and lineups aside. I know some of you are playing for real money. We appreciate that, but you can always play in the next one. You just pretend you rostered the defenses for a couple minutes. We need to hit history here. Oh, no. Okay, well, 1st down, still out of field goal range. We're probably going to burn another timeout, so that'd be good.
Noah Moon wants overtime. Brian Anderson, classic Haskins. Stephen Boss, I've already hit the like. I can't hit the like anymore. I know, you only get one. You get one a day. And you have to really be careful about when you use it in the 12 hours.
Oh, get him!
Throws it away!
Okay. Oh, sack there would have been real good. Would have burned another timeout. Would have been 30
Time goes off the clock, yeah. Because knowing Madden, they won't call the timeout until like 20 seconds after they're supposed to.
Exactly, right? So, okay, it's all right. No foul. Let's get the sack here, Houston. Oh, picked up the blitz, giving him lots of time.
Oh
no. Oh, boy. We are right on the verge here, folks.
Second catch.
This is right on the verge. We saw Hopkins miss from exactly this point earlier in the game, so even like 5 yards at this point, we're probably getting the field goal. Okay, we need a sack. We need J.J. Watt to show up. Come on, J.J. No, that's... and he got out of... Oh.
Hey, they could still get a sack here and take him out of range.
They could.
Can't rule it out.
Turnover.
Turnover. Yeah. Dwayne Haskins, 70 overall player, awareness 70.
Yeah. Are they going conservative? They're just going to play for the field goal? That is just chicken. You chickens. You cowards. They are, too. Unbelievable. Wow, they deserve to lose now. This is...
We're really about to get 3-3 to overtime.
Yeah, we're going to get 3-3. This is going to go for like another hour. This is going to bleed into the next sim at this point. You can just...
Tom's microwave lolling at the idea of playing for a field goal. And look, the chat, they need points, but put your lineup aside. Stop being selfish. We want the 3-0 shutout.
We need a big
throw
sack here.
Imagine he throws a pick. Oh, the sprinkler.
Yeah, well, now they can actually win the game, but okay. What are we doing? Oh my God, they're just gonna kick the field goal here. Yep, they're just gonna kick the field goal.
They're gonna let. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there's.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Oh my God. Well, strap on in, folks. We are going to be here for a while, I have a feeling. Oh, that's too bad, though. In all seriousness, we could have had a 3-0 game, the first one in history. Can we get a block or something, Flash? Like something crazy, just out of nowhere?
Imagine.
Fumbled the snap once. Does that happen in the sim? Hoskins gets injured on the run up. I don't know. Anything? Like a glitch?
Don't
You
even
get the
go
wrong
there.
way.
Come on, buddy.
Don't.
That's a don't moment right there.
That's a definite don't moment. Don't say the G word, Jeff.
Crackle Smack said fake field goal. Mr. Nick makes a very good point. Remember when we had to hit over 300 likes in the first sim to mute your buddy? Is that so? Is that earlier today? Oh, Ron Rivera, just how you drew it up. Nice drive.
I mean, if the sim is good, I really don't mind it if we go to OT because it's generally exciting. We got bonuses to root for. This is just ridiculous. This is, yeah. I'll be honest. I don't know if I've actually seen a 6-3 game either. So there probably has been one. I just don't know if I've been on one. I know the one Brendan and I did that was just, it was like this, but potentially even worse where Ficken missed field goals. That one ended 9-6. So this is, I'm pretty sure it's the first 6-3 game I've done, assuming it ends with a field goal, which it may very well not. So
come on, Deshaun, chuck it.
Ooh. All right. Well, Houston's moving the ball. Duke Johnson. Again, I don't mean we don't even have stats to update because like no one's near the bonus.
Right? That's like, oh, we're gonna go straight to overtime. Looking at the leaderboard right now. Oh well, Sims is close. Sims has 89. Sims has 9 catches for 89 yards. He's like the only one who's got a real shot. How about Darren Fells? Fells has been stuck at 5 catches for 46. He had a great first half.
We could get a 5-3 game. Get a safety.
Fun with a capital F. How is Jesse? Jesse will be joining us when this sim concludes, but
yeah.
Jeff's bold prediction is this sim is actually going to bleed into the next one. That's his prediction.
Yeah. It's going to cut right into your Jesse time, folks. The sim is just it's a virus. It's spreading. We had to cut it off with, that's what I'm saying. Like J.J. Watt, he just let humanity down.
We've had triple overtime. I don't know if we've had quadruple overtime.
Oh, God.
I feel like we're due. We're going to get a weird Syracuse UConn 6 overtimes.
This whole sim from the beginning has been like just about setting records, it feels like. So
we're going to get punished, aren't we?
What, oh, okay. He completed that, actually. I was going to say, where are you throwing that? Guy ran underneath it. Completion. 4 yards. I guess that's good.
Here's a question from Dave Grandzinski. What's the lowest point total to ever win a free roll?
Oh, that's a good question. I have no
right
idea.
now we're in the high 60s. 69.97 is the first place lineup.
I saw a really low scoring one like last week. Like, I swear to God, it was like 70 or something. But I don't know what the lowest scoring ever was or anything like that. I imagine this has to be pushing for it, though.
Right?
Like, the kickers don't even have points, so.
Smash that like button, fam. 400 of you watching on YouTube. We are only 1 like. Check that. 3 likes away from 300 on the night. There we go. You guys have been great. Empty set here for Deshaun on 3rd and 6. Darren Fells.
Yeah, considering how terrible this game has been, the chat has actually been, you guys have been handling it well. I'm surprised. You've been handling it better than me.
You guys are all good sports. You guys are always, I'd probably say 6 out of the 7 days. You're all pretty good.
6 out of the 7 days. Yeah, Wild Weather Wednesday. I'm not going to lie. You guys get a little whiny on Wild Weather Wednesday, but it's okay. We get it.
Hey, it's middle of the week. middle of the work week. You're not yet close to the weekend.
That's the thing. Wednesday is one of those hump days. I think everyone's just in a better mood on Thursday. It's
Hey,
like, okay, we're past Wednesday.
If we come on here and whine about a word someone used, the chat has the right to get in here and blow it up and hate us. You know, it goes both ways.
It's true.
And if your lineup does not do well, which is the majority of the time, blame the announcers. That's okay.
I like how you brought it back to Ducey there, Flash. That was slick.
Well, I mean, I didn't name names. It's true. I mean, if we're going to get in here and spew crap, they can spew crap all they want. You guys, we say this all the time, and I'm not just saying this to warm up to all of you. The fact you all keep coming back and playing these things is why we're still here. So give yourselves a pat on the back. You're great. I mean that. I love you guys. You're all my buddies.
We're all buddies here.
Yep. I'm gonna be cheering for Syracuse basketball on Saturday, and what do you know? It's Jim Boeheim's son's name? Buddy Boeheim. It's gonna be
it's not actually his name, is it?
I'm not joking. No, it's his name. Buddy Boeheim, and it's gonna be in my head the whole time. Freaking.
Who's Syracuse playing?
Houston.
Oh, that's interesting. Is Houston good? Or like who's the top seed?
I mean, there are 2 seeds. Syracuse is the 11, so.
Oh. That is okay. Weird.
Oh god. They're all the way at the 8. There's no way the football team's moving the chain.
Dude, just settle in. Like there's no reason to even like I'm not even watching the game if I'm being honest. I mean, it's not that, like, I'm not going to start watching until we hit triple overtime. Let's put it that way, folks.
I would love for you to just leave the Zoom. I'm out. See you guys in the third overtime.
See you guys in like 20 minutes. We'll pick it back up. All right. Okay. They got 3 yards on first down. They do just need a field goal to end this. So, like, wow. That linebacker has missed 2 interceptions now that would have like ended the game. Squeeze the ball, guys. Come on, McKinney.
I hope you all are having fun and have enjoyed us. We are together for the next sim. The Raiders and the Bucks, they meet again for a bajillionth time. Third and 10.
The 1500th meeting between the Raiders and the Bucks. This is so pathetic. 4th and 7. All right, the good news is here, the Texans should get it in good field position.
Congo Cab, Clash, you're turning into the 2020 Mayo without the bands. I'm saying nice things, though. But apparently things that I think are nice that I say are not nice.
Clash is like the PG, like the general version of Mayo. Oh, of course the punt goes 90 yards.
Yeah. Yep.
Are you kidding me?
Yep. Back him up some more. There you go, to the 16. Okay. Forward progress a little bit.
That punt went 85 yards.
I literally yesterday felt like I was in a Curb episode. I felt like Larry David trying to be nice, and it backfired. Speaking of backfiring, Terrell Asak is here. Hi, Terrell. Says, this is good. Terrell says, Terrell writes, overtime. Yikes.
Maybe Terrell could spark some life into this game. Start calling the players dopes or something. I mean, this is just getting ridiculous.
That's the best word she could have used. Overtime. Yikes. Like, just look at the score.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not even that it's overtime. Like I said, happy to do a little overtime when the game is exciting, and you know we're calling out bonuses. This is ridiculous. As Tara Lynn would say, this game is a bozo. We need a 50-yard Deshaun Watson run to get us out of here. It's okay. We're just gonna hand it off to David Johnson. From the get-go, you just knew something was going to happen in this game. Like this, I think your quad overtime prediction is it's looking more and more accurate by the second year.
If you guys want this sim to never end, hit the like.
If we go to quad overtime, okay, what are we gonna do if it goes to quad overtime? Let's start making plans for it.
All right.
Let's bring in someone. Should we call
Kenny?
Let's bring in Kenny if it's quad overtime. Let's do it. Let's get Kenny on here. If it gets to quad overtime, I will message Kenny and tell him to come on the stream.
I have a cell. I'll call him.
Oh, you guys are friends. You have a cell.
I can find it. It's in our schedule.
Oh, okay.
No,
I probably have a cell on my phone too. I just don't know which one it is. I don't have it labeled Kenneth.
You didn't memorize his number.
I don't have it labeled Buddy. You should definitely find Kenny's phone and just label it Buddy on your phone. Oh, Fells must have 10 catches right now though.
3rd and 4. There's no chance they're getting a first down. Nope, it's not happening today.
Oh no, there's zero chance. Like I said, don't even worry about this game until it gets triple overtime.
Bad boys at pop. If this goes to 4 overtimes, those eyebrows are saying bye-bye again. That would be daring.
Dude, I might shave my eyebrows. I'm not actually going to do that. Oh, they pick up a first down. Okay, well.
Wow. Are you guys going to phone a friend? Cruiser B. I would throw out the eyebrow thing, but I can't. I'm doing now. See, now I'm doing segments. I'm actually doing big boy stuff, appearances.
That was at the beginning of the pandemic when everyone was going crazy. Anywhere. When half the people in the world had shaved their eyebrows. That Brandon was just meshing in.
Terrell, and shout out to Terrell Lynn, who was in the chat. Terrell Lynn was a lifesaver. She pointed me, unlike others, Terrell Lynn supported me. She knew I was an absolute moron and complete idiot. But Terrell Lynn took a different path and said, you know what, I'm going to help out this very poor bozo and give him some guidance. Terrell Lynn pointed me in the right direction to buy some castor oil for my eyebrows. She didn't have to do that. She could have piled on like everybody else.
She should have told you to put Tabasco sauce on them or something. That's what I probably would have done. Oh, fumble! Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh my god.
You can't be kidding me. They got it too. I don't even know why I'm surprised. I'm the one who said, don't worry about it.
Is he down?
Oh, he might be down.
That falls out. Falls out. Yeah. Lindenbaum says, we get it, Glass. You've become too big time to shave your eyebrows. All right, let's get to this. Kyle, 83 on your psych exam, a B-.
Wow.
Wait, hold on a second. You got your grade overall was an 83, but you got a 76 on the exam.
This will come back. Well, Houston's going to keep the ball.
Kyle, I'm proud of you. Nice job. Keep studying, stay in school. Don't become a sim broadcaster.
Well done, Kyle. Okay, Houston did keep the ball. 3rd and 5. This is massive because I don't think they're going to make this field goal. Don't fumble. Okay. They give him the first. They did. Okay. They're in field goal range, folks. We may just have to suffer into double overtime here.
Kyle, you have to get an A, though, next semester, or your Simland duties are taken away.
Yeah.
Fun with the capital F. The pizza deals went away. Someone ruined it at the end of the summer last year. Those were fun.
Someone ruined it.
Yeah, you know that story. You know?
Well, you can tell me after.
Someone won, but then someone trying to impersonate the person that won. I ended up getting 2 messages from 2 different people with the same name.
Oh, they're just kicking the field goal. Look at this.
They're going to kick it now.
Oh, it's because, the sim is pretending like the OT is going to end because they're a computer.
Right. Oh, I hope to God he misses it now.
I mean, this isn't an automatic. This is 49 yards. So, yeah.
Ben M, the lowest scoring sim ever was 6-0. Raiders and Cardinals. So we almost had that. He's not going to make this. Kahimi's not hitting this.
Kahimi, please beat the Dreamy.
Nope. Oh,
that looked good.
That looks good. Yeah, he did.
It paused for a second, and I thought he missed it, but no, he made it.
Plenty of leg. That's the Jay Feely kicking analysis right there.
Plenty of leg.
Hey, nice kick, buddy. Way to be.
All right. Wow. Okay. Whew. Everybody exhale.
Yeah, let's end this thing.
It is too bad that we didn't get the 3-0 game in all seriousness, but 6-3, like I said, I think this is my first 6-3 game. I could be wrong about that, but really kind of disappointed we didn't get the 3-0 game. Anyways, let's go through this.
Yeah, let's get to the stats.
Let's just get out of here. Sims actually ended up with 9 receptions, 89 yards.
Right, he didn't catch anything in the overtime. He was the only guy that had a chance for some bonus points.
Him and Fells were basically the only ones catching passes. This whole game was just pitch and catches to Steve Sims and like a few runs by David Johnson. So Sims going to be the moose or the whatever Krusty Kaufman guy of the game. 9 catches for Sims. Actually, a decent little fantasy game. The Not My Kid award. I mean, I should really just give it to this Sim in general should win, but I don't even know, man. Terry McLaren. No, yeah, let's Terry McLaren.
Who won the Krusty Kaufman Player of the Game? Sims. Who won the LVP? Sim.
That's right.
Just the Sim.
Fair enough.
Hey, but shout out to Baugh, who caught a Marcus Baugh, who caught a pass. The fullback. That's when I thought we really get like a great Sim, when the fullback caught a pass on the first drive. I'm like, oh, fullback. All right, looking at the leaderboard here in the Glash and Moose free roll. Viper, 1969. First place lineup, the final score, 68.87. And if Jim has any updates, those will trickle in. But right now, 68.87. The sprinkler, I mean, it wasn't pretty when the captain had 11.85 points. Haskins, McKissick, Sims, Fells was the lone Texan in the Washington football team defense in the flex. And the larger free showdown, DK Yat. I don't think that's anyone we work with. 76.67 points. Sims captained. He was the player of the game, 9 for 89. Haskins, McKissick, David Johnson, Darren Fells, and the football team in the flex. All right, Jeff. Nice job, buddy. We'll
look. Hopefully, we saved all the touchdowns for the next Sim. Well, I'll see you in like 30 minutes. I got to go recharge.
Yeah,
after this
you know what? Enough of the pleasantry stuff. Like, talk to you soon. Raiders Bucks again for the 1 millionth time. In the meantime, let's find out what else is going on at DraftKings and the DK Sportsbook with Jesse Cofield.
Yeah, that Raiders Bucks Madden After Dark game is featured in the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest. $5 entry, $1,000 top prize. Also, the free contest for that sim has a $250 prize pool. $25 goes to the winner. In the meantime, though, let's get back to our NFL free agency breakdown. Earlier, we showed you part 1 of your boy Glash catching up with Reed and Jeff to discuss some of the bigger moves that went down this week. In part 2, the guys get into some potential targets for the Ravens, Marcus Mariota's new deal, and why Juju went back to Pittsburgh.
Juju Smith-Schuster staying put in Pittsburgh for another year, $8 million contract, a 1-year deal. How do you guys feel about this decision? He had other offers from Kansas City, Baltimore, of course, in need of a receiver. That's in the division. Reed, we'll go to you first here. Juju Smith-Schuster, from a fantasy standpoint, going back to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it would have been weird to see Juju in any other like a uniform, like a Cincinnati uniform or a Baltimore uniform. It's just weird to see a Steeler in that. But look, I think this hurts more Chase Claypool and Deontay's upside than it does for Juju's. I think Juju's a safe wide receiver 2/3 floor guy. He's a possession guy, a slot player that easily could give you wide receiver 2 numbers day in and day out. But I don't really think that it moves the needle so much that he's going back. And Juju always strikes me as, and I've never met him, right? He just strikes me as a guy who wants to really, Glash, you're laughing because of course I've never met Juju. He strikes me as a guy that just, is in the nicest way possible. He cares about what the public perception of him is, right? He cares about what people think of him, and him going to another team potentially. And this could all be, weird rhetoric in my mind, right? About what about like the process of how he's thinking. But it just strikes me as he wants to really, like, he grew up in Pittsburgh in terms of his football career. So why not give it one more year? He's a free agent next year. If he does well, it increases his stock next year. If not, we'll wait till next year to dissect that. But I don't really think it moves the needle that much. I think it hurts guys like Claypool and Deontay's upside, which if Juju was gone, those two guys I think were ready to explode.
You've met Juju in Simland, so that's
of course.
That's possible, right?
That's more important. Yeah, more important.
Right, exactly. All right, Juju Smith-Schuster, Jeff, to the Steelers. Back with the Steelers on a one-year deal. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I hate this move for fantasy. Absolutely hate it. I just felt like Deontay Johnson was in a position where he could have led the league in targets potentially. Chase Claypool was in a position where he didn't have to worry about coming off the field and only getting 60% of the snaps. And both those guys were in the potential to just explode. Now you've got Juju back in there, who had 97 catches last year, but his yards per reception has fallen off an actual cliff. I mean, it's well under 10 now. And just from a Juju perspective, how does he expect to come out of this one-year contract looking any better? He's still clearly, in my mind, the third best talent on there. What if Deontay Johnson just starts, dominating regardless of Juju's presence? I'm not sure how he's going to be able to come out of this looking better to get himself a long-term contract at playing behind these two studs. So for me, I think it's a good move for Pitt because it's a one-year commitment. They bring back their guy. They've got great depth at wide receiver. Good for Pittsburgh in the long term and maybe the season-long betting prospects, but bad for Juju in the sense that I don't know if he's going to be able to improve on those numbers. Bad for fantasy purposes because it's going to take away a little bit of targets from Claypool and Deontay Johnson. And just, again, long-term for Juju, I don't know where he ends up after this. But like I said, this is a player who's been declining since that one big year playing behind Antonio Brown. Can he bounce back a bit with a declining Ben Roethlisberger? Personally, I don't think so. If I was targeting this team, it would probably be trying to buy a dip, on like a Chase Claypool, who, again, can just explode, doesn't necessarily need to lead the tournament team in targets. So definitely muddies the water, this Juju Smith-Schuster signing in Pittsburgh.
All right, we've mentioned the Ravens. They've been involved in a number of wideout rumors, but have yet to land one. Of the remaining available, I can give you some. Cedric Wilson, Tim Patrick, Golden Tate, Sammy Watkins, Adam Humphries, Willie Snead, their own guys there. I mean, anyone jump out here, Reed, that they got to bring in? They're a little late to the party, don't you think?
Yeah, you didn't mention Jeffrey Ulrich is also available.
Yeah.
Route runner. Sure, route runner, exactly. TD guy. That's all Jeff does is snag the six. Red zone threat. Honestly, I'm not sure. Yeah. So look, right, like the Ravens, they definitely need help at that position, right? We saw that. We saw that last year. And Lamar Jackson, he needs someone. I honestly think that Sammy Watkins is probably the best available of those, right? It's not a hot take. But they need a veteran presence in that locker room on the offensive side, right? It's a young offense right now. And what we see is that they don't have a possession guy. They have the speedster, the guy who takes the top off the defense. They have Mark Andrews, a solid tight end, and they have a good running back in J.K. Dobbins and Lamar Jackson, right? And so Sammy Watkins provides that threat, especially in the playoffs. You need someone in the playoffs. Sammy Watkins is that guy. He's performed well. He's coming from a pedigree of being on solid teams, especially Kansas City. If they're able to get him, I think that's the best one.
Jeff, Ravens, can I do anything? Maybe?
I'll take the hard no on Sammy Watkins. I think it would be a terrible fit, personally. Sammy Watkins just cannot perform, hasn't performed as a wide receiver one most of his career. The talent is there. It's absolutely tantalizing. And I think if the Ravens had someone else, like a good possession receiver already, it would be okay. But, putting Sammy Watkins and expecting him to lead the team in targets, I don't think that's good. I'd like to see the Ravens bring in a couple veteran guys. Like, look what a guy like Cole Beasley did for, Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Why not bring in Adam Humphries and Golden Tate? I think that could really help Lamar Jackson just get settled, have those outlet guys over the middle, guys who aren't going to be screaming for the ball. I will say this. Dream scenario, why not Antonio Brown? This makes a ton of sense to me. I mean, their start for wide receiver one. Antonio Brown wants to get back into a bit of the limelight. That's where the home run is for the Ravens, in my opinion. Now, look, there's so much other stuff going on with Antonio Brown. It's probably not going to happen, but that is the name that's out there, right? Obviously, he's still linked to Tampa Bay, but I would not be shocked if something eventually we heard a little bit of smoke here, because to me this fit makes too much sense. Antonio Brown can still be dominant, and the Ravens need someone like that. So
yeah, but where's he going to live? He needs to live with Tom. That's the only way it works.
Commute.
Commute from Tampa.
Tampa, yeah.
Oh.
All right, Reed. Marcus Mariota is coming back to your Raiders, baby.
There we go.
Taking a pay cut. How do you feel about the decision? He's getting a little chunk of change to not play.
Yeah, look, I mean, all joking aside, right? I mean, the quarterback free agency market, Mariota, like he was like the number one guy if you think about it, right? After at this point, but look, I think it's good for both parties. He's having a competent backup quarterback that you're probably going to get 70 to 75%, maybe more, right, with his rushing ability if Derek Carr were to go down. That's vastly important in the NFL, right? Backup quarterbacks, we've seen these precipitous just downfalls of teams when their starting quarterback goes out. And so Marcus Mariota, and we saw that in the one game that Derek Carr couldn't play. We saw there were a couple of games that he couldn't play. We saw what he was able to do, right, in that one game. I think it was a Thursday night game, or Thursday or Monday.
Thursday night, Chargers.
Yeah, Thursday night, yep. And so we see that. Now, I can't wait until we do this segment, guys, about the free agencies of who lost, because I do think the Raiders are probably the team that gives me the most pause, not just because it's my team. It's a team that it's and the moves that they made. This one is this team is a head scratcher right now. They dismantled their offensive line. They bring in Kenyon Drake, and now they re-sign Marcus Mariota with a pay cut, granted. But I think this is fine. I think the QB market is non-existent. And so give it up to the Raiders to re-sign a guy at less money.
So, Jeff, it feels like Mariota didn't have any suitors out there if his agent was fishing to see if there's anything around, like New England, for instance. How do you feel about Mariota going back to Vegas?
Yeah, it kind of just speaks again to the QB market right now. Like we were saying, I mean, there's a couple other veteran guys. Obviously, we saw Jameis go with the Saints. Fitzpatrick signed with Washington. Washington was a spot I thought might be interesting for Mariota, but obviously they liked the upside with Fitzpatrick, and I kind of like that fit better as well. But I think it just speaks to the depth at quarterback right now. And I also think it shows you how focused a lot of these teams are on the draft. I think there's going to be 5 quarterbacks taken very early in the draft. And I think the fact Marcus Mariota, who looked good, who's still very much like can be in the prime of his career, would make for a great reclamation project still, in my opinion, has to sign as a backup again with the Raiders. So I think this just speaks to the kind of where the QB market's at. It's still one of the deepest we've ever seen kind of in the history of the NFL over the last 20 years. I still feel like Mariota would have been a good signing for teams like the Patriots and a couple other ones out there like the Bears, but that doesn't matter. They obviously went in different directions, and Marcus Mariota kind of looks like he's just the odd man out this year. Going to have to accept that backup role. Good move for Las Vegas. I like getting depth at the quarterback position. Absolutely. It's similar to what Buffalo did with Mitch Trubisky, developing a guy who maybe is a little bit under the radar. Now you're getting him to bargain. We saw what Buffalo's done developing quarterbacks already. So maybe the same thing could happen with Mariota. Either way, just a guy that I think probably 2020, we'll be talking about him again, could be having another chance. I think Mariota gets one more crack eventually, but it's not going to be this year.
All right. So technically free agency is not over, but it's pretty much over. Like all the big moves have happened. So Reed, we'll go to you first. What team do you think is the most improved as we get ready for the season? We still have the draft, but after the big free agency signings from last week and even into this week, what's your gut telling you?
Yeah, sorry, Glash. It is not the New England Patriots, even though you got your dual tight ends. That's not the team. I'm going to the Washington football team. If you didn't see my excitement, or if you didn't notice it, we talked about Fitzpatrick. You're going to hear it now. I think that's a great landing spot, and it's not just Fitzpatrick. Curtis Samuel, I think, is an untapped resource right now in terms of fantasy potential. We've always talked about Curtis Samuel being that guy, but we saw him being deployed as sort of the Swiss Army knife on offense on that team. And like he can play any position, really. And so Curtis Samuel, along with Terry McLaurin, that helps Terry McLaurin out vastly. You still have Logan Thomas there as well. And it's not just on the offensive side. They also signed William Jackson III on the defensive side. So now you have a top defense, right? We know what that defense can do. Now you bolster up the secondary. I think this is it was a great offseason for Washington football team. And especially in that division, I think they got a good shot.
Jeff, most improved team from free agency.
Yeah, no, definitely on the Washington side. Definitely in my top 3 for sure. Like all those moves, like I said, getting Samuel back in there. I'm going to give a shout out to the Kansas City Chiefs because they did what they had to do. They got Joe Thuney. That's what they needed to do, and they even brought back Kyle Long, and they could even draft another O lineman in the draft now. That's perfect. That's all Kansas City needed to do. They were smart. They went and got the best guard out there in Thuney. That's it. That's all I need to do. It's a great offseason for the Chiefs, but I think looking at it from a bigger perspective, I actually really like what the Titans have done this year, the Tennessee Titans. Losing Corey Davis, Jonnu Smith, that looks bad on paper. But like Corey Davis, were you really going to pay him that much money? No. I think Josh Reynolds is a fine pickup to make up for Corey Davis. You still have A.J. Brown there. So I think they were smart in replacing that. But the big moves they made were on defense. Let's not forget, the Titans made the playoffs despite having one of the worst defenses in the league last year. Yeah. They were terrible. They had a Janoris Jenkins, Bud Dupree. These are really like legit playmakers on defense. Janoris Jenkins is an upgrade over Adoree Jackson, in my opinion. Bud Dupree is a great edge guy. So absolutely, I like the moves the Titans made. It looks on paper, they lost Davis. They lost these fancy offensive guys. Offense really wasn't the problem. They still got A.J. Brown, Derrick Henry. They needed to shore up the defense, and they did that. So I like the moves the Titans made.
All right, very good. Reed Fowler, Jeff Ulrich, great stuff on what's happening in the NFL in free agency. Thank you.
And Joe, there's actually some moves to talk about because we spoke last Wednesday, right before free agency started technically, but there have been a bunch of the legal tampering moves. Now we've got a lot more to dive into.
Oh yeah, Ross. It's kind of funny though. I knew by the time this podcast we would be talking that free agency would essentially be over. We just have kind of minor moves leaking out now, and there's really only one fantasy impact player who's left unavailable, true impact type of guy, that being Leonard Fournette. So we got Kenny Golladay, Juju Smith-Schuster to break down here, and then we can start preparing for the NFL draft and getting everything sorted out for the 2021 season. It's, you end the season and you think, I'm going to take some time off. Not really. Because you have to prepare for free agency, and then you have to prepare for the draft. And then that's when you can truly start to take time off, take a deep breath, do some best ball drafts for sure, and start preparing for August and September, and when we kick off what looks like it's going to be a 17-game 2021 season.
And it looks like, Joe, we should be having the guru, John Hansen, on next week's episode, which would be amazing. I want to get some perspective from him, just kind of overall free agency importance in fantasy, what he thinks are the most impactful moves, least impactful moves, maybe underrated, overrated. So if you didn't already bang the subscribe button on your podcast app or at YouTube, make sure you have done so. Let's start with quarterbacks, Joe. Either Jacoby Brissett or Tyrod Taylor. Mm-hmm. Is there a format? Is there a place for them in a fantasy lineup? Are you taking them late in a best ball in case Tua stinks or in case Deshaun Watson gets traded or can't play this year? Is there any relevance in your mind to either one of those guys from a fantasy perspective in any of the formats? Best ball, dynasty, whatever.
Well, Tyrod's contract is a little more interesting to me because it has the incentives baked in that essentially would double the value of the contract. And I have to imagine that those incentives are based on playing time and production. And, I think last week we talked about John McClain from the Houston Chronicle saying he expects Deshaun Watson to be traded. Now, obviously, there is a whole new layer and a disturbing layer to that story with the lawsuits that are coming out against him. So, I can't sit here from my perspective and predict what's going to happen with Deshaun Watson. That story has exploded to a level none of us anticipated it to. But there is obviously now, I would think now, quite frankly, a greater chance that he doesn't suit up for the Houston Texans, whether it be a trade, whether it be a suspension. I'm not sure. what exactly is going to happen there. But I think Tyrod Taylor's contract, it was constructed in such a way where the Houston Texans could come out and say, hey, look, if this guy needs to be our starter, we now have somebody who's has that experience. He is far more interesting for fantasy to me than Jacoby Brissett is. First and foremost, because he's more mobile. He's more mobile than Brissett. So Tyrod Taylor with the proliferation of mobile quarterbacks and how that's becoming pretty much almost a requirement in the NFL at this point, with the exception of some old heads like Brady. He's much more interesting to me for fantasy than Jacoby Brissett is. Although I did think it was interesting that Ben Volin of the Boston Globe, who got the contract details for Jacoby Brissett, said, he'll see the field this year. I'm not really sure where he was getting that spin. Was it from Brissett's agent? Was it from Brissett himself? The messaging on Tua has been weird since Tua got drafted, quite frankly. I remember the press conference that Brian Flores had after they drafted Tua, and he didn't seem overly excited. Maybe that was the inner Belichick coming out on Brian Flores, but I thought it was fascinating. And then you see them bench Tua Tagovailoa in game multiple times during the season, something that you just never see with a rookie quarterback who needs to take his dings and dents. That being said, Jacoby Brissett, it's a 1-year deal, $5 million, worth up to $7.5 million. That's a backups contract. Like, he signed a backups contract. We know he's got, he was the Hail Mary and short yardage specialist for the Colts last year. Don't know if maybe that'll continue. But in terms of fantasy perspective, Tyrod Taylor is far more interesting than Jacoby Brissett. If Tua Tagovailoa is going to be unseated in Miami, I would have thought, which now I think the chances have gone down, it would be in a trade for Deshaun Watson.
Right, and the fact that they got Brissett makes you think they're not gonna get Deshaun Watson. Mm-hmm. Fitzpatrick really stood up for Tua on Monday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast, but I know most people would say, well, what's he gonna say? Tua stinks and whatever, but he didn't have to talk about the elite accuracy and throwing with anticipation. And he makes a good point in the sense that I didn't think Tua looked great last year.
He didn't.
But the flip side, like, Ryan Fitzpatrick didn't look good as a rookie. I'm not saying Tua is going to be Fitzpatrick. I'm just saying not every guy looks great as a rookie. So this year will be interesting.
You guys were just listening to the latest Fantasy Feast podcast from Ross Tucker. You can find the full episode here on our YouTube page or visit Ross Tucker's channel for more great content. All right, guys, busted brackets, no problem. Okay, pick a new set of brackets in the round of 16 for your shot at a share of 10 grand in total prizing. Play the Irish Spring Clean Slate Second Chance bracket. Pick the winners across the remaining 15 games of the CBB tourney and grab some green. It's free to play. Just head over to the pool section on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Make your selections and collect your cash for how many correct picks you make. Visit DraftKings.com/promotions for details. And of course, we are here to help you with all kinds of contests, including this new bracket challenge. So let's check in with the newest episode of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. Steve Buchanan and Julian Edlow break down the games between the final 16 teams in the tournament this weekend.
The remaining games this upcoming weekend, obviously Saturday, 2:40 is when everything begins. Looking at some of where the money is going for this first one here, Julian. Oregon State getting a lot of love from the betting markets in this one, despite being 6.5-point underdogs, 235 on the money line. Looking at some of the handles coming in for this one, 66% of the handle on the spread, 64% on the money line. Is that the right play, or are you fading the public in this one?
So Loyola Chicago is really good. That's been made obvious to us by them knocking off Illinois, who was, I think, had the second most bets to win the title behind Gonzaga on DK Sportsbook. So that was a very impressive win. Loyola Chicago was extremely underseeded in this tournament. I still thought Illinois was good enough to win the game, beat anybody in their way until they got to a Baylor or a Gonzaga. I was wrong. That said, the Oregon State Beavers, who lost consecutive games earlier in the season to like Wyoming, Portland, and somebody else, they stunk, are on an absolute tear right now. They're now 12-1 against the spread in their last 13 games. They won both games as underdogs against Tennessee, who I was all over. Hopefully you were on that one. And Oklahoma State in the tournament. Took spread on both, took money line on both, and here we are, Beavers in the Sweet 16. This team is red hot, won the Pac-12 tournament to get in. This is Oregon State or nothing for me. I'm hoping to get maybe 7 points. I think it might have opened 7. I want to get Oregon State +7. I don't think this is a scenario where I'm going to splash on the money line because I think Loyola Chicago is that good. But yeah, this is going to be Oregon State with the points for me. They're too confident. They're playing too well right now. I don't think Loyola Chicago is going to be able to blow them out.
Probably one of the more anticipated games on Saturday, Villanova against Baylor. Baylor is 7-point favorites, and this one getting a ton of the handle on that, 74% of the handle on that spread, 67% on the money line at -295. This is one of the closer seeded matchups of this day, at least. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, Villanova just lost too much. 2 key injuries. We knew that coming into the tournament. They surprised some people by beating Winthrop. I thought backing Winthrop was silly. And then they got North Texas in the next round. So they kind of got an easy schedule to get into the Sweet 16. Now they face a monster in Baylor. The spread has moved from 6.5 to 7.5. The Baylor money's flying in. I agree with it. I wouldn't touch it at 7.5. It's starting to become too many. If it goes back, go ahead, get all over Baylor. Baylor is as safe of a money line parlay piece as you could imagine. They're not losing this game. They're going to the Elite Eight. They're just too good. I think they're going to wind up winning their region if you want to back that and go into the Final Four. I think that, yeah, we'll get to some games where you can use other money lines, but I think Baylor is where you start any money line parlay that you're making this weekend on college hoops.
I'm going to guess this is not one of the games you want to use the money line on, but I could be wrong. Oral Roberts, obviously one of the hottest stories of the NCAA tournament. Still alive in this one, but massive underdogs in this one at 11.5. But to that end, they do have 67% of the handle and 75% of the bets going up against Arkansas. 58% of the handle is on them, Oral Roberts, for the money line, though, and 58% of the bets. So people still hoping that they can ride this wave that Oral Roberts has been on. But, you know, Arkansas, obviously, number 3 seed in this one. What are your thoughts on this one?
So I'm not going to moneyline parlay this with Baylor because it only comes out to -190 as we record. That's not good enough. Arkansas should win this game. Like, this is the classic, you know, you get a Cinderella that gets through the first weekend and then they come out against a legit team the next weekend and reality kind of sets in and Arkansas should run away with it. I don't know what I'm going to do here with the points. Like, this is a game in my mind that either Oral Roberts really comes back to life. But the thing is, back to life for them, they're a good team. They're a good 15 seed. We've been saying this all along. Like, they can compete. They play fast. They have 2 legit players in O'Banner and Abe Smith. This is one that Arkansas is either going to win by 20 or Oral Roberts is going to be right in it again, and you're going to want those points. I don't know how I'm going to bet this game. I need more time on it. 11.5 is a lot of points for a Sweet 16 game. But again, reality could set in and Arkansas could really run away with this one, especially with the total set at 159. Both these teams play fast. The more possessions you give, the more time, the more shots that gives the better team to pull away and make this one ugly. This is going to go one of 2 ways. This is going to be an exciting game that comes down to the last possession for Oral Roberts or a 20-point Arkansas win in my mind.
I did want to bring up that total real quick because it is the biggest total on the board at 159. The bets are not even close. 70% is on the under for this one, but the money is the bigger story here because this is almost even 60-40 with the money on the under for the most part right there. Do you have any feeling on that one? You just mentioned these are 2 fast-paced teams, so makes sense that this is the highest over-under, but obviously the market is a bit split, at least when it comes to the handle.
Yeah, I mean, Oral Roberts hasn't really been backing down from anybody. Ohio State, Florida, they just play their pace and trust their guys. So, and you know Arkansas is going to play fast. So, I'm not going to be playing it because it's too many points, but I think this is going to be right in that neighborhood. I don't think either team's going to back down. I think they're both going to play fast.
is next. But real quick, guys, it's not too late to get in on the NBA fun tonight. We have a 2-game late slate locked at 10 p.m. The feature contest there is the 60K Slam Jam, paying out $15K to first. And of course, the NCAA tournament has reached the final 16 teams. You can check out the odds for those games and tournament futures right now on the DK Sportsbook. Plus, you can check out up-to-the-minute odds and lines for the PGA Tour, UFC, NASCAR, and much more. Make sure you go check that out. That's going to do it for me tonight, but there's still one more sim on the schedule. Raiders, Bucks, ready to duel on Madden After Dark. Brendan Glasheen, Jeff Ulrich, take it home.
All right, Jeff, we can't mess this up because, these teams meet again here in Simland. What do you have for me? What are you thinking?
Very familiar with the Bucks and the Les Raiders. I'm thinking Chris Godwin in the captain spot. Personally, soft Raiders defense, don't have very good corners, don't really have that great a pass rush. Should have lots of time. I took the discount on Godwin, who's averaging more points per sim than Mike Evans anyways. Godwin hasn't had like a massive game in a while, but he's got a 33-pointer mixed in there, a couple 20 plus, a 42-point in there. So I like taking the discount there, going him up top. Obviously, you got to play Tommy Boy with them if you're gonna captain Godwin. And did I even throw in Evans with them? I did. So I went with the double stack, and then I came back. I didn't play Carr, but I came back with Waller and Tyrell. I'm looking for points.
Yeah, we need it. We deserve it.
We deserve it. We really do. We deserve for this one to be a 35-33 shootout. Gas pedal down from the get-go after that last sim. So that's what I played for. Wouldn't have it any other way. Who'd you put in your captain?
So I kind of took a page out of your book when we did this matchup a few weeks ago. I actually went contrarian here, stacked up the Raiders. Look, Henry Ruggs has been awesome. I've been saying that. I sound like a broken record because I keep doing Raiders sims and I keep doing Raiders Bucks. So I should just tape record myself and just say all the same crap I've said before. I put Darren Waller in the captain spot. I played both quarterbacks. I've got Ruggs in there. I played Scotty Miller because that's all I really could figure out in terms of making it work. I played Hunter Renfrow. I never play Renfrow, and it always bites me in the behind. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get Renfrow in, and the next dude I had a room for was Scotty Miller. The one guy I regret not playing is Rob Gronkowski because Gronk is always a possession guy in Buck Sims, it seems.
Yeah, Gronk is like a guy who like just seems to get like 10 points like every sim. It just feels like he eventually gets there. So anyways, we'll see. I really think there's gonna be points. I think Tom Brady's gonna be able to get some points. And look, the Raiders, like Derek Carr's not great in this game, but Waller, Tyrell Williams, Henry Ruggs, these guys usually break free for a couple big scores. So yeah. I think the Bucs are going to win this game. But like I said, I think they're going to put up like 30, and I think the Raiders are going to put up a bunch of points too. So
yeah,
it'll probably be like 9-3. It's fine.
I'm going to go there. So if you all want to, go back to this and say you had to say it, Glash, I'm with Jeff on this one. Typically, and I can say this with confidence because we've had this matchup now, it feels like a million times in the last 3 weeks. Typically, even if the Bucs win, the Raiders do show up. They make it a game. The final score of the last matchup between the two is 28-20, which is not bad. It's not awful. That was the last matchup in Simland for both teams. In fact, 2 of the last 3 matchups for Tampa were against Vegas. Better yet, 1, 2, 3 of the last 5 matchups for Tampa were against Vegas. What? What is happening?
I don't know. Maybe we'll have to check that with the producers. Maybe they are just tricking us over there. Anyways, we'll pass over the middle there. Was that Gronk? Come on, I don't know. Anyways, I played OJ Howard too.
Yeah,
flashback.
Gotta get him. Gotta play him. He's the ultimate punt play. Here's Tommy on 3rd and 3. Give us a first down. We got to get some momentum to start us off. There we go.
Tommy wouldn't let us down. Tommy, it's Mike Evans.
Yeah, Mike Evans caught the first one. Evans caught the second one. Oh, we didn't do moose calls. Damn.
Oh, right.
Oh,
should we pick him quickly?
Slipping. Sure, I'm going Scotty Miller. I need to speak him into existence.
Okay, I will go Tyrell Williams.
All right. Ooh, could get busy. Very good. Thank you, Matt, from the YouTube chat. That rhymed. Come on, Tommy. Standing tall and beautiful in the pocket.
Oh, we can get rid of that one. Good sack there by the Raiders.
Justin Craven's on the way home from bowling. He's got Miller. He needs Miller to ball out. Rossi's Fat Cat. Rostered Gronkowski. All right. Very good.
There you go, Rossi's Fat Cat. All right, so Moose players, Tyrell Williams and Scotty Miller. Scotty too hot. Do you have your Moose call device nearby?
I'm getting there.
Okay.
Oh, Tom. Oh, Tommy.
Oh, he got it.
Is it Tyler Johnson? Tyler Johnson.
It's
Evans.
Evans.
All right. Nice. Let me get my device.
All right. Sir Michael of the House Evans coming down with that one, folks. There was never in doubt. Brady's got great accuracy numbers in this sim. He's got Mike Evans to throw to. He's like 7 feet tall on the sidelines against the weak, pathetic Raiders sim secondary. They're really not very good.
All right, the device still works.
Okay, good. Yeah, give it a
Had a while, I had to dust it off. It was very crusty and dusty.
Oh, that one, that was just a throwaway by Tommy. He's like, nah, I don't want to embarrass them too much. You know, one throwaway.
Smalls says, "Good throw, Tom."
Good job.
Smalls, one of the great members of the chat that's playing in those paid contests. Smalls always invested. You guys are phenomenal. Smash that like button if you haven't already. It's 2nd and 10, 2 minutes into the sim. There's a good energy in the sim. Gonna go there. There's Leonard Fournette, his first rush. Let's see. Luke Murphy. Hey, Glash, when you and Lamarca are on together next, I have a fun activity I would like to propose to you guys. It involves a little bit of beat and vocals, which is why I'm saying Lamarca and not Jeff.
Oh, wow. Burn. You saying I don't have rhythm? I don't, so you're right. Feel the rhythm. Feel the line. Look out, world. It's sack time. Down goes Tommy. 4th and 12. We're going to get a field goal. Raiders pass rush showing up on this drive.
John Gruden coaching up the defense.
Yeah, coaching up the
in
defense.
Simland. Justin Cravens needs Miller in classic. Wow, that's a bit of a reach. I think you know that. You must have loaded up elsewhere for your lineups. We have the paid options, of course, the free rolls. Scotty Miller, 37.8% in the flex. Godwin, 16% captained. Suckup is on for a 34-yard field goal. Tom Brady, 78%, 16.7% in the captain. Glash Moose, producer Michael. Andrew on the 1s and 2s, and Jim. Jim? I don't know, Jim. Jim from Game Ops is with us. Thanks for being here, everybody. Thank you so much for being here.
We do appreciate it, folks. Hope you're having a good Thursday night. A little bit disappointed to end with a field goal there, but what can you do?
Hey, at least they didn't take off like 6 minutes of clock. They only took 3 minutes off the clock. That's got to be annoying when there's a 7-minute or a 6-minute drive and it results in 3 points.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
that gets old. Justin Cravens, I concur with the energy. I did, Glash. You need a low-scoring game to cash. Justin, I know you said you just got out of bowling. With all due respect, we need points. We had a we had a dud of a sim at 8 o'clock.
Coming off a rough one, Justin. Not going to lie.
The final score, Justin, was 6-3. Damon asking, what toppings would you put on a Gruden burger? I, for one, think fried onions are a must. Is there such thing at the new stadium in Vegas? They have a Grudenberger.
They should.
Right? I mean, the guy's making $100 million. Oh! Josh Jacobs! This might come back, though.
Might come back. Could be. I wonder if it's roughing. Yeah, it's probably holding. It is. It's coming back. It's too bad. I thought he was actually going to take it all the way there, but doesn't really matter what he did. It don't count.
It doesn't matter who we are.
Matter. I can't even remember what he says. Go Derek Carr. Oh, that was pretty lame.
3rd and 11. Bonzo says, so much momentum carried over from the primetime sim.
Are you being sarcastic? That sounded like sarcasm to me.
You never know. If this 3rd and 11 hits, I got a good feeling. Forward progress?
Don't think so.
No. He had to come back for the ball too much to get that.
It's your boy Ruggs, though.
I know. I gave him a lot of praise. And it will result in a punt. Winners Love Me says, I miss you guys. 100 emoji. We're not going anywhere, man.
Really not.
Buddy.
Don't worry.
Nathan Olson smashing that thumbs up. Thanks, Nathan. A couple of Nathans in the chat. Nathan Hammond. What's up, man? Drexler, we cannot restart the game. Can't do it.
If we could restart games, we'd restart that last game for sure. But no, we can't do it.
Jimmy B, good to hear the OG crew calling Madden After Dark. It is special when we get together. It is good.
It is the OG Madden After Dark crew.
I mean, man, like we put a lot of hours in together.
Yeah, last summer.
Sometimes I think we kind of show up here. We kind of like, oh yeah, hey Jeff, Clash, back together again. But man, you think about it. Think of the amount of hours we spent together in 2020.
It's true. It was a lot. Grinding the Madden Sims. It was good, man. Honestly, it was a good way to pass the pandemic. There wasn't much else going on. So.
Yep, for sure. You know, so to give you guys, to shed some light on what the process is like every week, we put our availability in for producer Madison. She makes the schedule. It comes out usually every Friday. And, for me personally, I end up probably averaging, I do 2 a night usually, and then get a day off or 2 on rare occurrences. But that's all based on where you put an X in your name. Like if you mark yourself down, she does her best to schedule you. It is true. Like, when you add up the time, it only results in, 4 or 5 hours of the day in terms of a little preparation, and then of course doing the sim. It does help. We have a great job. Christian DeAndrea says this all the time. It is a fun job. Trying to explain it to people is a challenge because they kind of look at you like, wait a second, what are you doing? And it's like, yeah, this is, now that I'm saying this out loud to people, trying to keep it in a serious tone, like, yeah, this is what I do for work. They're like, oh, like, yeah, it's pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, just sitting here commenting on Madden Sims. I mean, it's worst things you could be doing with your life for sure, but it's one of those things that just popped up during the pandemic, and like stuff like this isn't going to go away. They have more Zoom stuff, more virtual stuff. That kind of stuff is prevalent, more and more prevalent. VR, whatever. This is Sean DePoy getting involved, so hey, however we can catch your attention and keep you guys entertained, we're going to do it.
We are 2 Moose calls behind because, of course, when we start getting emotional and bringing up all the great times together, Scotty Miller
decides to make an appearance. Yeah. That guy.
Caught up. Adam Kaufman has arrived. What's up, boys? Moose, you got an exclamation point. Glash, how are you, buddy? just when you think it's dead.
Just when you think like Kaufman might just be like coming in to say, actually like say hi.
Never.
How are you guys doing? Hope you're having a great night. And then he adds the buddy again. You're like, okay. I see what's going on here. Josh Jacobs getting it outside. Nice little 15-yarder, getting things going. We're doing great, though, Adam. Thank you for asking. Hope you're having a fantastic night as well.
This is why we can push through 12 hours of Dream Stream content per day. Because just when you think you turn a corner, you're focused on Raiders, Bucks facing each other for the 80 millionth time ever, there's just something. This chat it's a blessing. Something just arrives there, and it's the equivalent of earning, that lifeline in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It's there for the taking, and you have to read it. You just have to read it. So clearly, the buddy story has made the rounds, because I had not shared this with Adam. It got to Adam. Adam has found out about what this is, which is good.
It's great.
Shaq Barrett making a sack. Can you believe that Tampa is pretty much going to really run it back? They're bringing everyone back. I'm shocked. I didn't think that was possible. They got every important dude from the defense, even Godwin with the franchise tag. Everyone's coming back. Maybe not Fournette, because he's still out there. But who cares?
Yeah, Fournette is like the one dude they really don't like, quite frankly.
No, and I hope Leonard Fournette gets his, but that's a position that's not on the hierarchy of importance.
They don't really need Leonard Fournette, to be honest. It's not going to make or break their season. So it's I'm surprised that they were able to do it, to be honest. I'm kind of like you. I just, you always see teams like that. They get the ring, and sometimes the guys leave. They take more money, but it's, dude. I mean, I can't make a case for another team other than Tampa being the favorite right now. I mean, I'm not going to take the Rams over them. I think the Rams will give them a good run for their money.
Yeah,
but they got a tough division to go through as well. The Bucks are set up to make a run next year, so absolutely. Mike Evans, 73 yards in that quarter, actually pretty impressive. Yeah, we had 2 Scotty Miller catches. So Mike Evans, he had that one 50-yarder beauty that Brady tossed him. So
3rd and 18 here, coming up from the 10, 3-0. The points they're not here yet. At least we hope that yet is the actual case. Wow, we've had a rough night in terms of, so we've had a total through 5. Well, actually, we had an overtime. So through 6 quarters of sim football, we've had a total of 12 points.
Oof.
Wow. And the ball is at the Raiders' own 10 on 3rd and 18. I have so much optimism.
Oh, there we go.
Baby! Hunter Renfrow!
Oh, you guy. I'm surprised they didn't break it there. Some good speed there shown by the Tampa Bay cornerback. But, yeah, that was Renfrow. I actually wasn't sure who that was. I was thinking it's Aguilar, but Aguilar's number 14, I think. So it doesn't matter anyways.
Neil Harris, do you make a decent living doing these sims? Do you need supplementary income from other sources? I mean, I don't want to speak for everyone else, but we do other stuff besides the sims. It's an important part of the day for me, and Jeff too. Jeff makes this a priority.
Sure as heck do, friend.
I mean, look, everything changed a year ago now. We weren't even doing something like this. There's a wide open completion. Renfrow again. Reward the man. Touchdown.
Right. Yeah, I mean, everyone's situation is different. I mean, some people just, maybe work part-time. Some people obviously, supplement this with something else. I don't know, but everyone's situation a little bit different.
Yeah, but you write, you appear on other
I mean, I definitely
other shows
other than the Madden Sims. Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of it is for DK as well. So, yeah, with a little bit of writing mixed in and other fantasy stuff. So, obviously, we know Brandon is, a celebrity in Japan with his Japanese baseball appearances.
It's like, where's he going with Japan? Oh, right. Yeah, the baseball game.
That was great when you did that.
Yeah, I did a couple of those in the fall. It was good. Maybe
It
maybe
must have been tough to prepare for, though. In all seriousness,
yeah, nothing like the Madden Stream info page. You didn't get one of those.
No, there's no Japanese baseball info page, right?
Yeah.
I assume.
Yeah, who's the superstar trait right fielder? No, you don't get that. Oh, they don't have stars or X's under their feet when they play? No. You have to just know it's a number on the jersey. And
yeah.
Nathan says, you all get me through the workday every couple of hours. I get to listen and watch The Sims. And that's the idea. Starting at noon Eastern, go all the way to about 11:30 p.m., knowing our luck with a gazillion overtimes. You can pop in whenever you want. You can play early classic. You can play late classic. You can do showdowns, pending what your schedule is. And the other thing I was going to point out about schedule and what we do and making a living, this is absolutely no knock at DraftKings whatsoever. It's just, the deal with this business. If you want, oh boy, Scotty Miller!
Oh! Two guys shoestring tackled. Oh my gosh. Scotty Miller's got good speed too. Again, though, just the shoestring tapping her up. Good animation by the man Sims here, but this game's starting to pick up as we're obviously getting into talking about our daily stuff with the man Sims. But yeah, nice move. Yeah, there we go. I was about to say. Scotty Miller, throwback to the old days when the Moose players would actually score touchdowns and get like 10 receptions. That's what we're talking about.
What I was going to say, it was in this business, you can't expect to go into it right away and get rich. Like, you got to hustle. You got to, when you want to talk sports or go into like the television media industry, you got to put in some hours, man. Got to grind it out. Get noticed. Ooh, incomplete.
Knockdown. Good knockdown.
Right? Like, you don't start working at DraftKings right when you get out of college. Some people it can happen that way. It doesn't happen for everybody. Talk to guys like Emerson and Kaufman. Those guys I give those guys a bunch of crap, but they've paid their dues. They've worked a bunch of places to get to where they are. Kaufman was calling minor league hockey for a long time to get in the place he is.
Yep. No, I think he's called a bunch of minor league baseball as well.
Yep.
So.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, that's a bad sack by Tom. Here's pass rush coming through again here, but yeah, that's a couple red zone appearances here by the Bucks not paying off. Not great, Bob. Not great.
Maybe I should take it back on Emerson, because Emerson does tell everybody that he is the highest paid employee at DraftKings.
Yeah, Emerson's like the golden child, right? So.
Yeah.
No, he grinds out. Obviously, Emerson does the Nesson stuff as well. So, he's a good example of a guy with another gig as well. So,
look, we all know Kaufman makes a really good living. I had the luxury of sitting on his porch to call a sim. He had a porch made for me. The home that he purchased, he had a porch built, and he said, you know what? This porch is for Glash when he wants to come.
When Glash comes over.
Yep.
For my Sims. For when I'm doing my Sims from my theater room.
Yeah, Glash, you can have that porch, all right? That's all you. There's a couple of outlets here. See the woods over there? That's where you can use the bathroom. Bring sanitizer. You can't come wash your hands in the house. The best is that day. So he called the 8 o'clock game that night. He was with Rossi. And I roll up to his place, and I'm like, hey, I'm here. And he couldn't get up because he was calling the sim. I had to really take a leak. I couldn't wait. So I'm in the chat like, hey, Cough, I'm here. Just kind of getting everyone all riled up. And I'm like, you know what? I got to take a whiz in your bushes because I can't hold this. So it's like, you know what? Like, this is a nice neighborhood. I'm just going to hope no one notices me.
I'm sure he loved it.
Yeah, I
I'm
love
sure
it.
he
Bill,
was
maybe
just
he got
fine with it.
unless he got a phone call. Hey, there's some guy driving a Taurus here. He's lurking in the neighborhood. He's whizzing by the bushes and the basketball hoop that everyone plays with. Hey, who knows? Damon brings up Chip Perkins. Maybe Chip Perkins is hiding in the bushes I peed in. That might be where he's located. Hey, Tyrell Williams, jet sweep. Is that worthy of a moose call?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Oh, and now Kaufman has texted me saying,
same.
it's hilarious that you joked about me having a theater room, because I do have a theater room.
Oh, welcome to the theater. Which DVD would you like me to play?
This is where I perform my Adam Sandler viewings.
Would you like to watch a rom-com? I have plenty of those. Science fiction? How about a documentary? Take your pick. And while you pick, give the old bobblehead a little tap.
That's right. I can actually just picture him in like his reclining chair with like his bobblehead beside him, just watching a movie.
He's like
Give
Ice
it a little
Cube.
tap,
He's like Ice Cube, and Are We There Yet? He's got the bobblehead on the dashboard. Talks to him. Hey, what'd you think of that scene? Yeah, me too. I was thinking the same. He shouldn't have dumped her. Are you scared of that? I'll block your eyes.
Oh, car, just short.
Koff puts the bobblehead on like his left thigh, and he covers the bobblehead's eyes.
Sorry, buddy. This movie's rated R, though. He puts a little blindfold on him.
Oh, watch that word. You use the B word. Don't call the bobbleheads buddy. Koff, it is that we're getting to that time of year. We should do another porch sim.
It is. I mean,
it's getting nice out. And, if I'm allowed, if I'm invited.
March is kind of like...
I do know where he lives. I could just show up.
Definitely. One day you should just show up. Definitely once the pandemic is over and, he doesn't have an excuse to, keep you out. You just need to, go over to his house for a sim.
Wait till,
you have no choice because, you have to let me in.
Back in the summertime, he was doing some sims outside on his porch or even, his little deck. Once I see him start doing that, unannounced, I'll sneak up on him and show up. Scare the hell out of him. Ah!
It'll be like Friday the 13th, a nightmare on Simville or something.
Producer Mike says you can bring him lunch. I do owe him lunch. I do.
The Chinese food.
Yeah, right. Yeah, remember that? That was content for a week.
That was a pretty dastardly move by you, I'd have to say, though.
Yeah,
Actually, I'm not going to bring you in.
Right? I'm like, maybe I should do that. That'd be nice. Yeah, didn't get around to it.
Didn't get around to it.
All right, Tampa's at its own 40, 2.5 left, second quarter, 7-6, a couple of suck-up field goals.
Yeah.
And
Tampa's kind of been letting us down here. Really been teasing us, too.
Let's see. I'm in 13th place. I'm doing all right.
I haven't checked my lineups at all.
I mean,
I should do that next.
Renfro has 90 yards and a touchdown. That's huge. He was only 3,400 to roster.
Oh, absolutely, man. If you got, right now he's a must own. There's no question about it. Evans is up there as well, but absolutely. If you got Hunter Renfro and the captain or something, You're in a fantastic spot for this one. So lots of time left though. Little jump screen. Broken tackle. Excuse
Nicely
me.
done. Shady McCoy.
Shady. Yep. Yeah, right now the free showdown. Hunter Renfrow at 0.8% owned in the captain spot. So he's very low owned in the captain. He was 17.2% owned in the flex and the free showdown. So some people had him. He's out there, but he's not like heavy chalk or anything. But he's not like, 5% owned either. So
There's Brady and up for a first. Scotty Miller. How about the Moose power? The Moose boost.
The little water bugs, Renfrow and Scotty Miller in this game, getting it done. Scotty up to over 70 yards now. I think that was his fourth catch.
Yeah, he's got. I think I saw an 8 there. I think he's up to at least 80 now. 80 yards. Scotty Miller. So the Bucks are in business. 3 timeouts, 90 seconds to play in the half. Here's Brady. Plenty of time, plenty of protection. Delivers. Miller again.
Eating it up here, Scotty Too Hottie.
Scotty Miller has 90 yards. 90 in the first half.
No, and lots of yards for the Bucks. Like Evans has like 90 yards as well, or something close to that. So, I mean, Tommy's racking them up, but you got to get in the end zone. Katie McCoy's starting to rack up. There we go. Let it all out.
Scotty Miller, 5 for 93. Renfrow, 2 for 90. Sarah in the chat, my roommate, talking to Koff about a porch party. Don't. Godwin and Evans lined up to the left. Brady does not go to either. That might have been the punt play of the Sims, Mr. O.J. Howard, if I had to guess. Just a guess. Yep, there he is. 4-yard gain. O.J. Howard. Don't know why I had an accent for that. What are they going to do? Can we get a touchdown for Tampa? 3-step drop. There's a flag. Evans for the first, but we will see.
Yeah.
Oh, it's against the defense.
Okay, roughing the passer.
Marcus Joyner. Put the ball at the 5. First and goal. Godwin right side. Evans left side. Tommy. Got a man. Scotty Miller.
Unbelievable.
Touchdown.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Send this to the Bucs. Send this to Antonio Brown. We don't need you back here, friend.
Holy cow.
Number 10. Getting it done. It's his ownership at.
I'll tell you right now. I think he was high 30s, right? Yeah.
37.8% on the free showdown. This is the free one. The free roll, excuse me. 3.3% on the captain spot there, but looks like 98 yards. So he does need one more catch for the bonus. But still, he's at 32.7 points in the captain spot already. It's crazy. Crazy. Middle time, says Brick. Bonzo's worried about the call. Brady would get the call. Roughing the passer. Yes, extremely long and jovial moose call. That is one jovial moose expressing itself. It's pleasure with itself. I'm pleasured. I played Scotty Miller.
The Moose boost. Imagine if Jason Robbins ever considered, a Moose boost to be included in a DK Sportsbook promotion or.
Pinnacle of my career, to be honest.
Jeff Ulrich has his nightly Moose boost. Be great. I mean, our buddies. See, it just slips off the tongue, buddy.
It's okay. You can say it with me. Okay, it's a safe space.
Thank
all
you.
right?
Thanks, man. Our pals, buddies, Steve Buchanan and Julian Edlow, they've had some boosts.
I know they get their own boosts.
You know, but see, those two are too cool to now be in Simland. You know, so they get their own boosts. They don't have time to call the Sims because they can't be bothered to commit an hour of their busy day to call a Sim. Julian Edlow just I can do NBA segments and pre-log, but just can't call Sim. Just can't do it.
The old Edlow. I wish Julian would come on so we could see
I know,
him.
he'd have fun. I thought he was great.
Of course he would.
He came out of his shell a bit, I feel like, during the pandemic, and he was there. The first Sim I did after the eyebrow shave, he was all in. He was like, "Oh, I can't wait to see this idiot." Like he was all in. I was like, "Wow, like Julian's having some fun with this. He's not that miserable. Like we all make him sound like to be really miserable. He's okay, but he really just could cheer up a little bit more. Like have a little fun, smile. He doesn't smile. You smile. Reed smiles. Steve Buchanan even smiles. Julian, he doesn't want to smile. He hates smiling.
Not a smiler.
No, he's just like, he sounds so down all the time. That doesn't mean he's a bad guy. That doesn't mean he's not a great sports betting analyst or DFS analyst. He was great during the weekend for college basketball. Oh, he's so like, take this team. I mean, maybe that's his thing. Maybe that's why, like, it works for him because most of us are babbling, energetic morons, and he's just the opposite. Maybe he's doing it right.
Basically, just thinks we're all dumb.
Dougie30 on Twitch, Larry David voice. He's not a smiler. He's not. Nope. So, I don't know. Just an opinion.
An observation.
I like Julian, though. I mean, it's his thing. He's being himself.
Everyone's different. Everyone's got a different personality.
Yeah. Just like sometimes I work with him. There's a first down pickup for Ruggs. I'm like, dude, you all right? Like, you sound so like you sound like every day like something happened like traumatic in your life. Like, come on, like cheer up. I can't tell. You know what I'm talking about? Like he sounds like he's like so down.
I mean, I admittedly don't see Julian as much as you do, and obviously I've never met him in real life, but I mean, it's just his natural tone. I feel like, but
he's like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh. He's just like, yeah, I guess that's a good play.
Yeah, he's got a bit of Eeyore in him. I can agree.
Yeah, I like him tonight. It's pretty good. High upside, smash value, 5x value. Yeah, you should play him. Wow, you really hit that home, man. Did Carlson missed that? Yeah, he did from 48 yards out. Carlson was hitting 50-yarders the other day on Wild Weather Wednesday. He's missing from 48.
Yeah. Not great.
Come on, Tom, chuck it. Oh, boy. Evans! Oh, he caught it!
Wow, another long one for Mike Evans right at the half. Oh, they're not going to get a timeout or anything. That's a shame. They had timeouts, too. Just didn't call it fast enough. That should get Evans over the bonus, though, for sure. So,
hey, buddies!
Oh, my.
Hey! How are you?
Backwards hat kind of guy, huh?
Yeah. Listen, I had to interject. If you're going to spend like 15 full minutes talking about me, I had to at least jump in and say hello. Just to clarify that Felix truly is that miserable, by the way. There's no underscoring that. Full-time Felix is absolutely that dinkish, but we love him anyway. And yeah, the porch is for you. And also, as I wrote in the chat, if you missed it, if you ever hide in my bushes and I come out of my house and I see you there lurking, I'm going to call the cops.
Cops will be your buddy. No doubt about that.
Do you think that they're like, you do know how far you live from me, right? You've been here. Like, I know it's been a little while, but you know you can't like just see me doing a game on my porch and then like hightail it over here and like the sim would be over. You're not down the street.
Why not? It'd be fun.
Well, no, we'll give them some advance notice. You know, if you drop little hints. If you drop little hints the night before, like, oh yeah, maybe tomorrow night I'll go on the porch. We'll plan it in advance. You know, I'll text
porch
Flash.
sim tomorrow.
You're gonna throw it on me now? I mean, maybe I have something going on. What time are you on tomorrow?
I'm not doing a porch game tomorrow, and I'm on at 8 and 10 tomorrow. You want to come join us? It's a hashtag Film Fest Friday. Moose loves it.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay. So all of a sudden you've got all this free time with no trade deadline stuff to get to?
Yeah, I'm a little tied up and distracted during the Sims earlier, but yeah, that's all in the rear view at this point, man. Trade deadline's done.
Right. Anything you want to plug? Anything coming up from you that you would like to share?
No. Okay. Find me on the Dream Stream.
You want to read the stats?
No, listen, of the, let's see, 375 people watching on YouTube right now, never mind the however many more across all our platforms.
Yep, that's my job to say that, but keep going. Yep.
I can assure you 3 of them care about the stats at halftime, so don't worry about that at all. They can look at their lineups. They're good. Anything good going on in the chat? Oh, there's Sarah. Hey, Priv.
You know, I could go to bed. You want to just, you seem free and...
All right, get out of here. Yeah, Moose and I will take the second half.
You don't think I'm kidding? All right, see you later.
Did he actually leave the Zoom?
Yeah, no, he left.
Well, he's going to have to come back because I really am going to go.
Okay, so this
pretty
is great.
soon you'll be doing
Thanks
this
a lot for
solo.
showing up and leaving me here by myself. This has worked out great for me.
This is going to wind up very poorly if he's not back in about 30 seconds. He needs to know, since he's probably listening anyway, that he's doing this to you.
He'll come back. But let the people know then. Like, what are you watching tonight? What's up?
You know what I started? I mentioned this in the chat earlier. You ever watch Blue Mountain State?
Oh, okay. I think I've watched like a couple episodes of it.
Older show. You know, it's at least a decade old or something.
Yeah, for sure. It is. Yeah.
I never watched it when it was on. Back when I was rocking the movie jerseys all the time, you know, people would like, hey, do you have a whomever, you know, Alex Moran or whatever his name is from Blue Mountain. I'd never even heard of the show. So and now that I'm through my psych binge, I checked it out. It's on Amazon Prime, and I don't know how this thing escaped my life. I've watched 3 episodes and I'm just laughing my butt off.
Yeah,
not a family show though, folks. Don't watch it with the kids.
No, do you remember what network it was on?
It was on Spike TV.
Spike, that's what it was. Spike
Yeah.
TV, like the kind of edgy.
Yeah, it is. It is a raunchy program.
All right.
Well, 13-7, Bucks in front. 30 seconds. Oh, Glash is back. All right, Moose, love you, man. Glash, see you, buddy.
See you soon.
You know, he can be the best person and the worst person at the same time.
He is
the dark gift.
Like he does sometimes live rent free in your head, Glash, and he knows it. We all have that person though who lives rent free in our heads. It's okay.
How can
my kids live rent free in my heads? Trust me, so don't worry about it.
How can someone live rent free in my head when I pretty much see them and talk to them every day in Simland? I could just give the huge and go, all right, Adam, thanks for stopping by. Anything else you'd like to add? All right. Like, I'm just trying to have a little fun, and I left the Zoom call. I apologize to our technical director, Andrew, and our producer, Michael, for throwing off the shots, but I thought it was kind of worth it. You know, it was an organic moment that I just think, you know what, I'm gonna leave. You know what, you want the floor? Here you go.
I was a little worried I was gonna have to do the whole quarter by myself.
I mean, I'm a little bit professional. I will come back.
You're not a monster.
You made the climb.
I'm not the only one who made the climb. Now where's the trigger?
I'm losing my voice. Sorry.
It's taking a lot out of us, these Sims.
Kirk and Carroll, Moose being Switzerland again.
What do you want me to do? They were going at it. And you take sides.
I really wasn't going at it. I was just like, oh, you're free. You can take a break.
No, that's what I mean. You guys were just conversing. There was really no side for me to take. I mean,
see, and this is what I love about the DK Sim fam, the team always here. The chat has figured us out as people. We have become. We're at a point now where we're as of Monday. Like, think about this.
Oh.
As of Monday, we're into Madden Sims Season 2.
Full year, man.
We're into Season 2 on Monday.
A full year of Sims on Monday.
If you think Sunday night is an event, Monday is more of the event because we begin Season 2.
Yep. And as we know, especially with TV shows, Season 2 is like almost always the best. So,
right.
Keep that in mind. New characters get introduced. Old ones die off. Dun, dun, dun.
So I bring that up because Buzz Killington says, Koff was like, I'm out, then talked for another 10 minutes.
And look, the chat has me figured out as well,
Yeah.
Play both sides. Try not to create controversy. Unless it's like, unless I have to. It's fine.
You're a good man. You guys are great.
I think it's funny the way you guys go at it. I do. It's like, and again, it's kind of different for me too because I don't know what your interactions are like in the office in real life. Like, all I know how you guys interact is what I get from these Sims. So it's like I'm learning how you guys interact sometimes. Like, I'm like, oh, Glash and Kaufman probably like, go at each other a bit and are a little competitive, like at the office or whatever.
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that before we started doing these Sims. I'm like, I don't know, like, what's going on here. Clearly there is, So.
No, we are very. It is a very civil, fun.
Yeah.
Relationship.
Exactly.
He is my buddy. Yep.
But again, I don't get that because I don't know. I don't know how. Like,
totally.
All I know, like, everybody hates like Emerson at the office or something. And then, like, no one's not telling me. Obviously, that's not the case. Emerson's hilarious, but I don't go there, so I'm just a hologram.
I mean, who wants to hear us just come in here and say, yeah, Adam is the consummate pro. He's just, I think he does a great job, and I really enjoy interacting with him in the office, and I think we, I love Adam and working with him. I mean, you don't want to hear that. Like, we've made it a year, though. Everyone is still with us.
Well, most everyone. But.
Well, I mean, from our team, and I apologize if that was
the core group.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's part. That happens in season 1. You got to get rid of some people.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's what. But I shouldn't even say if I'm making it up or not. You all can be the judge of that. Yeah. Well, see again. You think Sunday night's the main event? The 30K Madden stream special, late classic, $15 entry. First place wins $10,000. Be here on Monday. Some of us might get let go. Hey, we're not bringing you back for another season. Everyone, tell us in the chat. Who do you want back for season 2? Use your 200 characters. Who do you want back for season 2 of Madden, DraftKings Madden? You can kick us out. That's totally fine. Include producers. Let's get to the meat of the bone. Include ops team members. Who do you want back for season 2? And we'll make sure we get season 1 in DVD form for the shelf. All right, Adam? We'll make sure we get it in. We'll actually make 12 discs, 1 per month, and you can put it in that big, beefy DVD holder. And we'll make some room for it. We'll have to kick some bobbleheads off and put them in a box. And you can't keep everyone, so you have to make some cuts. You have to make at least 5 cuts. 5.
5. Wow.
Yep. And then the 5 people to get cut, they have to be here on Monday and give a speech as to, say goodbye. Oh, this is riling everybody up. I love this.
Oh, yeah. No, that's definitely going to get the chat riled up.
Yep. Come on, this is what you guys want. You have power. Kick people out. Bruiser B, the Sims are not ending. They're not going anywhere. We're just moving, like I said, we're moving into a new season. Buzz Killington, how about some returns? I miss Garion and Bandana Ben. I'm with you. Garion's another one. Where'd Garion go? Garion did a great job on these.
That's true. Yeah, Garion just kind of like slinkered off, didn't he? He's sneaky. He's sneaky, that Garion. He loves his baseball and stuff, though, so yeah, he likes his writing.
Garion's a pro, man. Shows up. He's not very controversial. He's a nice person. Very authoritative, though, in his voice. He has a take. He commands the floor.
I see, Garion's so sneaky that I forgot he even did these things. And I did some with him, too. Like, I did a couple with him in the announcer's chair, so... That's too bad. He would be good to have on for like a guest spot at some point too. We'll have to get him back, like maybe during football season or something,
Just so you all know, all of your suggestions will not be considered.
Well, yeah. Just so you know, 99.9% of your suggestions we won't be considering. But
the only part that will be considered is Glasheen. Why did you do that? Why did you bring that up?
We'll have to have some like guest appearances, like more guest episodes. Like we'll definitely bring Garion back. We'll get Julian in for one. Steve can make like regular guest appearances. I'm sure we can snake him back again. Who else? Shirag has been on a couple of these. We get him in.
Yep.
Anyone else? Oh, that was a nice neck crack by me. We'll have to see.
Eric Rodriguez.
We should get Pierce Dietrich on one of these. That'd be a good.
Yeah, so I did a NASCAR segment with Pierce today. Has he?
Oh, did you?
Did he ever do Sims? Did he do them with Mayo?
No, I don't think so. Anyways, if he did, it was really early and it was like 1. But I don't think he's ever done them. I don't think it fits with his schedule at all. So.
That's fair.
We could definitely. I think we could snake him on for like a weekend or something. Then.
Yeah, we'll use Pierce, Julian, and it will be like the NFL, like when they use the replacement refs for 2 weeks.
Replacement.
September call-ups.
Yeah, Godwin is starting to annoy my lineup as well. Although my lineup's like dead.
I'm in 7th place. I'm crushing it.
I mean, I got Brady Evans, but I got Godwin the captain. My lineup's dead. Like it's toast.
Dougie 30. New seasons usually mean better lighting, better effects, and more explosions. Get hype.
Yeah, we're increasing the budget.
Let's get some smoke machines. Freak of Nature says, bring Tate on the air. Tate from Game Ops. What about Drew Bledsoe as a guest? Bledsoe would promote his wine. I don't think we can do that with him, though. You guys are great. It's entertaining to read the chat. It's like, Chef Duke, Koff should stay. Yeah. We'll keep him around. Get rid of Glash for that. I'd probably deserve it. I wouldn't know what to do. If these don't go anywhere, and say we do this for like, I'm just throwing out a number, 4 more years, it's going to become like installed in me. I won't know what else to do.
Yeah, like this has become like a regular part of obviously of our routine. I mean, I know when we first started these, I'm just like, okay, yeah, I'll do them for now. I mean, we'll see where it goes. Not expecting much, but DraftKings committed to it. It's like a new product for daily fantasy users as well, which is awesome. I think. I mean, I've always said like we want as much option out there as well. And there's some bigger events. We got the anniversary, free roll or not free roll, excuse me, the $15 out there. So it's pretty cool, man. I mean, to be a part of it and stuff, and obviously help it grow as we go. And we've got content filling between it now. We're putting golf shows on. The sweat's coming back, so it's all part of it now. Which it's just even hard to remember when these didn't happen. I think is the biggest thing. They're a part of what we do. And I don't even remember when we didn't have these. Different.
And look, this is a fair shout out. I see the chat bringing up roster updates.
Yep.
I hear you on that. Gronk makes a catch here. 13-10, Tampa leading. Fourth quarter underway.
I want to say we're at the mercy of Madden for roster updates. I don't think we can do it, but I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I mean, we see that and we get that. We've brought that up behind the scenes. At the end of the day, people have people and more people that make decisions. And that's just kind of how it goes. But we hear you. And I know when we say that, they say they hear us, but they don't do anything about it. No, I mean, there's only so much we can do. That's all. And I know that's, annoying, and it sounds like, that means you, really don't care. It's no, what we do. It's just only so much power.
Yeah.
With great power comes great responsibility. And
no
knowing my
power.
responsibility level, I am the last person to have power.
And with no power comes, no ability to change anything. That's kind of us.
Everything will blow up. All right, Tommy.
Play action over the middle.
There's Godwin.
Okay, yeah. Is that Godwin? Yeah, it is, yeah. Godwin, I believe that was his first catch, unless we missed one. Nope, first catch.
Anyone have any buzzword suggestions? Throw them out there. Hit a buzzword in 3 minutes. Make it fast. We're going to have tryouts. Make it fast. How about Leonard Fournette? Weaving. Not sure where Lenny's going to end up.
I don't know either. There was a lot of kind of heat around Lenny at the start of the free agent. Oh yeah, this team's interested, but I think the Patriots were even rumored to like Leonard Fournette, but I don't really know where he's going to end up either. I think he's going to end up in some kind of RB tandem situation.
The chat is asking, as Gronk makes a catch for a first, Bucks are just shy of the red zone. They're asking for Buddy to be the buzzword.
I'm going to leave that call up to you, buddy.
You know what? It suits my agenda.
Okay.
And you said this to me. You're right. You can say it with me. I'm going to stick to my guns. Buddy's the buzzword. We're going to buddy it up for a minute. And I hope you all don't get offended. All right? We're going to do it. If you all say buddy with me, I'm going to say buddy in the most genuine way ever. Ever. Because I mean it. You guys are friends of us. You make these Sims. You are the lifeblood of Madden Sims here at DraftKings Incorporated. I will buddy it up for 60 seconds. And I hope I get evicted because of it. But I will be sure to tell the people that try to kick me out of my place at 11 o'clock as Brady gets sacked that they are going to miss a buddy if they decide to move me out of this apartment. That's my wind up in the pitch. Alex Fox, I'm muting my TV for sure. We always have a choice. Ooh, nice big run here on second and goal. I'm not kidding. Like, I'm going to say it like, let's go, buddy. Like, come on, dude. Come on, buddy. You're my buddy. It's my buddy. I'm going to go hang out with a couple of buddies. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Buddy. Buddy.
Buddy.
Buddy.
Buddy.
Buddy. Buddy. Buddy. Buddy. Buddy. Buddy. Buddy. Buddy. Buddy. Hey, buddy.
Buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. What's up, buddy? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? What's up, buddy?
You are my buddy. Buddy. Another field goal for Sucka. What's up, buddy? Buddy.
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 Nice kick, buddy.
Buddy for 3.
Buddy.
Yes. Buddy. 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 Hey, buddy. What's up, buddy?
Where's buddy?
What's up, buddy? How you doing, buddy? Hey, what's up, buddy? Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
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 Buddy, 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 buddy,
Buddy.
buddy, 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 buddy.
Buddy.
Buddy. Buddy.
Buddy.
Buddy.
Hey, buddy.
You're my buddy. Yo, you're my buddy. Now that to me sounded all positive.
All positive.
Embracing
Genuine.
you.
Fine word. Yeah, what does Ducey do when he says Buddy Hield's name?
Beats me, man. I don't know.
Does he say Uddy? Uddy Hield?
How about Darnell? Darnell J. For some reason, I understand the buzzword, and I don't mind losing $33 tonight because of it. That's an all-time quote. That's so good.
That's why we're here, folks, just to make it all go a little easier. Whatever you're going through, whether it be a rough night in DFS, you know, your gerbil's sick, I don't know, whatever you're going through, you know, you tune in for the buzzword, a little Madden. We'll hopefully make you laugh or something.
That's great. Like that comment like that right there makes my day. Darnell, that was weak sauce, though. You showed compassion and empathy when you said buddy tomorrow night when you come on. I mean that. Like, that comment just made my night. I'm like, oh, that's great. Like, you know, someone who's like, you know, I'm bummed out. My lineup didn't go well. I invested in this, but I can have a laugh, and hopefully that makes your night better. Like you just said. It was good.
What I'm doing right now is looking when you and Kenny are on together next.
I already looked. It's next Tuesday.
There we go. Okay. Tuesday, 4 p.m. Eastern. I love the way you said that. I already looked. It's next Tuesday. The sense of dread in your voice. Hey, there's Tyrell Williams.
Speaking of players who have sucked.
I could lie and go, oh, you know, I haven't looked. Oh, no, I looked. Yep, I did. And he's going to have that grin on his face like, hey, nothing happened the last time we were together. Like, which one do you want?
You missed the Tyrell Moose call.
Oh, I did. Okay. There's Renfro, probably for the bonus. Very close.
Yep. Yes, over the bonus for Renfro, yes.
Kenny says, has anyone noticed this game sucks?
It has been actually pretty bad. Like, I think
Kaufman stopping by was helpful.
No, and I think there's two reasons. Kaufman stopping by was helpful, and it's still 10 times better than the last game. So, like, legitimately, it is that much better than the last game. The last game was beyond anything. No, it's a terrible throw. The Raiders do have a chance to take the lead here, though. 3rd and 4. Still 3 timeouts, too, so time isn't going to be an issue. Could be an interesting finish if they punch it in. Tampa Bay would have enough time with their timeouts to kick a field goal, too. So.
Yeah.
Still some intrigue left here. It has not been the game that we'd hope it would have been. You know, Brady's thrown for a lot of yards, but...
Oh, there's Waller. I am in 8th place.
Who'd you captain again?
Waller.
Oh. There you go.
That's his 5th catch, right around 40 yards. No huddle here. 3 timeouts still for Derek Carr and the Raiders. Carr, complete. Williams, Tyrell.
Finally showing up here, Tyrell Williams. Took you long enough, pal.
Darnell, seriously, DraftKings has got to protect the word buddy. There's nobody who legitimately says buddy without laughing or giggling. Thanks, guys. Good night. We should patent the word buddy. Like I said, I'm just going to say this one more time. I didn't start this. And I mean, I guess in theory I did, but it was not intentional. 3rd and 4. 1 receiver out wide to the right side. Jacobs in the backfield. Come on, Derek. Come on, Carr. Come on, buddy. All comes down to this. Congo Cab shares, he's a Raiders fan, he shares that Willie Snead is visiting with the Raiders tomorrow. Are the Ravens going to bring anybody in or what? Like, what's the deal? We talked about that.
I know. We talked about it this morning. I mean, Antonio Brown, to me, just...
Oh, it's a good call.
Sticks out like a sore thumb.
I was going to say, no way you caught that.
No, and he didn't. And that's the ball game, folks. Because we going down, that's 4th down. Brady's on the field. And get some...
Well, they got 3 timeouts.
They got 3 timeouts, yeah.
And the field position is god-awful.
Could even get a safety down here,
Ooh.
to be honest. Safety would really make things weird. Yeah. Antonio Brown to the Ravens. I mean, I don't know what you guys think about that in the chat. I think that would actually be really interesting. I know he's Antonio Brown, but my God, that's exactly the kind of guy Lamar Jackson needs, in my opinion. So I don't know if there's any interest from Baltimore. They don't seem to be like that interested, but they should. If you're asking me.
All right, 2nd and 9, another timeout. Freak of nature, feeling the energy of the sim. Oh, yeah. Right now, looking at the leaderboard, I'm in 4th. Looks like Fernando, who's in the chat, we both have the same lineup, so there's no way we'd get first place outright. We have a... Oh, that's the game. Oh, Scotty Miller for the bonus.
Scotty Miller, ice. Oh, no, he didn't catch it.
Oh, he was out of bounds.
7. Yeah.
Oh.
Little turn of events there.
Yeah, they got a punt. Holy cow.
Just as the cops are coming to get you.
Oh, you heard that?
I did.
But we were doing the segment this morning. It was an ambulance flying up the road. I'm like, what always happens when I got to record something?
I didn't hear that one. I didn't hear the old ambulance.
It was before you got on. It was right before we started recording. He's like, everything all right? I'm like, yeah, I'm sitting right here. Everything. He's like looking at it. I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's city life, man.
City life.
No, but I didn't get offended. I actually answered Reed and explained what was happening.
Good for you.
It's really amazing when you give people a little insight. Damon says, I'm so glad the hosts are in our lives. That's one way to put it. I love that. You certainly have entertained and educated me also as a comic and artist. I love talent. Oh, that's nice. Thanks, man. Thanks, Damon.
I'm glad you guys are here. I'm glad you guys are here to talk football with us. I'm serious about that. I like talking football on these sims. I like getting people's takes.
Oh,
man, that could have been interesting. The juggle ball down there. Yeah. I like the fact you guys are into DFS, bringing questions and stuff, and when it's time for golf and stuff like that. So, are we on tomorrow together? I can't remember who I'm with tomorrow.
Yeah, I've got the schedule here.
think I am with you tomorrow.
We are here
I am.
tomorrow at 4. Yes. Vikings at Niners.
Okay. Well,
Come on. 3rd and 20. That ball batted around. Incomplete.
All right, so one more Hail Mary here. We're out of here either
Give it
way.
a Ruggs. Give it a Henry Ruggs. Let the speedster shine. 14-way tie for first in the free showdown. I see you there, Neil. We are tied, but with different lineups. All right, come on, Derek. This is going to be the best play in sim history right here. Best play in sim history. There's a flag. Oh, boy. What do we got, though?
Ooh, this could
Big
be
play?
interesting. Roughing?
Holding.
Holding. So that should be on there.
Colton Miller, you ruined everything. You are not the right Miller tonight, buddy. Well, that was better than 6-3.
Yeah, a little bit of excitement at the end. That's good. So we like that. We don't like 272 yards and 1 touchdown, 270 yards for Carr and 1 touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Like nice yardages, but they just didn't punch it in. Red zone was terrible tonight.
All right, Fournette. Not a lot of rushing yards in this one. The high rusher was Fournette, 29 yards.
Jacobs almost broke one a couple times. Then he had that one call back for holding. So I want to say Fournette had like 5 catches, or McCoy. Yeah, McCoy had like 5 catches. He did have 5 catches for 32 yards. Oh, Miller didn't even hit the bonus. Oh, that's right.
That's what I'm saying, dude. If he got that 4th and 7,
Right.
or the 3rd and 7, that's the bonus.
That was for the bonus. I wasn't even paying attention. I forgot. He went the full second half without a catch.
I'm pretty sure that was him who caught it out of bounds, and that would have gave it to him.
But other than that, like he didn't catch a ball in the second half. I just realized that now. Renfro hit the bonus, 4 for 110 and a touchdown. That's crazy. OJ Howard, 1 catch. Godwin, 1 catch. I'm going to make Godwin the loser of the game, the Not My Kid award, because I put him in the captain spot, and he was terrible. And I'm going to give the player of the game. I'm still going to give it to Scotty Miller. He caught more balls than Hunter Renfro. And look, the Bucs won the game, so we'll give it to Scotty Miller.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Scotty just missed out on the bonus, like you said.
Yeah, still a very strong game for him.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Our buddy Audio 707. I remember a long time ago, Audio 707 won one of the bigger free rolls that we offered. He ended up being tied for first in the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker. So a 5-way tie for first place wins you $324. Nice, real money. Way to be. Renfro captained, Brady, Carr, Ruggs, Evans, and Miller is the build. There you go. In the free rolls, the free showdown, 10,319 entries, 14-way tie for first. That, of course, could change if Jim makes any updates. Jim has left the game, our Zoom call. Renfro captained, and it's the same build. Brady, Carr, Ruggs, Evans, Miller.
Okay.
In the flex. And then finally, I finished in 5th place. No, I didn't. I finished in 4th place, tied for 4th. All right. Cool. Very good. All righty. That's Randy W. Are we going to just do Bucks Raiders every 3 days at this point? I don't think so. I just think it might be just a weird circumstance. Thank you to the Twitch fam. Thank you, DK Sim fam on YouTube. You guys were awesome. Here is the schedule for tomorrow. Jeff, you got anything to add? Ready to go?
I was just going to say it'll be funny next week when we do a Bucks Raiders sim.
Yeah, it could happen. Well, we'll find out. All right, here we go. Here's the deal. Friday, March 26th, tomorrow. You'll start the day at noon Eastern with Giants at the Bears. Emerson and Christian get the day going. At 2 o'clock, Saints at the Rams. Kenny and Christian will have the call. I'll be here at 4 p.m. Vikings at Niners with Jeff, Moose. 6 o'clock, Jeff will go. Jason Rossi slides in for Eagles at the Patriots. Nick Foles caught it. At 8 o'clock, Chiefs at the Jets, Kaufman and Brandon Cristal, and that duo on for Madden After Dark tomorrow. Cowboys at the Packers, Kaufman and Brandon Cristal. Renfro did hit the bonus. Scotty Miller did not. That is going to do it. Thank you to producer Michael, Andrew on the ones and twos, also Jim from Game Ops this evening, Jesse Cofield. Jim, Moose, we'll see you tomorrow now, and have a good night, buddy.
Okay. You have a good one, buddy.
You too. And hey, thanks to Adam Kaufman for barging in on our time.
Yes.
Together. So, all right, guys, that's it. Thank you so much, all of you. Have a great night.
Have a great night, guys.